Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to another gameplay series. I am Ultra Farmer, and we are on the map Tassi Farms. We have just picked up ourselves a farm on Tassi Farms, and we are just heading up to the store right now because I need to buy a chainsaw. As you can see, I do not have very much money. Basically, I spent every penny that I had to pick up this farm that is pretty tooled up. It has quite a bit of equipment, quite a bit of implements and stuff on it, and a little bit of land. We got actually a good chunk of land. Some of the land, I was looking at it a little bit, is a bit rough. We're gonna have to do some plowing and stuff, and I'm thinking I'm gonna need a chainsaw because I kind of want to clear some trees around our farm, to clean up kind of the yard and stuff later on, but we can kind of get to all of that when we get back to the farm. But I'm just heading up to the store right now, so like I said, I can pick up a chainsaw, and then we're gonna head back, and I'll give you a little tour of the farm. I'll give you a tour of the equipment and the tractors that we have. We have two tractors. One is basically brand new. It's not a huge tractor. I think it's got 230 horse. And then we've got an old John Deere 7810, which has got about 175 horse. But basically what we're going to do here is the farm that I picked up was actually a pretty big cattle operation at one point. So we have a cow barn, and we've got some pasture that's all fenced off for us, but there's no animals there right now. The previous farmer had to kind of sell off all the cattle, and then basically we got the farm, a couple fields, the pasture field, and what was kind of left with, implements, trailers, and stuff like that in the deal. But it basically left me with no money. I've got $5,000 to my name, and I'm just gonna hop out here, shut this off. We probably don't need it idling. I'm just going to hop out here. I'm going to run in the store here. I'm going to pick myself up a chainsaw. Then what we'll do is we'll head back up to the farm, and I'll show you guys kind of around. I'll show you guys what we got for tools, what we got for sheds and stuff on this property. It's a pretty good little property. I mean, it's a little rough around the edges. It sat for a bit, so there is kind of some stuff we got to clean up. Like I said, a couple of the fields are in a little rough shape. One of the fields is in rough shape, but we've got equipment, and we got stuff that we can get going with to plow some of the fields and hopefully get some get some crops in the ground. It is July right now, so I'll kind of go through like all my plans and stuff once I pick up a saw here. So I'm gonna go grab a saw real quick, and then I'll come back out and we'll head back up to the farm. Okay, we are back here, and we are $1,000, less, but we got ourselves a fancy chainsaw here. Good old Husqvarna, can't go wrong with that. But I'm gonna put that away for now. Let's hop back in the truck here. Fire this bad boy up. Let's head up to the farm, and I'll show you guys around, and then we'll go through the settings. I'll go through the settings and stuff that I've got on this gameplay series, and what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and revive this once kind of thriving cattle farm. There's not too many people out in this part of the world right now. Tassi Farms, there's not a lot of people out here, but there are a few people that got some farms going on, but not a whole heck of a lot is going on out here. But yeah, we want to try and revitalize this once thriving cattle farm. It was a pretty big cattle operation at one point. I think the guy had about 400 head of cattle, a little better than 400 head of cattle. And, that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and kind of get back to that point if we can. Now, I just got to make sure I don't miss the turn here, because knowing me, I could miss the turn. So I'm just going to hop out of the cab for a second. But not only do we kind of want to get a whole bunch of cattle, I really want to see how far we can take dairy cows. We're going to get some Swiss and some Holsteins. I think that's what they're called. We'll check real quick here. Oh, we'll hop once we get back in here. Nice wheat field to the side there. I think it's wheat. Might be barley. It's kind of hard to tell. But okay, let's pull up here. This is going to be getting into our farm right away here. I'm just going to pull off to the side of the road here, because this field to our right here, this is one of our fields. So let's just go out here and take a look at this field. It's I mean, it's a field, you know. It's about just about 11 acres that we got here. It looks like there was some red beet or something growing on it, but it's pretty withered and it is full of weeds. But you know, nothing that a plow and or a cultivator can't take care of. But this is our field right here, and over to this side, this is actually our pasture field that I was telling you about. This all the way down to the farm is all pasture for the cattle. And like I said, the guy had about 400 head of cattle in there, a little better than 400 head of cattle. So let's head up to our farm here, and let's take a look at everything. I mean, I did have to spend basically all of my money that I've ever saved up in my life on this farm, but I don't think it's that bad of an investment. We got, like I said, we got some good pasture land. We got this field to our right, just about 11 acres. And right there is a hayloft. We've got a nice little hayloft. And basically, let's go start right there with the tour. So right here we got a hayloft. This will hold 250,000 liters of hay. It is actually completely empty right now. You know what? I'm going to pull this truck in and then we're going to shut this thing off. I'll park it right by this slurry tank that we've got. Actually, we're the only ones here. We'll just park it in the middle of everything. Alright, let's go over here and take a look at everything. So, we've got our hayloft. We got a nice little forage wagon that goes with us. I think that thing will hold 16 cubes, which is not too bad. To your left, you will see a pile of garbage. And to your right, another pile of garbage. This one slightly more heavy and probably hard to clean up. And let's go take a look at this. Okay, I don't know. 1, 2, 3. We're do it together, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll just close that for now. Another pile of garbage. Plenty of those around here, but it's no big deal. So here is our cow barn. I think that one of our first tasks is maybe to get that outhouse out of here. Or clean it up at least, maybe. Okay. So here's our cow barn. It looks like this thing will self-water. I do have a water tank down towards that end, but I'm thinking this thing will kind of like is fed with water, and we might not have to worry about that. I'm not 100% sure, but I will get that figured out. Kind of some more garbage here just hanging around. But we got a pretty decent. Man, there's garbage everywhere. Is that paint? Oh god. We got a pretty decent sized pasture. I'll try and zoom out here. But you can see where that wheat or barley field is there at the end, and we go basically right over to the tree line. I don't know if you can kind of see the fence over there. I guess what I could do is I could just jump into this right now and just show you. Fence line comes all the way down here, right to the edge of the barn, right by this trailer, over to the tree line. So we got a ton of pasture, which is nice because we're basically future-proofed with all the cattle that we want to get. And we also got a slurry tank here. Now this won't spread any slurry. We would have to get some sort of attachment if we want to spread this, but this is nice to have just for in the future when we do want to go ahead and start fertilizing some of our fields with this. We got a couple implements here. We got a bale spike, pallet forks. We got some, we got front loader attachments for one of the tractors and a weight. I don't know how heavy this weight is. Doesn't really say. More garbage. Our water tanker. We got another tanker here for milk, which is going to be awesome. We could probably also put water in this, I bet, but mainly the main thing will be milk. We've got a bale trailer back here, which I think will hold 26 bales, 125 centimeter bales, I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't you know? Some more garbage. This is neat. This is a silage fermenter. Now, I was kind of talking to the realtor when I was buying this, and I didn't really know how this would work. I didn't really know if it would be handy. It will only hold 50,000 liters of hay and 50,000 liters of grass. So, and then it'll make up to 100,000 liters of silage. I don't know exactly how long it takes for the fermentation process to happen, but I think it could be pretty handy with our cattle. I don't know. I don't want to feed them straight silage, but it could be good for mixing TMR and just storing grass and hay if we need. But pretty neat. Okay, let's go over here. We do have some more garbage. Right on. Maybe let's go back over here and check this out because these are some new implements that this guy had. He did get a nice set of cultivators. Apparently, he had got these on a good deal. That's why he picked them up. And here's a mower. So with his cattle, he obviously cut and baled a lot of his own hay, hence the hay trailer back over there. But this was his mowing unit that he used. I think it's about 7.5 meters wide, which is nice. Got a couple old cars here, which, I mean, this one almost kind of looks like Ricky's car off Trailer Park Boys, but it has both doors, so it's a pretty instant tell that ain't Ricky's. What do we got over here? We got a little planter. So this will be good. I think this unit plants and fertilizes at the same time, which is pretty nice. We have a garbage can, which, I mean, it's overflowing. So at one point, someone did try to use it, which is great. I really don't know. I really don't know what this is. Yeah. Well, we'll get this garbage and stuff cleaned up. We'll definitely get it cleaned up. We got like a little workstation here if we want to work on the tractors and such and any of the implements. We've got ourselves a plow, 6 meters, I believe. And then in here is some of the hay equipment. Here's the old baler that he had. He said it's old, but it worked really good. Set of tedders. Again, a set of rollers, which I think he got this with the cultivators on, kind of a deal, because these look pretty brand new, and he probably wasn't really rolling too many fields, but we got them nonetheless. And a set of windrowers. Wouldn't you know it, another pile of garbage, which is great. Now I'm just going to run over here. We'll check that barn real quick. Those are where the tractors are in, but I just want to run over and show you guys this other field that we've got. This is a smaller field. It's a little less than half the size of that other one, but yeah, I mean, it's a nice flat field nonetheless, and it's in pretty good shape. It just needs to be plowed. So, we'll plow this field real quick, and we could probably get some grass going in it, which is what I think we're going to do first. I think, since we're right set up to bale, pretty much the first things that I want to do is get some grass going. We got to get some money going because we got to get some cattle. We really got to get cattle, and there's supposed to be an auction in the springtime that I want to go to, and we want to pick up some cattle. So we need money, and real quick here I'm going to show you. We got a fertilizer spreader here, which is nice. Again, it's kind of old, but it'll work pretty not too bad, I think. And let's open these barn doors and let's check out the tractors. So like I said, we got an old John Deere 7810 here, which again I think it's about 175 horse, and we got about 30 hours on this one. And then we got this Dutzfar. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't know. This one's basically brand new, and I think it's about 230 horse. What else do we got in here? And there is a bale wrapper that's stuck in there. Now we do need to pick up bale wrap. That's one thing we got to get, and I think it's like $3,000. It might be almost like $4,000 to get it. So yeah, we got to make some money. We also got a fuel tank over here, which has no fuel in it. So the very first thing that we need to do is make money. That's number one kind of modus operandus, is to make some cash. Now, the way that we're going to do that is a couple ways. One, we get these fields planted because we got some seed and fertilizer here. I don't think all those fertilizer pallets are full, but we got some seed and fertilizer here. But we can get some grass growing on these fields, and at least we'll be able to cut and bale, and we could do silage bales, at least to be prepped to sell it in the springtime. Now, another thing that we can do to make money, let's start going through some of the settings here so I can show you how I've decided to set this game up. So we'll start from the top here. We have seasonal growth on. So we're in July right now. We can basically plant grass whenever. Grass can pretty much be done whenever, so it's not that big of a deal. But we do have seasonal growth on. I don't know if we're going to get into some grain and stuff down the road. My main focus is going to be on building a dairy farm. We have no animals. Contracts. So my plan with contracts is I'm only going to allow us to do contracts that we have equipment for. So we can't borrow any items to do the contracts. I'm going to make that one of the just the parts of this series where, we could do cultivating. We have a set of cultivators. Um, we don't have a combine. We don't have headers. We don't have any of this stuff. We can't do this harvesting contract. Rock removal, so on and so forth. Spraying. We don't have a sprayer. Um, Baling. This is a square balers. We don't have that, but we could do this round baling contract. So that's kind of going to be what I focus on in the beginning. And honestly, we're probably going to have to go bale this field. It's actually close to here. I'm going to accept this contract right now. And I'm actually going to accept this cultivating contract just because it's actually not too far away. And I just don't want to lose these. That'll be a good source of cash that we can go make. So let's actually hop back into the settings here. This is the production facility for that silage fermenter. Again, you can bred in 50,000 liters of each grass and hay, and it'll produce up to 100,000 liters of silage. It'll be pretty good. I don't know how much we're going to do with this. I think I'd kind of rather just do silage bales, but again, we have it. It was a part of the deal. It's not that too crazy. We have nothing that we can sell. This is just normal. So let's get into the actual settings. So I just have autosave off. It's real time right now. Now the economic difficulty is on easy. We're going to set this to normal. We may set it to hard, but I'm going to set that on normal. I had traffic off just for doing the first intro, but I'm actually going to turn that back on. Seasonal growth, yes. Days per month, just one for now. No fixed visuals, and we have snow on. I have crop destruction on. I have periodic plowing on. I turned off field stones and lime. It just, I don't know. I might turn lime on down the road. I kept weeds on, but for now, I'm just going to keep this stuff off. Field stones don't really do anything. There's only one implement that you can get to deal with field stones. It doesn't really affect anything. I don't know. It just seems kind of like an unnecessary setting to have on. And I'm going to keep lime off, especially since we're going to be doing grass mostly for the cattle. Once the field's plowed and set, like the grass is just going to keep going. So even having this setting, I don't know. That's my rationale. The dirt I have on normal, automatic engine start. I always have that off. I like to turn it on. Stop and go. Trailer fill limit. I just keep that off. We'll just let it fill to what it is. Fuel. I'm going to put the fuel usage on high. And then I have all of these settings turned off. No AI workers are going to use fuel. None are going to use seeds, fertilizer, all that stuff. Another setting that I do have on, let's just hop into this. I do have super strength enabled. It's part of the lumberjack mod. I'm not going to really use super strength. I might use it if like the tractor got like really stuck in a situation. I'm not going to go too deep into the role play of like going to get a forklift to get it out. But as for like, moving pallets around and stuff like that, I'm still going to be using the bale spikes. I'll use the pallet forks and stuff that we have. And that's one setting that like I have it just in case something really annoying happens and we got to get ourselves out of a jam. But for the most part, I'm not really going to be using super strength. Now, another setting that I have on, or a mod that I have installed, is called store deliveries. So I've set the store deliveries for here so that we don't have to go back and forth to the store to get everything. The only reason that I kind of think this is fine is because like really going to the store back and forth just kind of eats up a bunch of time. And anytime I use store deliveries, like if I was to buy something and it came here right now, you get charged a delivery fee. So I think that kind of makes it fair. At least, if it's a little bit easier. I guess it's a little bit cheaty, but yeah, whatever. I don't feel like running back and forth to the store. I've done that on different series and I just don't feel like it. So plus you get charged a fee. I think that's going to be okay. I think that makes it a little bit fair. What other settings? This bale trailer does have an auto load feature on, which I'm probably going to end up using at some point. I'll see. I might use the bale spike here in between there, but it does have an auto load feature. If we're doing a whole bunch of bales constantly, again, I think I might just use that feature. But I'll go back and forth. Just kind of depends how I'm feeling and everything else. Now, the final kind of thing is I'm not going to allow myself to take any loans. We do not get any loans. We can lease equipment, and I do have a mod on to finance equipment if so need be. Like say we wanted to get this tractor, I can bring this up. Yeah, I don't have enough money for the first payment, but okay. I wonder if there's anything. What's cheap here? Let's go to something that's like really cheap. Yeah, this is cheap. Okay, so say I wanted to finance this. There's all these different options where I could finance it at 6 months, for a year, 2 years. The more you go, the higher interest you have to pay. It tells you the payments and stuff here. I don't really know if I'm gonna use this. Maybe if we get into a jam and we really needed some sort of an implementer tool, but I don't really see it just because everything in this farm, we basically have what we need. Everything kind of above and beyond is just going to be bonus. So I probably won't use that, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen down the road. You can't finance animals, so that's really going to be our major purchase. But, okay, I'm going to go park this truck and yeah, let's park this truck out front. I never even showed you guys the house. We gotta get into the house here real quick. The old boy we bought this off even left me his dirty laundry sitting out there, which is awesome. So, okay, let's shut this truck off. Let's hop out. Yeah, yeah, we got some long johns, some socks, and a cool hat. You know what? I might end up having to wear that hat. We'll see. We'll see how it goes in the future. All right, but let's go in the house here real quick. Maybe I'll drop into this view. So we got some lights here. Yeah, those will turn on. That door doesn't work. Here's my bedroom. Some dirty clothes in the hamper. You know. We got a TV, which I don't really plan on ever watching. We got a bunch of firewood. And no fireplace. Oh no, this is the fireplace right here. Can't open. Okay. Yeah, we got a TV that we're probably never going to watch. And most important thing in the whole farm, the coffee maker. Yep. It's definitely the most important thing. And what would you know? Some more garbage. Okay. Let's shut the lights off. Let's close the door. Those are my going to town boots. And let's go hop in one of the tractors. And I want to... What I want to do is, let's get set up in this tractor. Fire it up. Yeah, we really got to make some money. So we got to go do this cultivating contract for sure. So we got a set of cultivators here. Let's just check real quick here. So I make sure. Let's go into our vehicles. Okay, so yeah, our tractor here is 230 horse. That's good. And the John Deere, those are... Front loader attached, 175. Okay, not too bad. So, I want to grab this weight just to help out. And then let's hook onto these cultivators and we'll open our map and figure out which field we're going to. What does that say up there? Field 2. Oh, I always do that. See, this is what I mean. This is where we just... I don't feel too bad about this because in real life, if I had to get out of the tractor... Would that even work? I don't know. Okay, do you think I can pull this off? In real life, if I had to get out of the tractor and kind of wrestle that thing around, it would be a pain, but I could do it. Okay, let's figure out where field 2 is. Pretty sure I know where it is. I'm pretty sure it's down... Yeah, it's down out here, back towards the store. Okay, let's go. So yeah, no loans. We can't take any loans. We can hire AI workers, though, which... Unfortunately, we don't have any money, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. But if I can get this cultivating contract done, which obviously we can, we will, that'll be about $6,000, and then we could go bale that field, and then we're going to be, we'll be okay. We'll have an extra, you know, 8 grand or so. Make sure no one's coming. How we doing, folks? Hopefully we don't hold up traffic too bad, but I'll kind of try and do a little bit more. I'll try and do some in-cab stuff. I'll do kind of a mix of both of it. I'm going to try and do roughly maybe 30 to 45 minute episodes. I kind of want to do longer episodes. I don't know what everybody feels about that. If you let me know in the comment section below, what do you think? You know, do you like longer episodes? Do you kind of rather that 45 minute to an hour, or is it better to have more of the 20 to 30 minute episodes? You know, I don't mind doing what people want, that's for sure. I always just kind of like doing a bit longer episodes. It seems like we can kind of hang out a bit longer. I don't really want to rush through this series. I have no real plans for it other than I just want us to build a really sweet dairy farm. One thing I never really did in FS22 was try and take like dairy farming to the very farthest that I could. I had done a little bit of cattle, but nothing too crazy with like dairy farming and stuff. I don't really know what the best productions are or anything like that. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to do that. Now, let's just do something real quick here. I just want to look. Okay, let's open this. I want to set our steering assist. I always turn that down just a little bit. We'll do 2 headlamps. Maybe should we do 3? Yeah, let's do 3. Why not? Okay. The only other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to tab back over to this tractor just before we get going here. And I want us to get, while we're cultivating this field, we can't really afford to... I might have screwed up here. We can't really afford to do anything, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just grab this baler. Let me just see if I can... Yeah, it's a good old baler here. But yeah, we're gonna have to buy more like bale netting and stuff like that. We really need money. We really need money. Hopefully a few more contracts come through, which would be nice that we can actually go do. Cultivating contracts would be good. It'd be nice if there was some fertilizing contracts, but I don't know if we're really at that time of the year where there's going to be a bunch of fertilizing contracts. Okay, let's just pull over here. Let's see how big this field is. This obviously looks like it's going to be straw bales, which is nice. Okay. Oh, I really wish we could afford to use a worker. But that's okay. Alright, I think what I'm going to do, we'll hop back over to that other field, and maybe what we'll do is I'm going to be doing some time lapses and stuff like that of doing all these fields. So maybe, let's actually park this, and then we'll hop back over to this tractor, and let's get cultivating. Let's do it. Let's start making some cash. Okay, what I think we're gonna do though is, yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll do a little bit of a time lapse. Again, you can put it down in the comment section if you like the time lapses. If you kind of hate them, let me know either way what you guys think, and also let me know what you guys have been thinking about FS25. What are some of the things that you like about it? What's some of the things you don't like? I'll tell you one thing I do like is this GPS steering is pretty nice. It's not too bad, but I'll tell you what I kind of don't like is, I don't know, sometimes the AI, like workers, like with running the field, sometimes they're a little bit of a pain in the butt. I don't know if that's just me. Again, let me know what you think. Like, maybe I just got the settings or something wrong, but sometimes it seems like they get so jammed out, and I almost miss the kind of style that we had with FS22. But also, although it is good, there's a lot of good to it. Like, I don't want to be a complainer, because there is definitely a lot of good to it. Oh my god, did this not drop down? There we go. There we go. This GPS steering is awesome though. The fact that you can just lock on to this pattern, you can change it, you can do different sets of headlands. You can start with the headlands, you can do the up and downs. I don't know. I really think that's a pretty good W for when you're working fields kind of on your own, because I don't know about you guys, me trying to keep straight lines, just I don't know. Doesn't happen. I don't know. Not a straight line kind of fella. Okay, let's do a little bit of a time lapse here of me cultivating this field, and then we'll go do some baling. Okay, we did it. The first contract is officially complete. You know what? I gotta admit though, like I hate that they don't let you finish the contract. Like I finished the contract, but like look at that strip. That's driving me nuts, you know? I really wish I could just go and finish, like just let me finish the field, right? But first, let's go into our contracts. Let's accept this money because we need it. There we go. We got 10 grand. We got a little bit of room to breathe. Let's go back and let's see. That's square bales. That's square bales. Jeez. Okay. Actually, let's show. One thing we never checked. Oh, God. There's nothing. You know, in a different gameplay, this for 218 grand is a steal of a deal. Oh, my goodness. But, okay. Well. Oh, let's let this car go by. Okay, well, we're going to head back up to the farm. We will drop off this set of cultivators. Another thing that I want to buy, I don't know when we'll get to buy it, but I definitely want to buy a pressure washer so we can keep the equipment nice and clean. I would like that, but you know, priorities first. So we'll head back up to the farm, and then I will get I'll get this cultivators kind of squared away. Maybe we'll drop the weight off. Actually, I might just keep the weight on this on this tractor. I think, let me think here, let me think. I think that I might hire a worker. Do we have money? We have no money. Goodness. I want to get those fields worked. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. You know what? Like I'd said before, I'm not gonna rush nothing on this series. I just want to pluck away at it and build ourselves a really sweet cattle farm. Um, that's the plan. And the main thing is we just got to save up some cash. We don't really have anything we need to buy. The only thing that we need to buy are going to be consumables, and maybe if something really amazing comes through the stores on a wicked deal, maybe. But we don't. I'm saying this out loud so I hear it, you know what I mean? Not necessarily so you guys hear it, but so I hear it. We don't need another tractor, right? We don't. Even if a good deal comes in the stores, I don't need another one, right? Maybe I'll say it one more time. I don't need another tractor. This tractor pulled these cultivators just fine, and I think that's the implement that we have that like requires the most amount of horsepower. So we do not need, okay, another tractor. But it would be so sweet if we could get one, but we're not gonna get one. The only thing we really need are consumables. Consumables. So we'll hook up to this plow because it's July. What I would really like to do is get these fields worked. I'm just gonna pull over to this field, just kind of get set, but I do want to go bale. Actually, shut that tractor off. We can't afford to burn any fuel. No fuel whatsoever. Even though I left this tractor running over here, didn't I? Okay. Baby steps. This field really won't take that long to get baled. It shouldn't, at least. I wish we had the Vicon fast bale. That would be the only thing. If it came through stores, that would be pretty awesome. The Vicon fast bale is, oh god, it's so good. But it's 110,000 brand new. Yeah, 110,000. I'll tell you one thing that's pretty nice about this game though is this feature right here. I still have the throttle pushed all the way down. It's gonna stop. It's gonna. Oh, I have to turn on drop bale. Give me one sec here. Sorry, I just had to like cough there. I didn't want to cough in your guys' ear. But that is a great feature of this game. In FS22, one thing that sucked with baling is unless you had the Vicon fast bale, you couldn't continuously bale with round bales. Like, you had to watch the little percentage meter on the bottom right hand corner where like the the speedometer is, and you had to wait, and when it got close to 100 you had to like stop, let the baler kick the bale out, and if you weren't paying attention to that and you were just driving, you would just all of a sudden start driving over the windrow, and you would miss a whole bunch, and then the bale would try and kick out in the middle of your windrow, and then you'd have to like try and move it. Oh, but in this one, like, I still have my finger fully on the throttle, but it automatically stops it, kicks out the bale, and then you're able to keep baling. So I kind of like that. I think that's a pretty good feature. I'm not gonna lie, I do wish Courseplay mod was out and that we could hire AI workers to do baling, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. I still enjoy baling. But Courseplay, of all the mods, I miss Courseplay a lot. But hopefully they come out with it soon. And what was some other things I was thinking about when we were cultivating? So, plans for this series. Yeah, I don't really want to rush anything. I want to just, take our time. I'm going to kind of do some... I want to do, I'll probably do at least one time lapse per episode, just to kind of break it up, but for the most part, we'll do a lot of tasks together, even if they're a bit boring, even if it's me trying to figure some stuff out. We'll do it together, and we'll really build up a good farm. I'm excited because the farm is Here's what I really like about the farm. We actually have a whole bunch of space. We have a bunch of really level space there. Now, it's full of some trees and stuff, and we might have to do some logging, but we did buy a chainsaw. So we might have to do a little bit of logging to kind of clear it out, but we've got a lot of room for activities, which means we're going to be able to grow the farm and just keep expanding and expanding over the years, which is it's pretty fun. I like that part of it where it's a bit of a grind and there's lots of room to make the farm sweet. Yeah, we'll do no loans. We'll try and make it a little bit more difficult there. I'm gonna keep it on the normal economic difficulty, because I don't even really think that's going to be that easy. I was kind of looking at some of the prices and stuff, and I don't think that that's going to be... I think it's still going to be a bit of a challenge even on the normal setting, but I don't want it on easy, just because why not? What else? We probably got to get a dog at some point. If you've been following me since FS22, if you've been following me since FS22, that's awesome. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate you a lot. And if you have been here since that time, you'll remember we had a dog named Freckles in No Man's Land. Freckles was kind of a character. I don't think we'll ever be able to match Freckles again, you know? He was one of a kind. But yeah, I kind of want to get a dog again. And that being said, I don't know. I just assume that at some point they're going to come out with the No Man's Land map. As of right now, I haven't seen it. But, you know, I'm assuming it'll come out. And once that map comes out, we'll do another gameplay series where we start from complete scratch. Like, absolutely basically owning nothing. And we'll build up a good farm. Hardest economic difficulty. All of it. We'll just do it again. So this will kind of be like a funner one. In the in-between, but yeah, definitely when that map comes out after this series, I'm thinking that's where we'll head back to No Man's Land, because that's one of my favorite maps. I know they have that map New Frontier out, but it's just not the same. No Man's Land is just iconic to me anyways. I don't know, what do you guys think about No Man's Land, or what do you think about that New Frontier map? Let me know in the comments if you've played it, or if you're kind of like me and you really like No Man's Land, or maybe you checked out New Frontier and you actually really like it. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you think. Also, okay, so if you weren't here in FS22 and you're new to the channel, thank you. If you've watched the episode this far, thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. I call myself Ultra Farmer because in real life I train and run ultra marathons. It's kind of what I do. Not that that's anything super special, but it takes up a large portion of my life. I run every single day. It's March 3rd right now, on the day of this recording. On February 28th was my 900th day in a row running. So my run streak's at like 903 or something now. But yeah, 900 days in a row. I ran every single day for 900 days. And actually on Friday, I'm actually just kind of recovering from this right now, but I decided for my 900th day, I kind of wanted to do a big run. And I thought, what am I going to do? So I decided to run for 9 hours straight, which was really hard. Okay, let's shut this baler off. Let's get out of here. There we go, another contract dusted. Let's go get our cash real quick here. Boom. All right, nice. Yeah, so I decided to run for 9 hours straight, which really kicked my butt. But I wanted to do it, like I got a race coming up in the summer. It's called the Sin 700 miler. So it's a 100-mile race. And in those races, like, you always have to run through the night, right? And the night is like a really hard time for me. It's just so brutal. And so I wanted to kind of simulate that a little bit. So I thought, well, I'll run all through the night. So I ran from 8 p.m. till 5 a.m. And I did 41 miles, which isn't a whole heck of a lot. I mean, that's a lot of miles. I've done more in different races. So I was actually going slow. trying to just take my time. I didn't want to get hurt or do anything dumb. So, don't get me wrong, like 41 miles is it still sucks big time. But yeah, that's what I did for my 900th day. So that's why I call myself Ultra Farmer. I don't know if that's... I'm pretty much ultra terrible at backing up this baler. But yeah, that's why I call myself Ultra Farmer. I run, like I said, I try to run every morning. Although it's just this time of the year, I like to run in the afternoons, and the reason for that is because all winter I ran in the morning and it was freezing cold, and it's finally kind of starting to get like a little bit springtime weather. It's getting a little nicer out, and I kind of ran a few times in the afternoon, and it was nice out, and the sun was shining, and it wasn't dark, and so most mornings I run, but I have snuck in a few afternoon runs to, just enjoy a bit of the sunshine. Okay, we've got a little bit of cash, so what I want to do is, it's 8 grand. Okay, we can't spend that much money. We need we'll put 500 liters in there for now. Okay, put 500 liters in there, and I think what I want to do is I want to hook on these bad boys. I just want to have these on because I'm gonna have to get rain wrap and stuff. Let's grab the forks just to have on this. Have this guy set up. Okay, so we're good to go. So we got bales done and we cultivated. All right, I think for this episode we're gonna end this episode here. So on the next episode, we will continue with field prep. I'm going to hook onto this seeding unit right now as well, and I'm going to pull it over to that field and kind of get it ready so that we can plant right after we plow. Let's just go like this real quick. And yeah, in the next episode, what we're going to be doing is we got fields to prep. So we're going to end up plowing this field over here in the next episode. We'll get some grass planted. I already got this thing. It looks like they left this thing full of seed and fertilizer for us, which is awesome. But yeah, next episode let's shut this thing off. We'll get this field plowed, and then what we'll probably end up doing is hooking onto the cultivators, because that other field, what did we call that field? Field 13, lucky number 13. So this is 11 and 13. So 13 just needs to get a good cultivator wrapped around it, and it's also got a bunch of fertilizer already down. So once we plant that field, we're gonna be super good to go. So thank you guys so much for watching. Again, if you're new here, I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. I always appreciate it if you could like and hit that sub button for me. It helps out a bunch, but don't ever feel like you have to. If you guys have already been here, thank you for sticking around the channel. Thank you for checking out this gameplay series, and yeah, let me know in the comment sections what you think of this map if you've played it, and I'll see you guys on the next episode. Alright guys, take care. So on today's episode, we gotta get fields prepped. I'm actually let's just hop in this thing and we'll fire this tractor up. We're not actually quite ready to use this thing yet, but we're gonna pull it over here and kind of just get ready. Because what I got to do is I have to plow this field. Yeah, that's the first thing that we're going to have to do here. Let's go jump in this tractor and let's get the GPS set up and let's start plowing this field. What we really want to do today is get this field plowed. I'm actually going to jump into this mode real quick here. And we got to get the cultivators to rip around this field. This field doesn't actually need to be plowed, but we do got to get it prepped. And we want to get some grass planted. That's going to be our main goal for today, is get the grass planted in both of these fields, get them rolled out, and yeah, we got field prep and some planting to do. So we actually got quite a bit of work to do. Let's get this GPS going. Yeah, that ought to work. Okay. This should go relatively quick though, because these plows are actually pretty good. So this should go pretty good, and we will see I don't want to just I don't want to pull up the menu just yet here, but once we get this field plowed, we'll have to go and check and see if there's any other contracts that we can do. Again, just I'll kind of do a little bit of a recap from the first episode, just in case there's any new eyes here today and they don't know what we're doing. Let me just make this corner. But basically what's going on with the contracts is we decided we're not going to be able to accept a contract unless I actually have the tractors and implements or pieces of equipment to do the contract. I'm not going to allow myself to borrow anything. I also am not allowed to take any loans out. This is kind of another part of the challenge in this series is we're not going to take out any loans. So no loans, and the only contracts that we can do are the contracts that we have the actual equipment for. So, you know, we were lucky enough last episode we did a baling contract as we had a baler. We were lucky that that contract allowed us to do round bales because we don't have a square baler. I'm hoping that there's going to be some maybe potentially cultivating contracts or fertilizing contracts coming in the next bit. That would be pretty. I mean, we're going to get into the fall here, so a lot of, I don't know exactly what's on all the fields around here, but there's going to be a bunch of, a bunch of harvest going on, and then fields need to be prepped for the winter. So hopefully there'll be some cultivating contracts that we can get our hands on to, to help out. And we really want to get some grass going. I want to get grass planted because the farm that we purchased is, it was originally a cattle farm. We do not have any cattle right now. I'm hoping that if we can get enough grass, like if we get grass planted, we'll be able to get a good cut in before winter. We should be able to get a solid cut off all these fields. And I'm hoping what I can do is just get some, we'll just do it all in silage is kind of my plan, because if we can do it all in silage, sell all that silage in the spring, or rather right after Christmas, that should give us a good chunk of change, and we will be able to go buy some cattle. That's kind of my main plan. I don't really have... I kind of can do everything that we need to do with the equipment that we have. We don't really need to go buy any other pieces of equipment. Anything else that we bought would just be bonus equipment, really. And I don't want to spend money on that. I would really rather just save as much money as we can doing contracts and maybe doing some silage bales, and then we'll buy as many cattle as we can, respectively, so we don't go super broke. But that's kind of my rough plan with this year and into the next year. So we got to get grass planted. That's the main thing. I definitely want to hire a worker, but we don't really have the cash to spend, you know what I mean? Just gonna back up here. Let's get set on this row. Yeah, I don't want to waste any money paying for workers just yet. I don't think, at least. I mean, maybe what we could do is we could see. I could just do a little bit of a test run right now, and just see what it would cost. I could get a worker going planting this field once we're done plowing. I'd be able to do that and just see. That's weird that didn't stay connected for me. Let's just back up here. There we go. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll put a worker to plant this field, and then we can take this tractor and we'll go run the cultivators around that other field, and we'll see how much it costs. Let's just spin around here. Do this pass right here. But yeah, that's the plan for this series. We want to build a pretty substantial dairy empire, or just a really, really big cattle operation. I've done cattle in previous series and just gameplays and such, blah blah blah, but I never really did a whole bunch of dairy stuff. So I don't honestly know what's the best. I mean, if you guys know anything, if you know, put it in the comment section. What is better to do? Is it better to do cheese? Is it better to do the bottled milk? I think we can do butter from it too. Just I don't know what the best production facility is to kind of work towards when it comes to the dairy cows. I think, from what I know, I think the best time to sell the cattle is around the 3 to 4 year mark. Because I think after that, their value starts to go down. And I'm pretty sure the 3 year mark, I believe, we'll have to kind of check and just pay attention. But I believe the 3 year mark is where we're going to get kind of the oh, best value for the cattle. So that's something I want to keep in mind. I don't really know what we're going to buy first. Then, like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get calves or if we're going to have enough money that we can kind of get some more mature cows that'll start to reproduce relatively quickly for us. What I do think, though, is I think we have more than enough land right now to keep the animals super fed and still be able to produce a bunch of silage to, make as much money as we can. Maybe what we can do too, is what we'll do. I'll spin around and I'll get us set up on this next row. And we'll check the contracts and we'll just see if anything new popped up. Okay, let's just check the contracts here real quick. Baling. See, these are square baling ones. Harvesting. Plowing 15. Okay, let's take this contract. We'll accept that. What other contracts do we got here? Rock removal, spraying, wood transport. Okay, well, we'll take what we can get. We can go plow that field after. So that's what we'll do instead. We will get this field plowed, and maybe we'll set a worker to plant this field. And that way we can see how much it costs us to have someone plant this field. And then we can run up and plow that field and at least make a little bit of cash. I don't know. I don't think we're going to have to worry about too much fertilizer on that other field. I think the field status says that it's already 100% fertilized, which is pretty nice. So we should be able to cultivate and then just plant that field, which is going to be pretty nice, I think. But yeah, I don't really know the best way to do dairy cows, so we're going to kind of figure it out a little bit as we go. I haven't went and like looked at any videos or really done any research because I kind of like the part of just figuring it out as I go, unless I hit some sort of a really weird kind of roadblock or something. It's kind of just fun to figure it out as you go. And also put in the comment section, what do you guys think for different lengths of videos? What do you guys kind of prefer? Do you prefer longer episodes? Do you prefer shorter ones? What's kind of the best? Me personally, when I'm watching gameplay series, I like the longer episodes, but that's just me. I kind of like it. I can throw it on just when I'm doing some chores around the house or whatever. It's kind of just good background noise, if that makes sense. I can throw it on when I'm cooking and stuff. That's what I like personally, but let me know what you guys think. Let me know in the comment section what you think. Also, let me know in the comment section, how many of you watched the new Gladiator movie, Gladiator 2? Did any of you guys watch that? I seen it. We actually went to the theater to watch it, which I haven't been to the theater, actually went to the movies in years. Because what's the point, man? Oh, I missed a spot there. But, I don't know. If I'm being completely honest, I thought it was absolutely brutal. I thought it was really, really bad. I mean, am I crazy? Or let me know what you guys think. I don't know. I mean, Denzel's usually pretty solid. Like a Denzel movie, it's a pretty solid movie usually, and that one for me just was not it. I don't know. What don't want to complain about it too much. Maybe it's just because I loved Gladiator 1. Gladiator 1 is such a good movie. Like, it was so good. It's hard to match up to something like that. That's for sure. I'm liking this tractor though. This is a pretty decent tractor. Like, if you guys are doing uh, any of your own series or any of your own kind of challenges or building your own farms, and you need a good, cheap, medium tractor, this is the one. This is the one for sure. 230 horse for 90 grand. That's a pretty good friggin' deal, that's for sure. Pretty good deal indeed. I also kind of don't know in this series if we should venture off into doing another set of animals along with the dairy cows. Like, we have so much space that we could potentially do pigs. We could always do pigs. But again, it's kind of fun. Part of what makes it fun in these series is like your gameplay can change by like a good deal that comes in the stores. Like, we can have our fields and stuff going, and then just by chance, like, say a cotton harvester or something weird comes through the store, and it's just a good deal, and then next thing you know, we're putting in cotton fields. Like, I kind of like that aspect where it's not so set in stone, if that makes sense. Like, you can kind of just roll with it a little bit. That's what I like. Okay, so this will be our final pass here. Now, what I think I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna wait to go plow that field, to be honest. Just because I kind of want to get the cultivating done on our other field so that we can get these planted. That's like the main thing, is to get these planted, and then that way, for some reason, if we don't get to plowing that other field, the contract field this episode, it's not really the end of the world. So let's jump into this tractor, and I'll set a worker on it. Okay, we got $12,210. Let's see what it costs us to have someone plant this field for us. Jump back in here. Let's go drop these off, and let's grab our cultivators and head over to that other field. Yeah, we got so much room. We got so much room around this farm to expand. We're gonna have to cut some trees down, but we also got to clean up some garbage. Like, there's just piles of garbage everywhere around this farm. That'll be part of our fall project. Once we get our field set and they're just growing, we'll take some time to do some cleanup around here. Let's just grab a little bit of fuel while we're here. Alright, let's go cultivate this field. This field's going to be it's going to take a little bit of time to do, to be honest. Okay, let's unfold this unit. And we're going to have to set our GPS. I like doing 3 headlands because it's just a little bit easier to turn this thing around. Okay, there we go. We're cultivating machine now. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going to be pretty not too bad. Field's a little squirrely here. Geez, might have to go into our terraform tool and maybe clean up the edge of this field a little bit one day. But that's on our low priority list. Main priority is get some silage going. Get a bunch of silage bales ready to rock. The other thing that I got to spend a little bit of money on is somewhere to store all our bales. Some sort of bale storage, which I think I think on this map there's something that we can get for about 5 grand that'll store the bales, which will be pretty good. I can't remember how many bales it'll store, but I think that's what I'll end up doing. I'm going to kind of just look and see what options we have, because we really don't have that much money. But if we can get a good bale storage, that'll be important, just to kind of keep everything clean and tidy around the farm as much as we can. And we also got to clean out that outhouse at some point, which we might have to draw straws for, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see if we can catch this corner. There we go. Okay, I think, you know, like, this is going to be a long field. I think what I'll probably end up doing is, let's do a little bit of a time lapse of me getting this field done. And then I'll bring you guys back in once this field's complete, and we'll go over and we'll check and we'll see how much money we spent to get that, that field planted. So I'll bring you guys back after this time lapse. Alright, team, we got this field cultivated. I just don't know. I don't know how we deal with all these like weird dead spots that are kind of like all over the field. I don't know if that's gonna, if the grass will be affected by that. No, the grass will definitely be affected by that. Does anyone in chat know like how to fix that or how to avoid that? I think what I'm gonna do before I plant this field is I'm gonna come over and like maybe just run the plow over these spots and then maybe cultivate it quick after. Like, I don't really know what to do to get rid of it. The only thing I can think of is to plow over it, but yeah, I don't know what to do. Okay, so we got this field cultivated. It actually went pretty not too bad, all things considered. Let's bring the cultivators in. Oh, I still want to get a pressure washer, real bad. But okay, let's drop these off right there. Let's head over. Might as well grab this plow and let's see how our person's doing, our workers doing on this field, getting it all planted. I think we've spent about what were we at 12,210. So I don't know, we're like 600 bucks in, 600 bucks in. That's not too bad. Looks like all we got left are headlands. So yeah, not too bad. Okay, well, let's get over and plow this other field. We should be able to do this other field pretty quick, I'm thinking, because it's not a super big field. This was actually the field that we baled in the first episode. Yeah, it is a plow. Oh, for some reason, I just jammed out and I thought for a second that it was a cultivating. But I wish we could. Yeah, see, look at those dead spots. That's weird. But I'm thinking if we plow this real quick and then maybe head back over to that other field, and I'll try and plow those spots and see if I can get those spots out. Let's do this. Okay. There we go. A lot of field prep today. This is a big field prep day, but I guess kind of knew that was going to happen. Uh, I just really want to get some grass going. Get some grass, and then that way we can get a decent cut before winter hits. And I wonder how many bales. I wonder how many bales we're going to get. You should put in the chat, or put in the comment section what you guys think we're going to get for bales off of both those fields. Oh god, what's going on there? There we go. Jeez, got a little bit squirrely there for a second. Yeah, put in the comment section what do you guys think we'll get off bales. The one field is about 5 acres. I think it's just a little less. It's like 4.84 or something like that, 4.94. And the other one is just under 11. I'm pretty sure it's like 2.9 or 10.9 rather. I wonder how many bales we'll get. I bet you we'll get quite a few silage bales, because that baler we have only does 125 centimeter bales, which it would be nice if we, yeah, it'd be nice if we could do a bit bigger ones, but it is what it is. We got, we got to be grateful for that. Glad we have a baler. Okay, let's get those around here. Good. Okay. God, I love this GPS though. I love this GPS. I love it for when you got to work fields by your, like by hand when you can't afford to use workers because you're broke and you spent all your money buying a farm. But I'm glad we got a farm that had basically, well, no, it has everything that we need. Yeah, it has everything that we need. Even some extra stuff like that dirty old outhouse and piles of garbage everywhere. So that's good. Okay, what I think I'm going to do though, because I don't really want to do another time lapse, what I think I'm just going to do quick is I'll finish this field real quick, and then I'll bring you guys back when we head over, and we'll go see if we can deal with some of those dead spots. Yeah, we'll see if we can deal with some of those dead spots on that field, or I think they're dead spots. They definitely seem like it. I'm not too sure why that happens, but if anyone knows why that happens or how you can avoid it, let me know in the comments section. But yeah, I'll finish plowing this field quick, and then I'll bring you guys back in a sec when we're heading over to touch up a few of those spots. All right, team, we are back. We got that contract. Actually, we got that contract done, and let's go collect some cash. Almost at 15,000, not too bad. And our worker on this field finished up planting, and I think it costed us about 800 bucks. Actually, let's go check. No, we want to go to finances. Let's go see property maintenance. Let's go down. Does it tell us? Wage payment, 703 bucks. Not too bad. Okay, $703. Not too bad. Let's just double check this real quick here. I want to see. Okay, so we got 50% fertilized. Okay, so we'll have to fertilize that after one stage of growth. Let's pull over. I want to pull through and do this just before I forget. I want to pull over and fill the tanks with fertilizer and a little bit more seed, which we should be able to just pull right past these units here. Fertilizer. Okay, that's pretty good. Might as well fill up with seed while we're here. Okay. So let's take this unit over to this other field, and I'm just going to kind of park it off to the side. Yeah, we'll just park it like somewhere right here for now. It's going to work good. Oh, okay, let's go grab this tractor, and let's see if we can touch up these... We'll see if we can touch up these dead spots. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'll go through, I'll hit all of them with the plow, and then I'm going to grab the cultivators just to kind of smooth out the seed bed and just see if this patch like still comes up. Okay, so it looks like we have 3 right across here. I'm just going to... Let's just turn that off there. Okay, let's see if we can just do that. I don't know if this is the thing to do. It's the only thing I can think to do, though, because it's not like you can... Well, we don't have a sprayer, for one, but it's not like it's a weed. It's like a weird dead spot, so I don't know. The only thing that makes sense is to, like, put some kind of intense tillage on it and, hope for the best. Okay, let's hit this guy. See if we can get this in kind of 2 passes here. Kinda, sorta. I think I missed a little bit on the corner there. Let's just drop this down and just do that. That'll work fine, I think. Let's hit this spot. Okay. Looking not too bad. Whoa. Button mashing is what's happening. Okay, let's try and get this spot here. Okay, that seems good. Yeah, I can see spots down at the end there. I don't think there's anything down there. Just a couple down here. And then, like I said, I'll go grab that set of cultivators and just smooth out the seed bed. I probably should have cultivated that other field before I planted, but it is too late now. Okay. Spin around here. See if we can catch this. Well, hopefully this works. I feel like it has to, though, no? And do a nice little spot there. Now the only thing, though, I don't know... I'm gonna hop out of the tractor here real quick and see something. Okay, so this says it's 100% fertilized. Oh. That also says it's 100% fertilized. Okay, let's take these... let's take this set of plows back up to the farm. And we'll grab the cultivators and we'll just see if we can smooth out these patches and see if... like if we can see anything weird pop through it, because when it's cultivated, we should still be able to see. Actually, while I'm here, can I catch this little spot? I don't know what we can do with that there. Might just have to live with that, or we'll get it a different time. Okay, but we'll go pull those cultivators around and just see if we can smooth this out. And then what we'll also do is we'll check and see if there's any other contracts, which I don't think there is, but never know. We'll see if anything else popped up while we were doing our chores here. This thing is still good with fuel. Okay, let's drop these off. Let's go grab these cultivators just one more time. Okay, let's back in here. Spin around. Now, let's just check this other tractor while I'm thinking of it. Yeah, he's still got lots of fuel in him. We're good to go. We're good to go. So let's go smooth out these plow marks and see if I can get rid of that, because I don't want to have all these dead spots on this field. I want to have a good... I want it to be getting the max amount of yield that we can without any weird dead spots. I know it doesn't really matter, like, probably didn't really make that much of a difference, but... anything worth doing is worth doing right. Okay, let's drag through this and see. It seems good. I think it's good. Should definitely be able to see some like weird patchy stuff if it's not. So I'm thinking that's going to be good, and hopefully that fixed whatever needed to happen there. Okay, let's get these spots done. Not too bad. It was about, yeah, 500 bucks. About 500 bucks to get that other field done, or 700 bucks, right? To get that field done with a worker, which isn't great, but it definitely helped out. I think for the rest of this, though, I'm just going to have to kind of just do it by hand, you know? Because we don't really have... unless we got some other contract we can go to. What do we got here? Harvesting? No, there's absolutely nothing. I have a mod where we can refresh the contracts. It doesn't look like it does anything. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we are hooped then. We are hooped. We're going to have to do everything by hand, which is fine. Which is fine. Okay, let's go catch these spots down at the bottom. And then I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll start planting this field, which will take, you know, it's going to take a little bit of time, but we'll get it planted. We got to get that other field rolled out. Now, rolling that other field will go, you know, relatively quickly. I guess what I could do... do I really want to do that? I was thinking, like, what I could do is set a worker and start planting this field while I go roll that other field. And then once I'm done rolling that field, I could just come over here and just take over planting. I don't know if that's a bad idea or a good idea. Keep missing a bunch of spots, that's for sure. Okay, let's bring this through here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's bring this back over. Okay, I'll run this back up to the farm, and I'll bring you guys back in a sec, and we'll get started. Maybe we'll go roll that field first. Okay, we are back. Let's drop these rollers down, and we're going to get this field nice and rolled out. This really shouldn't take that long, because these rollers are, you know, they seem wide compared to that plow and stuff that we were using, but yeah, this really shouldn't take that long to roll this field out. I did kind of what I said I was going to do is I've got a worker going on that other field getting started planting it, and I'm just going to roll this field out, you know, as quick as I can, and then head over and I'll kind of take over planting. I think is the plan. Whoa, kind of Tokyo drifted that there. Did you guys see that? What? Just want to back up. I want to make sure I get this real good. I want to get I want to make sure the yields are perfect off these fields. Which I don't know how much does rolling really affect the yield bonus? That I actually don't really know the answer to. Does it? It must. It must affect it a little bit. Probably like 7% maybe? Maybe it's more. If anyone knows, let me know in the comment section below what percentage of like penalty you get for not rolling a field. I bet you get like a, instead of like a 97 or a 98% yield bonus, you probably get like 87. Might be like 10%. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I even really remember the last time I didn't roll a field and then was hit with some sort of yield like penalty, if you will. But not too bad. There was a bit more work than I kind of thought, or maybe like, I don't know, a bit more work than I kind of anticipated for today. I kind of thought we'd get a little bit more done on this episode, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm not really going to try and rush through this series. I just want to kind of plug away. I want to have a kind of a fun series that we just slowly build up a massive empire, and hopefully we can. I'm pretty excited to do dairy cows because, like I said, I've never really done dairy cows to the fullest before. I've had basically every animal in this game and kind of messed around with it at some point or another, but to do like a start from, this isn't really a start from scratch, I know, but to do a series. Oh, look at this drift. Dang. But to do a series where we really build dairy, like a dairy empire up from the complete ground, that'll be kind of fun to do. So I'm looking forward to that. That's for sure. Okay, spin around here. I know this probably isn't the right way you're supposed to roll fields, but well, that's okay. That is okay. Alright, I think what I'm going to do for the rest of this field, I'll just do another quick little time lapse to get us done this field, and then we'll head over and start planting. Or take over planting, rather. All right. Okay, we are back. We got that field rolled. We have a field fully done. I mean, we still got to fertilize it one more time, but basically we are good to go. I definitely thought I started this. Did I? Something tells me that when I hit the GPS, okay, well, I didn't have anyone going on this. I must have, oh God. I must have, wait a second. Let me just pull up here one sec. Oh yeah, never mind. I must have screwed up. When I was in this, I must have been on this one and then just hit OK and thought I was giving her, but apparently I was not. Okay, let's sync on that and let's turn this thing on and let's get some grass in the ground. I wonder if we'll be able to do this whole field with one tank of fertilizer. We'll definitely be able to do it with one tank of seed, but I wonder if we'll be able to do it with one tank of fertilizer. Not 100% sure. But not too bad. Like, I mean, this field is going to take a little bit of time to do, that's for sure. We're only going at 7 miles an hour, so she's going to be a bit of a slow one to get this guy all planted out. I almost... No, we can't really afford it. I really want to just hire someone to do it, but I think I'm just going to slowly pick away at it here, and I'll slowly get it done. I might have to go refuel or refill with fertilizer about halfway through, or, you know, 2/3 through, but that's okay. But I think what I'm probably going to do is I think I'll probably just end this episode here. I'm just going to kind of slowly pick away at this and maybe get this one finished. And then next episode, when I bring you guys in, what we'll probably end up be doing is rolling this field. And, or you know what I might do? I think I might just finish this field quick, or quick rather. I'll get this field done, and then I think I'll roll it out quick, and that way next episode when we come in, I'll kind of sleep through a month, and it'll bring us into July. And then what we'll be doing on the first part of that episode is we will go fertilize that other field, and then we will look for some contracts that hopefully we can do. And if not, we'll work around the farm and we'll do a little bit of cleanup. We'll get some garbage cleaned up, that's for sure, that needs to be done. And we'll go from there. We'll really go from there. And if we got to kind of probably, I mean, if all worked out good, if we can get enough stuff done next episode, get some cleanup and stuff done, we might be able to get into maybe September-ish, September, October, and who knows, we could start cutting and maybe doing some baling. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this episode. Hopefully stick with us through this series. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate it if you could hit that like and hit that sub button. And, drop any comments down below, any ideas, or if you have any insights for dairy farming and just kind of doing dairy productions and stuff, things to, that are good or things I should probably try and avoid. It'd be great, and I'd love to hear from you guys. So once again, this is Ultra Farmer. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 3 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. We are still just plugging away, and we are trying to build kind of the biggest dairy operation that we can. And if you're with me from last episode, we got some fields planted, we got some fields rolled, and basically what I did is I slept through a month, so we are now into August. And I'm just going to fire this tractor up actually. I'm going to pull him out of the way. And I'm going to hook the John Deere tractor. Yeah, I'm going to hook the John Deere tractor up to... Oh, let's get that tree out of everyone's face there. I don't know if I'll be able to get into it from here. But I'm going to hook the John Deere tractor up to our fertilizer spreader. And we're going to go fertilize one of the fields. I'm actually going to probably set a worker to do it, because the fertilizing will go quite quick. It shouldn't really cost us too much money for a worker to do this field for us, but I'll actually just pull over. What I did in the last episode, the way it finished off, was I was getting this field, our big field, planted over here, and then basically the only thing I did off camera is I finished planting it and I rolled it quick. And this field is basically good to go. We got 97% yield bonus on it. It's 100% fertilized. It's basically good to go. We could harvest it on its next growth cycle. So we don't really have to do anything with this field. Also, I'll just cruise by real quick. If you remember, we had some dead spots. I'm just going to zoom out here. We had some dead spots in the field that were just across over there and some at the end. And by plowing it and then cultivating over that before we planted, that really seemed to do the trick to clean those off. So I didn't really know that's how you fix them. I thought they were just kind of, they would come and go, which I guess they kind of do, but I didn't really know there was something you could do to fix it. I guess it makes sense that you could just plow it, but I did not know that. Notice this field to our right, which is not our field, but it is completely withered, and in the new month that we're in, we actually have a contract down here to do some baling. There's a cultivating contract on this field as well, field 14. So we have a set of cultivators. Again, if you're new to the series, or if you kind of missed it, the only contracts that I'm allowing us to do are contracts that we actually have equipment for. So I can't borrow the equipment. The only thing I can do is use the equipment that we have, and we do have a set of cultivators. So I'm going to accept this contract, because it'd be nice to have that cash, and this baling contract, which is going to take a little bit of time, but luckily for us, it's round bales, which we do have a round baler. And so I'm going to accept this contract as well. And I don't really think there's anything else. Hoeing. there, you know, it makes me want to get. If a really cheap combine came through at some point, it might be good to grab it just so we could do contracts like this. Like I know it would take us a minute to harvest field 8, but you know, 42,000 would be pretty not too bad. I don't know what just happened there. It just like updated in real time there. Oh my God. I literally didn't even hit any buttons either, but okay, well there's another cultivating contract down here, which is probably, I know that field. That's a big field. It's gonna take, oh, and you see all those little dots through that field? Those are power lines. They're power posts. Yeah, but we need money, so we're gonna have to accept this contract. Okay, boom. All right, so we got 3 pretty decent sized contracts to do. So I want to get fertilizing on this field. Dang, if we can get all those contracts done, well, we will get all those contracts done. Um, get all those contracts done, and by the end of this month, let's set a worker goal. This get all those contracts done. Let's just go. We don't want to count our chickens too much here, but that's like 20, another 20, 40, 50 grand, maybe 51,000. That would be pretty good. It would be pretty good because we'll just hang out for a second and chat while this guy's doing this field. Actually, no. We're going to go hook onto the cultivators and get going. Because what I'm thinking is I was going to wait till the springtime to buy a whole bunch of cattle. But, I might buy some for this winter. I don't know. I didn't really realize I would get that other contract. I seen the first 2, the cultivating one and the baling one, and that other one just popped up out of nowhere, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, man, if we could have like 50 grand out of that and then get some cattle going, that would be pretty awesome. It would be pretty not too bad. Okay. Let's open this up, because what I'm kind of thinking... Oh, no. What I'm kind of thinking is if I do... Oh, we're on the wrong one there. Let's do that. Let's do 3 headlands. Maybe I could do... Can you do 4? No, it won't let you do it. Okay. Alright. Let's get this down. And then I'll chinwag with you while we're doing this. Okay. Okay, what was I gonna do here? I want to get baling. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to do this though. I'm kind of thinking if I can get a bunch of this field done, if I can get the headlands done, I might be able to set a worker to kind of do the up downs, and then we could go get started on baling, but I don't really know. I don't know if that's going to be possible. I might just have to fight through it and get this cultivating done. It would be good if we had some extra fertilizing contracts. Fertilizing contracts are usually awesome, and they're pretty good to do. Even though you got to like buy the fertilizer, they're still super worth it. Even hoeing contracts. Like, if I'm always going to be watching the store, it was kind of something I was thinking about. I'm going to watch the store and just see, like, we don't really need a set of like hoeing implements, but every once in a while, like, a good contract comes up, and the hoeing ones in particular are good because that one set of implements, I can show you if we can get on a stretch here that's not so zigzaggy. Okay, this looks like a straight stretch here. Let's get this set up. I'll just go show you real quick, or if I can do it fast. These right here, they're 36 grand brand new, so if you can get them used for like 15, 16 grand, they go 15 miles an hour. So if you can find a hoeing contract, even on bigger fields, 15 miles an hour, like, fields get done really quick, and that's a pretty cheap implement to have, you know, even though we don't really need it too much. But if I could get one on sale through the stores and then just wait, and it'll slowly pay for itself through some hoeing contracts. especially on some of those bigger fields. Even a field like this 14 that we're dealing with, it could be a decent sized hoeing contract on a field like this. But one thing at a time, one thing at a time. The main thing I want to do is get some of our fields cut, get some hay kind of stored away for the animals, and then do the rest in silage. So my thought process was, or is rather, the field that we're fertilizing right now, I'm thinking that field I'm gonna cut, I'm gonna ted, windrow, and then probably just pick up all those windrows with the forage wagon and store a bunch of hay in the hay loft. Then that way we can get some animals through the winter, and we'll have hay that we can feed them. That other big field 13, I want to do all in silage bales is kind of my plan. And because if we can do all that in silage bales, we'll be able to get one pretty decent cut. Yeah, we'll be able to get one decent cut. I like leaving it till the second stage of growth, because I think, or the second stage of, like next month when we get into September, that field will say that it's ready to harvest. But if you actually wait one more month, I think it makes the yield even more. I haven't fully tested that yet, but I always think you get more off kind of the second ready to harvest prompt rather than the first one. But that's not confirmed. But if I could do that, if I can get a good cut off that field before winter, I think the peak of silage prices is going to be in like February/March. I'm pretty sure. I have a mod that tells us that, which we can check here. I just want to actually look at, it's this one right here. So we don't have silage in here yet, so it's not going to tell us, but this is a good mod. Just make sure we're not running anything. It's called time saving stock check. It basically just tells you when your stuff is going to be kind of the max value, what month and stuff like that. So you can look at it. It's just a little bit easier than going in and kind of looking through that chart. And yeah, it's a handy little mod. Another mod that I got is it's kind of a more realistic maintenance mod. So, which I kind of thought would be good for this gameplay series. So basically what that means is like I really got to be on top of maintenance with our tractors, because the mod makes it so that like if I'm not doing maintenance on our tractors and they get below the 50% mark, the tractors might just shut down on us. Like they might all of a sudden like legitimately break down. If they get to 0%, they will not start. So I just thought that would kind of be like an added thing to make it realistic. Not that we're doing the most realistic gameplay series, but it just seemed good, kind of like an added little thing to just be on top. We got to be on top of the maintenance, so I thought that would be good. I actually also got another mod that I haven't got to test yet, but it's a mod that'll actually let you like finish your contracts, if that makes sense. Like, you know how when you do a contract like this cultivating one, it doesn't actually let you finish the field. Like you get to the 100% mark before you've actually like finished the field. And this mod apparently will like let you finish the field, which is kind of, I know it doesn't really do anything to the game, but I like the idea of it. Okay, our tractor is done fertilizing, which is good. But we've got a lot of contracts to work on. A lot of contracts to get done now, which is crazy. I did not expect that other cultivating contract to pop up. That's going to be a big field. That's going to be a big field. Jeez, I'm not really doing too good here on this field, to be honest. I want to hire a worker, but one, we don't really have the money. Two, they get so, like, the workers are good, and it's, they're, in some ways I think they're, okay, we gotta get that spot there. In some ways I think it's better, it's obviously a lot better than FS22, some of the workers, because in FS22 you basically had to have very symmetrical or square fields for the AI workers to like really figure it out. As soon as there was like a rounded edge, it was like It was like dropping a leaf in front of an ant. Like they just couldn't figure it out. So the AI is better in this game, but they still, I don't know. They still just get jammed out sometimes, and if you're if you like stop them halfway through the field and then you start them back up, sometimes it's like they'll just wander around the field trying to find a place to like start. I don't know how to explain it. Have you guys noticed that? Like, let me know in the comment section if you found ways to kind of counter that, or maybe it's just me and I'm not doing something correct. I don't really know, but let me know. Let me know what you think about the AI workers in this game. The guided steering is awesome. Like the GPS that just comes stock is great, but yeah, sometimes the AI workers, they drive me nuts. Can't spin around here. Okay. This will be a bit of a weird field. It'll be nice once we get some of this kind of these hard turns and weird spots done, and we can just get in the middle of it. Then it'll go a little bit quicker. Get around these telephone poles and such. There we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, so that's basically what we're going to be working on this episode. I really want to get obviously these contracts done with this cultivating one, that baling one. I didn't really know the other cultivating contract would come up, to be honest. So that one, I don't know if we'll actually finish this episode, because that is going to be a big field that needs to be done, a massive field, and it'll definitely take some time. But the biggest focus will be getting these two contracts done, the baling, and then originally I was going to get these contracts done, get the field fertilized, and then sleep through a month and get us into growth stage so that we could, or so the grass fields are ready to harvest, and we're going to start cutting and doing some hay. But now that we got this other big contract to do, I think we just got to focus on that, because that's some pretty good cash, and we can definitely wait to cut these fields. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead here and I'll finish up this field. We'll do a little bit of a time lapse, and then I'll bring you back and we'll go over and we'll start baling. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so I definitely thought I had a mod that was it's supposed to let me finish doing the field, but now we just have to drive away with the strip unfinished. I hate that. I don't know why that bugs me so much. Who does that? You know what I mean? I gotta go check the mod then, because I definitely downloaded a mod. It was called like Mission Complete or something like that, and it was supposed to let you, yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm just going to set this. I'm not going to unhook this. I'm going to run over and get some fuel in this tractor because we're going to end up having to take this down to the other big cultivating contract. So I'm just going to fuel this up right now before I forget. And let's tab over to this guy. Let's fire this tractor up. So our grass fields should be good to go now. We've got 100% fertilizer, 97% yield bonus. We should be good to go. And potentially we could harvest next month in September. But I almost want to, well, what, yeah, maybe we'll just harvest next month. It doesn't really matter. We'll kind of just see how everything goes. So let's bring this guy back over to, we're going to bring this back over and we'll drop this off. And I will grab our baler. I think we'll just use this little tractor to go do the baling. And we'll head on over to field, I believe it's field 4. I'm just going to drop this off quick and we'll hook onto the baler and then we will check what field. Or yeah, it says up in the top corner there, duh. Yes, field 4. I just don't exactly know where field 4 is. Okay, that's good there. Alright, let's grab this baler and then we're off. I think we're off. Off like a herd of turtles, right? Do I have enough bale net? That is the question. Yeah, we're just gonna roll with it. Okay, let us see. Where is field 4? Dang, that's pretty easy to find. Not too hard at all. Also, real quick here, let's go into our contracts. Let's go collect some cash. Booyah. I mean, we're still broke, but less broke, right? I'm kind of thinking I might... What am I thinking? You know what I'm thinking? I just thought of. Ha ha ha. I think I might take that cultivator, that tractor down with the cultivator, and I might set a worker to start on that field. Because if I can start a worker, even to do headlands, maybe I'll get them started on headlands, and then whenever I'm done baling, I can go finish it off. So maybe that's what I'll do. Let's fire this thing up. Let's get this going down. Oh yeah, this is going to take a minute. I just want to see if it's going to even give me like a 1%. The only thing I didn't really check, which I don't think it matters. Yeah, it says 1%. Okay. So let's back off here. Shut down this tractor. Let's grab this unit. And this one we're going to field 1, which is at the very... Oh yeah, I know exactly where this field is. I know exactly where this field is. It's kind of down by the store. And it's massive. It's massive. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just put a little bit of a cut in here. I'll bring you guys back once I'm at the field. I'll drive down there right now, and I'll bring you back once I'm there. Okay, team, we are here. We are here at our massive field that needs to be cultivated. Yeah, just like I thought. There's power poles that go through everything. Jeez, what did I run over there? Culvert? Good lord. Like, it's just a dip in the ground, huh? Okay. Let's hop back in this unit and let's open up our AI workers. Okay, wow. I've just got a bad feeling that when they go to do around those poles, this thing is going to get jammed up for sure. But can I do 3? Yeah, I mean, that's all we can do. Alright, let's set someone to go on that. I just want to make sure everything starts without any issues here, and then we'll head back over and we'll start baling that field. It's gonna take a minute to bale that field, for sure. I definitely yeah, I didn't expect us to get this contract, but I'm thankful that we had it. I should check too and see if anything else has popped up contract wise. Hoeing. See what I mean? Like, if you can get these hoeing contracts are actually not too bad. Even these spraying units, like, or spraying contracts, if we could get a sprayer, one of these, you know, like even this guy, you get something like this on sale, then we could go do some spraying contracts. Or even this is a mod. But if we had a little bit of extra, you know, a little more disposable income in the future, something like this comes on sale. But yeah, these units are awesome. 12.5 meters wide, but they go 15 miles an hour, like I'm telling. And you'll need 160 horse to run it. So our John Deere 7810 that we got for baling right now, that thing could use it. The other thing that I want us to buy eventually is probably this spreader, or maybe something like this for the slurry tank, so we can use the slurry from the cow barn once we get cows going. To fertilize our fields would be ideal, but okay. Let's fire this guy back up and let's start baling. We got a lot of baling to do. A lot of baling. Oh yeah, look at this field. It would be nice. It would be nice to have square baler, that's for sure, because then you could just continuously bale. Oh, is the drop not on? There we go. There we go. Yeah, we are going to be baling for a minute. A minute and a bit. Okay, I'm going to spin around here. Once we get these weird kind of headlands done, even the first set here, once we get that done, it'll be a little bit better. But okay, we are just baling away now. I actually love baling. Like, I really do. I wish, you know, I've said it before, I wish I could have the Vicon fast bale for times like this, but maybe it'll come in the stores. You never know. I swear this game kind of knows sometimes when you're doing certain things. It's like the store will spit out. It'll spit out the right stuff for you. Even when I was in FS22, I was starting to build a cotton operation in one of our series, and the cotton harvesters are expensive. They're super expensive, and I was just like leasing them whenever I needed it, which is fine. And then just one day, like the most perfect cotton harvester came on sale, 60% off, and then after that, I started to pay attention, and like the cotton trailers would come on for sale, and just stuff like that. And I always used to just think it's like the game knew that my farm was focused on cotton. That's my conspiracy theory. That there's a FS 22 and 25 algorithm that knows exactly what I need. So now, I don't know how they got a windrow right through that telephone pole area, but that is some magic harvesting right there if I've ever seen it. Not too bad though. This it'll take a while, but it won't go. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into it that it won't take too long, but you know, that's farming. You got a big field. This is what we got to do to make some cash in the early days. Like in the other gameplay series, what I would always have to do, especially the start from scratch ones on No Man's Land, like the amount of trees that I cut down, loaded a trailer, hauled it to the sell point for like 10 grand, and just did it over and over again just to build up enough money to buy the first tractor, to get the first plow, to plant the first field. Like, one thing about No Man's Land is there ain't no contracts on No Man's Land. So you don't get the option of just, even though this is a bit time consuming, it's like easy money that you can make in the game. Like this will be an easy 19 grand or whatever this bid was for, essentially. No Man's Land, there are no contracts. There's nothing there. There's like one sell point, a whole bunch of trees, and that's it. That is absolutely it. So thankful that I have contracts that we can go do, at least to make some cash. And even though that other cultivating contract will take a while, I'm thinking, since that one kind of came out of nowhere, I'm just going to spend all the money that we get on that contract on cattle so that we can get some animals in the pasture, get them at least somewhat going to, or getting to the point where they can reproduce if we can afford more mature cattle. But we'll get as much as we can. We'll try and get a bunch of mature heifers and whatever else we got to get with calves or something, we just will. It's kind of my plan. I still don't really know what's going to be the best route for production facilities. I don't know if I don't know if the bakery. I know that sounds dumb, but I don't know if the bakery will take milk and then you can like make cake or something from it. I haven't really dug into all of that. So, again, if anyone has any suggestions, make sure and throw it in the comment section below. And if you're new around here, thanks for checking out the channel. Hopefully you'll stick with us through this series. I'm excited to really try and take cattle and really truthfully build a dairy empire where we could make like 10 million bucks or something crazy. So if you are new around here, we always appreciate it if you could hit the sub button. I would like that a lot. Hit the like button, all that jazz. But for sure, leave a comment if you're new, and if you're not new and you've been here since FS22 and you remember the days of getting the cotton harvester and Freckles and Thomas and Wyatt was our main helpers. Let me know in the comment section. That was a fun farm. That was a fun series. It really was. We went pretty far in 50 episodes. But that farm was intense in just 50 episodes. So I'm excited to do 50 episodes of this one and just see where we end up in comparison to that series. You can go check that series out at any point. It's just under the No Man's Land playlist. You can go see it. Even if you don't have time to watch all 50 episodes, I would say the very last episode. So what we did, I'll kind of explain, and what I'm going to do on this series as well is, for those of you who don't know, if you are new here, the reason I call myself Ultra Farmer is because I run ultra marathons. I train and run ultra marathons. I've done about, I think, 8 ultras now. But regardless, what we did on that series is, sorry, I just gotta get this tree out of your guys' face. What we did on that series was I had built the farm up to a pretty big level, and we had some really big fields. And in that series, our main focus was on sunflowers, where we had big sunflower oil production units, and cotton fields, where we had a clothing factory that we were doing clothes, and that was the main source of our income. And the animals that we had were sheep. And so at the end of that series, at the very last, it would have been episodes 48 and 49. 48 was like a prep episode, and then episode 49 was like a really big one. It was like 2.5 hours long, and to be honest, I played this game for like almost 14 hours straight that day. It was like to do like like an ultra episode, if you will. And what I did is we went through and we did 2 full harvests off of our fields, which was like, I mean, if you go back and you watch that series, the fields that we had to work, they were massive, absolutely massive. And to do 2 full harvests, like by the time you harvested the field, and then I would have to run the cultivators across it, and then we had to do lime. There was a couple fields that we had to plow and then pick the stones, do the lime, plant, roll, and then harvest again. It was such a long day for me. Like, everything was building up to it in the series, where I was like, okay, series is coming to an end. This was right when FS25 was going to come out. It was going to be like the last series, and I'm like, we're going to do a big, like an ultra harvest. I'll do 2 back to back. And I sat at my computer for, I'm not joking, like almost 14 hours one day. I was so sick of playing that map after that. But yeah, so what I was getting at, if you don't have time to go back and watch the full series, you could go back and you could watch the end of the series, episodes like 48, 49, and 50. Because in episode 50 was just kind of like I just did like a recap of everything we went through, and there's like a kind of like a time lapse compilation video that I did in that showed the build of the farm, basically from the first day right till the last harvest. So you could watch that and you'll be able to see kind of how all the trees that I cut down. And we started out, we had a truck and a chainsaw and this old tractor that was 30 horse, this old 30 horse tractor that I called 30 horse in a dream. And that's all that we had, and built it up right to the end. It was pretty cool. It was a pretty fun series. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that's my story. That is my story. Okay, what I think I'm gonna do here, I think we're probably gonna have to do another time lapse of me doing the rest of this field, because I don't know how many other boring stories I can tell you just yet. We got a lot of episodes for me to tell you some boring stories, so we'll save them for one episode at a time, I think. But yeah, I'll do a little bit of time lapse of us doing this field, and honestly, my whole plan of like someone else doing the cultivating on the other field and then me just baling this, and I would go pick it up when we were done. I think the AI worker is going to be done cultivating by the time I get this baled. So, but yeah, I'll bring you guys back. We'll do a little bit of a time lapse of the rest of this baling, and yeah, I'll bring you back after that. All right, team, we did it. We bailed up a storm there. Good Lord, that was a lot of bailing. A lot of bailing. So I'm just gonna head back up to the farm right now. One thing I can't forget to do is load this thing with round bale net. But is this where I'm going? Jeez, just forgot where I was going for a second. Okay, I'm gonna take this tractor back. And then we're going to run up and we're going to grab that cultivator and keep cultivating that field. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go check on it. I mean, we've already paid for 60% of it, so if we got to pay for the last 40, I mean, well, maybe I'll do a bit of it. I don't know. I don't want to be lazy about it, but I'm sick of cultivating fields, to be honest. Okay, let's bring this baler. I'm gonna bring him right here for now. But I'm not gonna back it in because we're gonna need him right away. Okay, so what I gotta do though is maybe let's just get some. Let's get some bale net, 1,200 bucks. Is twine different? I actually don't know. We'll just get one of these. Okay, so as you can see, it delivered it to us. Yeah, but I have to pay a $30 delivery fee. So, like I said, I think that's kind of fair considering the only difference is I would have to like run down, get the forks, and run to the store, and it just saves us a little bit of time. I think paying that is like a good trade-off for using kind of a, I don't want to say it's like a cheaty mod, but just helps out a little bit. But I'm gonna grab this pallet and I'm gonna move it out of the way. Even though we might be able to lift it by hand, it's probably not that heavy. But I wanted to show you guys, I actually downloaded another mod that's like not, well, it doesn't help me connect to this better, that's for sure. But it's a neat mod here, and I'll show you as soon as I connect on to these things. It's just really, really simple, but it's helpful because even when you're in the tractor, even if you're zoomed in like this and you're trying to pick something up a pallet, it's kind of hard to tell like how level your forks are. But if you look down by my speedometer, you'll see that there's two numbers down there, and if I go up and down with the arms, it tells me the height at which my arms are. And then if I articulate the forks forward and back, like let me just lift them up a little bit here. So my forks are angled back a little bit. If I roll them forward, you see how it says 12, 10, 9, 8, and then at 0, that's telling me that the forks are now level. So if I drop it down there, see how I'm like perfectly flat sitting on the ground and it's 0, 0? Pick it up a little bit. And so you can just be up here, kind of watching down at your forks like this, and you can tell how level they are without having to like look to the side or anything like that. So that's just kind of a neat little mod. See, so I should be able to just go like that, go like that. Boom. There we go. It's the little things in life, Actually, where am I going to put this? I'm going to go put this in the shed over here where I actually keep the baler. But I was also thinking, since I use store deliveries and let's go like this. Let's go in here. So level it out. I can see down on my thing there. Oh, I should have just backed away from that easily. Yep. Perfect. So I was thinking, since I use the store deliveries, and I think that the trade-off for doing that, you got to pay the delivery fee, which I think is a fair trade-off. Since I have that bale trailer over there that has an auto load feature on it, I think every time that I use, the auto load feature, like when we're picking up the bales, I'm gonna pay a fee. Like I think I should pay like 500 bucks or something like that. Like it should cost me some money to use that feature because like it costs me money to use the store deliveries feature. So I think it'd be fair if it costed me money. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's my way of keeping it fair, or trying to keep it fair. I probably can drop these forks off, though, now. Let's drop these forks off. Oop. Run into the barn. No big deal. Drop those out. Okay. Oh. The tractor just shut off there. I think that might be part of this new mod. Oh man, I think this might be part of that new mod where you gotta like do your maintenance and stuff. Let's drop this off right there. Let's pull up to this. What do we gotta do? Repair. Let's repair this tractor. $1,000. Jeez. Expensive oil change. But, I mean, I guess this tractor's got 31 hours on it, so... Which, I mean, is not, like, that much in real life. I mean, there'd be tractors with 3,100, 9,100. Like, some tractors got crazy amounts of hours on them in real life. That's how you know tractors are built well, though. Like, there's tractors out there on someone's farm right now from the 70s that's still giving her. Like, there's no vehicles out there really that are going from the 70s unless it's like some sort of a antique. Well, it looks like we came back at the most perfect time. See, okay. Now, let's just say pick this up here. This is what I'm talking about, where I feel like I'm gonna try and start this AI worker again here, and it's gonna completely jam everything out. This is my thought. Like, I'm thinking if it was me, this thing would be able to just start driving forward right now. But nope. Now they're gonna pick up. He's gonna probably spin in a circle. Is that what's gonna happen? See, like, where's it going right now? You know, where's it going? So it looks like I'm just gonna take over from this and finish this field. Let's see here. Steering assist. Now, the only thing is, let's just go on up downs and let's just see if this works. Okay, maybe that's the trick. If it just starts going right now, I'm going to be impressed. Okay. Maybe this is something you guys knew all along, but I think what happens is, like, I don't want to mess with the settings right now, but when you're in the, like, where you can select everything where I was there, like the setup part where you can either pick the GPS steering or the AI worker, what I originally had this AI worker do is start with the headlands. So I think when I stopped him there around that telephone pole and then went to get the worker going again, and I pushed H on my keyboard, it like thought to go start on the headlands again rather than just continue on with what it's doing. But now, since it's on the up and downs, like it's already finished the headlands, if I just turn that setting on, you know, do up and downs and start there, it just seemed to work just fine. So maybe that's the trick with it. I don't know. Seemed to work though. Alright, let's hop back over here. I'm just going to drop this baler off there, because we will still need to windrow and everything when the time comes. But I'm thinking we might as well pull this stuff out of the barn and get prepped for next month. What we also got to do real quick is go in and collect our cash. Okay, not too bad. And let's just check the contracts. I don't think anything new popped up. We have harvesting ones that we can't do. Just these hoeing contracts, a spraying contract. Yeah. Transporting wood. Nothing we can really do there. Okay. I'm just going to pull this stuff out. Kind of get set up. Because as soon as we can next month, we're going to cut this field. I'm going to unfold this. We get all our tools nice and ready out here. And then this field we're going to ted and windrow. And this is going to be our hay field. And the other one will be silage. Just straight up silage. So kind of what I'm thinking then is maybe what I should do is when the time comes, we'll cut the other field. No, we'll probably cut this field first. It'll be the best, I think. Yeah, we'll cut this field. We'll do this field over here first. I was thinking maybe we'll, you know, cut the other field and then I can put the windrowers, get someone doing the windrows. And then when this one's cutting, then it can just be tedded after and windrowed. But yeah, I think we'll just do this field first. So there we go. We got these implements set up here, ready to go. And let's head back over to the farm here. I won't be able to probably haul, or maybe I'll be able to haul that mower with this tractor. I don't know. I don't know what horsepower is required for this mower. Oh, it hauls it fine. If I was to turn this on right now. Oh, yeah. It cuts there. Lift it up. Oh, that's awesome. I thought this whole time, I thought that other tractor, yeah, see, it's a little wobbly. This tractor's a little small for it. It's not super stable. This whole time I thought, there's no way this tractor will be able to mow. I didn't think it had enough horsepower. Let's just go check real quick. Where's our vehicles? Okay, so 180 horse. Okay, I know that John Deere, the 7810, has 175 horse, so it's like just good enough. We'll just make it work. That's fine. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna drop this off. I'm gonna drop this off. So we're set up over here. And then I'm gonna head back up over to that field. What I think I'm probably going to do is I don't really want to do another time lapse on you guys for this episode. So what I think I might just do is I think we'll just end the episode here and I will go up and I'll just go finish that contract. Yeah. I'm thinking what we'll do is, yeah, I'll just head back up over to that other field. I'll finish that contract kind of like, you know, off camera and I'll get the cultivators and stuff back here. And then at the beginning of next episode, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy us a pressure washer. So the first thing, or what we can do after the end of next episode, when we're done using all the implements, we'll give everything a good clean, a good pressure wash. I'm actually going to hop in this tractor, shut it down. But yeah, okay, well, thanks so much for watching this episode. If you stuck around with me till now, like always, you know, if you could hit that like button, hit the sub button for me, I would greatly appreciate that. Like I said, I thank you for sticking around. Hopefully you stay with us through this series as we build up this dairy empire. And next episode, we're going to be getting some fields cut, windrowed, tedded, baled, all that stuff. We will get some fields. We'll get some silage bales wrapped and pulled off the field. And there's one other thing that I want to buy next episode, which we'll do together, which is going to be some sort of a storage unit for our silage bales, which we'll kind of go through that. Like I said, we'll do it together. We'll pick a good spot for it, and that'll be kind of part of our next episode when we'll set some workers to cutting those fields and stuff, and we'll kind of get prepped on where we're gonna put our bale storage, which I think I have a good idea for it. But like I said, we'll just kind of do that stuff together. But again, thanks so much for watching today. We will catch you guys on the next episode. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out. Have a good one, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 4 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I am the Ultra Farmer, and we are, well, what do we got going on right now? We are just doing another cultivating contract. Excuse me. So the field, if you were with us from last episode, what we did is we did a bunch of contracts. We ended up having a big cultivating contract kind of at the end of the season, or at the end of the episode rather. And this field actually that I'm cultivating right now was a field that we baled in the last episode. We got one of the contracts to do some baling, And yeah, if you remember it, this was the field that we actually baled. And when I finished the last episode, I ended up finishing cultivating that other field. And I went, got everything kind of back to the farm, and then I slept through into September. So we are now into September, and yeah, this field came up as it needed to be cultivated, and it's like 20 grand, or is it? Maybe it'll tell us. Let's go look real quick. Yes, 20,000. I thought for a second maybe it was 22,000, but yes, 20,000. And so I figured I got to do it. But I also didn't want to make you guys sit through another cultivating time lapse. Like, don't get me wrong, there's going to be more cultivating contracts or time lapses most likely in the future, but I figured, I would just kind of get this one started and yeah, I just wanted to start this episode, when I'm almost done it, which I am almost done this one, and it took a really long time. Really long time, but also, if I'm being honest, I did use an AI worker for a bit of it, but I basically had to do a lot of it because they kept getting like just wrapped around these trees, and it was like a bit of a gong show. And there's like these two trees here, and then a couple power lines. There's one down at the bottom corner over there. Blah blah blah. Long story short, the AI workers sometimes are awesome, and sometimes it's just a little bit of a pain. Okay, go through here, pull this up. See if I can get myself spun around. But we're looking pretty good. So what do we got on the books this episode? Well, obviously I'm going to finish this contract. If I can back this cultivating unit up properly. But I'm going to finish this contract. And then we're going to head over back to the farm. And we've got like some actual of our own farming to do. Finally, finally, finally. The grass is growing on both of our fields. Grown enough that we can harvest. And there we go. Contract finished. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't let us finish the whole thing. I even went out after last. I tried to go like the mod that allows you to finish the fields. I don't know. For some reason, I just can't get it to download. Like I don't know if it's just a weird glitch with that mod or they just got to do some sort of an update to it. Every time I try and download it, it just kind of it tries for like 5 minutes and then it just jams out and doesn't download. So I'm not too sure. But yeah, I wish that one would work because I want to just finish those fields. But okay, yes, as you can see, our field to the right is good to go. It is ready to rock. Hold on one sec. Let's complete that task. Okay. Okay, actually, let's go look and see if there are any other. Okay, harvesting contracts. So just like real quick, that's this field 20. We can't do harvesting contracts because we don't have the equipment to do it, but all these fields are gonna, what do you got to do after you harvest, right? You got to cultivate. So I'm thinking those fields eventually will pop up for a contract, and they're pretty big fields. So hopefully we can get that plow. We've got a plowing contract down over here. It's 2 grand. Okay, I'll see at the end of this episode if this is still kicking on here. Maybe we'll run over and do it. But right now I don't want to make that really a priority just for 2,700 bucks, because we're finally, we finally got a little bit of cash. It feels like we're at 14 grand there. I know we weren't at 14 grand for a while, but it felt like we had $0. So now we have a little bit of room to breathe. I can't waste that much money. Fuel. Maybe we'll get 1,000 liters. Okay. And let's fuel this tractor up. Yeah, it looks like it's still fueling up. Okay. So yeah, we gotta cut and bale. We gotta cut and bale. That's what we really gotta do. And we also, I think I'm gonna shop for some animals. I think we're gonna buy some cattle because I didn't really expect us to have this much cash right now. I kind of thought it'd be a slower winter and we'd be kind of scraping to get to like 40 or 50K, but that's not the case. So we could potentially buy some animals, which we'll definitely do. I don't know if we'll do this episode or potentially next. Doesn't really matter, but before the winter, we're gonna we'll get some cattle in the field, which will be awesome. So what I'm gonna do is I want to cut this field first, because then we're going to ted this field, and this is going to be all hay. We're going to fill the hayloft. I don't know if I'm actually going to bale any of this. It just depends how much I can fit in the hayloft, but okay, let's go like this. And yeah, we'll start with the headlands. Okay. Godspeed. All right, let's fire this tractor up. But yeah, I want to fill the hayloft. Actually, I should maybe go grab the baler then if we're not going to bale this field. I kind of forgot about that. We're going to use the forage wagon and fill up that forage wagon a bunch of times and see. I know that hayloft will fit 250,000 liters of hay. So it'll be kind of a good gauge to see what we get off this field. Let's grab this guy and get him out of here. Because this field is just about 5 acres. So we'd have a good idea of kind of like what we're going to get off each field. Blah, blah, blah. You guys know what I'm talking about. So let's pull this baler to the other field, because that's actually where we're going to need it. And then what I want to do is I want to go back over and I want to get set up. Drop this guy off right there. Kind of in the middle of the way, but oh well. I want to hook onto our bale trailer. And I think we're going to spend a little bit of cash. See, I'd like to cut this tree out of here as well, too. I think I might do that and get that tree removed. Just kind of right out of our zone. Piles of garbage. Okay, let's hook onto this trailer. I'm just going to pull it out of the way over here for now. Right there is fine. Okay, so here's my thoughts. If we come into silos, this is technically where it is. And this thing right here, it's 5 grand. It'll hold 250 bales. And I'm thinking, what am I thinking? Somewhere like in here. Gotta spin this around. I can't really see it that well. Let's bring it out here. Okay, we want... The drop-off is there, so we want it spun like that, I think. Right? Is that how I want it? And so my thought was we could kind of keep it... I can't really see it that good. I think what I might have to do is hop out here. And let's get rid of these trees. So that should turn red, and this should make this tree disappear. Okay, let's go do that to this guy over here as well. And then, because I want to be able to put that away. I want to be able to, like, pull in through here with the trailer and be able to drop off. And then even if you spin around, if we have to pick some up. And I want to be close enough to the barn that we can pull pallets out and feed the animals, like, relatively easily. So I'm, like, thinking in this area, like, right here-ish. I can't really see. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go... Let's extend some gravel here. Something like that. So at least we can see what we got shaken down here. And we got to go into silos. We got to come down to... Where's the sweet spot? Okay, so that's not too bad right there, but we do have that pile of garbage that's kind of in our way, which I can clean that garbage up. I'm thinking I'm just going to put it right there for now. For now. And we will clean up this pile of garbage. Sell it. $7 for that garbage. Absolutely. Okay. Now, I kind of want to clean up some of this other area. Oh. Let's make this a little bit bigger here. Just so we can see what's shaken down a little bit better. There we go. Okay. We got some bale storage area. We'll try and match our texture here. What do you guys think? A little Picasso action. This looks like some really good dirt. Okay. There. That's going to be our area for bales. So, that being said, let's grab this trailer. Even though I know we're not going to bale that. You know, we might have to bale. It all depends what we get off that field that's being cut right now. But we may have to. Yeah, we may have to bale some of that hay, which is fine. But I want to go grab the forage wagon right now, and we might as well drag him over to that hay field and kind of get prepped and ready to do that. Okay, there we go. Let's go see how our field's looking being cut over there. Okay, we got $75,000. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's check in with Buddy. It's looking like he's doing a fantastic job. Sorry, she's doing a fantastic job. Unbelievable. Just giving her. This tractor's a little bit dirty. That's what we were going to do. That's what we were going to do. Okay. Hop back over here. We had another mission. A little bit more money that we were going to spend. Just a little bit more money. Where do I want to put it? Probably right here is going to be fine. Yeah, I'll probably put it right here. We need to find a pressure washer. Okay, that one there's $4,300. This one? Shop area. I'm pretty sure I can just move this wherever I want, though. Alright, maybe we'll leave it right there. That's a pretty good spot for it anyways. Let's go test it out. We'll leave that there. This tractor's going to get dirty again anyways, but we might as well test her out. Let's go see how this thing works. The reason I got this one, honestly, I know it's a little bit cheaper. That really wasn't the reason. It's a mod, but you get a little bit longer of a wand. Like the other ones, the wands are so small. Like this one, you can kind of move around a little bit more. Yeah, look at the mud coming off this bad boy. Or does it spray mud? Like what? What? What is this? What did we buy? Does this thing just make things dirtier? Let's fill up this wheelbarrow. Does it... Switch hand tool. Open power tools menu F12. What? That's not it. Okay, well, that thing sucks. So what we're gonna do maybe I gotta put it down. Do I gotta go? I think I gotta go like this. Yeah, okay, the Dirty Nader. I don't know. Alright, well, we might be able to a little bit of money. That's okay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Okay, let's go back into... With this vehicle, you can make clean vehicles and tools look dirty. What? Okay, what if I... Okay, we'll put that right there. Yeah, there we go. This is more what we wanted. Okay, not really the Dirty Nader. What? Who created that mod? Like, what? Unbelievable. Alright, well, we're down a little bit of cash. No big deal. Yeah, see, this is a nice, clean tractor. This is what we were looking for. This is what we were really shooting for. Okay, let's head back over to the main grass field there. And let's go see how things are working. What we could probably do, and it probably won't interfere with anything. Let's hook onto these tethers, and we could probably do some laps. We could at least do the headlands. We'll do one headland, and then we could start doing some up downs. And by that time, this gal, sorry, will be done mowing. Okay, so let's open this. Might as well do that. Alright, let's go to town here. Yeah. Nice, we are finally cutting and getting some hay ready. Like, I'm stoked for that. I'm stoked because I didn't want to get any animals till we had food. Like, they technically would have lived in there, but I guess they wouldn't have produced any milk or anything like that. But, yeah, I didn't want to get any cattle till we were able to feed them. So this is perfect because now we can get some cattle. We can finally get this operation started, which feels pretty good. Also, I'm hoping that I'm right in the fact that some of these fields that are like those that have those big harvesting contracts on them, hopefully we can go cultivate them after and make some extra cash for the winter. And then again, like I said, we can buy a whole bunch more cattle in the springtime or even throughout the winter, really. It could be awesome. It could be really, really awesome. So I'm very excited. Very, very excited. Okay, what I'm going to do here, let's get this wrapped around. Now, because I want to get, as soon as this worker's done, we're going to hop in that tractor and we're going to head over to the big field and get a worker going. So, because that field's going to take a minute to cut. And then we'll be able to come back over here and keep tedding. So actually, maybe what I'm going to do, just real quick, let's just put a pause on this. Let's park this. Okay. Let's fold this up and let's head over to that other field and get someone going on that so we can get it cut. We still got to put guesses in the chat. Did anyone? I didn't check the comments to see if anyone guessed how many bales we're going to get off these fields. But we're not going to bale this one anymore, so it's going to be the guess of how many bales you think we'll get off this field. I wonder. I really, really wonder. Okay, let's go. Baler parked right in the way. Wonder who did that. Okay. Got a worker going, and we are back in the New York groove over here. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll put on a little bit of time lapse of me finishing off this field, getting it all tedded, and I'll bring you back, and then we'll windrow it, and we'll start pulling some hay off and getting it into the hay loft. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse of me tedding this field. Alright, folks, we have got our field tedded. I'm going to, whoa, dodge that tree, hopefully. Jeez, I can't really see anything. There we go. I want to just park this back in the shed here, as we're probably not going to need it on that other field. I don't think, anyways, because we're just going to do that all as silage bales. So let's drop this guy off in there, and then let's go hook on to the windrowers, and let's windrow this field. I haven't windrowed anything in a while, so might be a little bit rusty here, but nah, we'll figure it out. The hay will get picked up off the field one way or the other. These windrowers don't seem too bad. I wonder how wide they are. 9 meters? Do we think they're 9 meters? Okay, let's get these bad boys fired up, and I think I'm just gonna wing it without GPS. We'll just grip it and rip it and hope for the best. Yeah, I don't really know the best way to windrow this field, but yeah, whatever. Like I said, it'll get picked up no matter what. Actually, just gonna tab over to the other tractor real quick and just see how everything's going over here. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. I'm hoping by the time I get done windrowing this field, I can just go straight over to that other one and start windrowing. But we're really getting to a point now too where there's not much I'm going to be able to do with AI workers. So maybe what I'll do is I'll set a worker to windrow that field, and then we can come back over here, grab the forage wagon, and start filling up that hay loft with a bunch of hay. It's probably going to be the most efficient way to do it. But that being said, it doesn't really matter. We could go windrow it ourselves. It's not that big of a deal. But it would be nice to just be able to grab the forage wagon, do this, and then head over with the baler and start baling. Because it's going to be a lot of work to bale that field and get all the bales wrapped. I don't really know how far we'll get on everything this episode, to be honest, but yeah, we'll get as much as we can done, and there's always episode 5. I think we'll definitely be wrapping in episode 5, and like I said, hopefully we can get a few more decent contracts. Those big cultivating contracts they're actually not too bad. It usually costs about, I would say, about $1,000 to get an AI worker to like do it for us. And so it's actually not too bad. I mean, like if it's 20 grand, right? Like if the contract's worth 20 grand, paying an AI worker $1,000 that's pretty good value, I would say. But you really got to babysit them. It's not something you can just set and forget, because there's always these power poles and these weird fields on this map, where the power lines run right through the middle of the field, or trees in the middle of the field. If for some reason, which, I mean, again, I don't really know how deep we'll go, like, with field work, because I don't know. I don't know. It's too hard to say really what's going to happen in this series. Like, if something crazy comes up, maybe we will start doing some grain or some wheat or something like that, just to supplement the incomes. But if we can get that field that's like right behind us there, that one that's got lime on it, we definitely got to like get missed a little bit there. Jeez. We definitely got to get the trees off the middle of that field, and then just like kind of reshape it a bit so it doesn't have those weird jog outs. It's just such an odd shaped field. But it would be nice to scoop up as much land around like our main base farm as we can. Yeah, I'm thinking it would be good if we could do some sort of a grain, or maybe get corn going. We could get corn going, we could always feed that, and then have pigs as well. If we do some sort of a grain, it'll definitely be something that we can feed to another animal, which I just, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking pigs, because I don't really want to do sheep, just because that was like what I did on kind of my last really big series. We did sheep, so I don't really feel like doing sheep again. I don't know if I feel like doing chickens or anything like that. Definitely dairy cows. That's one thing I'm super excited about. And maybe pigs. Maybe pigs. One thing too, like I know now that there is a mod for horses where like someone will like quote unquote ride the horse for you, because in the past series, like in FS 22 or something, if you were playing base game and you didn't have any mods and you wanted to do horses, you could never get your horses to 100% health unless you rode them. And like, I don't know, it just seemed like such a waste of time. Like, you would literally have to, like, say you had 50 horses, like, you're gonna get on, and you'd have to ride them for like 30 seconds at least each. I guess that's not like that much time, but you know what I mean? Like, just every day, every time you hit the sleep button, you gotta go get back and ride each horse. If you got 50 of them, like, I wouldn't even know which ones I've rode and which ones I hadn't rode. So, more what I'm getting at is I wonder if you can make good money from horses if we were to, like, buy and sell them. You know what I mean? Like, have some sort of, like a good set of horses. I wonder if you could make good money from them using the mod where someone would ride them. Jeez, I'm just missing stuff all over the place. Because that could always be an option too. If anyone knows, does anyone know? Like, if anyone knows, can you put it in the comments section of like how much money can actually be made from horses? That's something I've never researched. Because that could be a good thing that we do in this series as well, as get a stable going and start breeding some stud. There's some stallions, and see if we could make some good money that way. And then we would have to get some sort of a grain going, because I believe the horses will eat oats. Pretty sure. I'm just kind of thinking out loud right now, but I'm pretty sure they'll eat oats. So we could always get, like, you know, even this big field that's in front of us right now, get that going with oats. We could bale the straw if we wanted. Although you don't really make much money from baled straw. Not that I can remember, at least. And I'm not too sure if our barn will produce manure. I don't know if it will. That might be something I test off camera. I might like put down. It would usually tell us like when you go up to the barn and it gives you like the barn info. Jeez, I'm missing so much. That's okay though. It's straight up and down, so we could always just like hit it like a crappy windrow. But usually it'll tell you when you go up to the barn and you start looking at like the info of like the animals that you got in there, how much slurry you got in there, the food and all that stuff, the meadow. It'll tell you like um, the amount of manure. And for some reason I don't remember it saying that with our particular barn. So I don't know, something I'll have to check into and see. It would be nice just to have so we can fertilize our fields, is more what I'm thinking. It'd be nice to have a good regenerative farm. You know what I mean? Okay, I will just get the last of this wind road, and then I'll bring you guys back once I got the forage wagon kind of set up, and I got someone windrowing that other field. So I'll bring you back in just one sec. Okay, we are just getting finished up here. So both fields are officially cut, which is awesome. I'm just gonna come over kind of to our shop area here. I'm gonna drop this mower right here, because I do want to pressure wash it before we kind of put it away for the winter, because I don't think we'll get another cut October, November. I mean, maybe we could get a cut in November, but I don't really know. We'll see how the weather is. I want to come back over and let's hook onto these windrowers, and then we'll get someone, we'll get a worker windrow in this field, and we're gonna head back over. I've got the forage wagon connected to the other John Deere tractor, or the John Deere tractor rather, and yeah, let's start pulling some. Let's start pulling some freaking hay off this field. I do wish we had a little bit bigger of a forage wagon, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm also not gonna complain. I'm glad we have this one. If something comes up good in the stores on sale, maybe then we would get something. But other than that, it's kind of at the bottom of our priority list of buying stuff because this one does work just fine. It just doesn't hold. I mean, it still holds quite a bit. It's just going to be a lot of trips back and forth. But another thing that we can do that I just kept forgetting about. I don't know why, but we can fill that silage fermenter as well. We can fill that up, which we probably should to get some silage fermenting in that. Yeah, maybe we could do that too because we'll have that grass field over there windrowed. Yeah, we'll see. We don't really have to use that thing. We could always use it in the future if we want, but I think it'd be better just to do bales because since this is like basically the only trailer that we have. I guess if we could by chance get lucky and get another trailer in the stores, or maybe that'll be just kind of the thing that we purchase. I probably shouldn't have put that right in the way. That's okay though. All right, let's dump some hay into the hayloft, and then we've got about another 20 trips to do, and then we'll have this hayloft filled right up, pre-hay filled up. What I guess I should also do too is I'll put some in the barn. Maybe I'll do that on the next kind of round. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do real quick, just because, you know what, actually, we'll do it after. Let's head back over and let's keep filling up this forage wagon, and yeah, let's get this hayloft filled right up. Okay, I want to go back up. I gotta keep catching where I left off here. But yeah, we gotta get the hayloft filled. And I can't forget to put some in the animal pen. And then, you know what? Holy, I almost missed that there. Before we go over and start baling that other field, I might go look and just see what kind of animals we can get. But yeah, let's focus on getting this field cleared off first, and then we'll go from there. Okay, we're done. I mean, there's a couple little weird patches that are sitting out there, but I'm not gonna bother going back to get those. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this trailer full into the barn, but I just wanted to I wanted to scoop this all up, and I just want to check the hayloft real quick, just to see how much we ended up getting off that field. I was like kind of keeping track, and then yeah, I kind of did. So I'm just gonna park this right here for now. It's all about. Let's run over to the hayloft. 128,000, almost 129,000 liters, and then we got like 7,600 in here. So like 130, 137,000 liters off that field, which is just going to be a good number to remember. So we'll just for easy numbers remember 130. All right, let's dump this hay in here. We'll remember 130 because there'll come a point where we're gonna have a bunch of cattle and they're gonna be eating a bunch of food, and we're gonna have to like kind of gauge how much food we're going through each month, and so that way we'll know how much we have to stockpile through the winter. Okay, I'm just gonna get out of this barn real quick and maybe park this forage wagon. The worker that's doing the windrows over on the big field should be, and they should be done. Or they're dangerously close to being done. It looks like they're going to try and go back and get that one little spot. I might just stop them there. Yeah, I'll just stop them there. I think they're going to try and go through and windrow this little section here. That's not the end of the world. We can always just catch that with the baler if we want, or we can just leave it behind. Doesn't really matter. Okay, let's fold up these windrows, and we'll head over and we'll park them kind of by the shed, kind of behind the house here. Let's zoom down in here. Yeah, these actually won't fit in the shed. It'd be nice if they did, but they don't. Tried to back them in there before. Oh. But with my backing up skills, I probably wouldn't have been able to snake them in there anyways, but they're too tall. So there we go. That'll be just fine right there. Now I just want to pull around here real quick. And I'm going to pressure wash this mower, these sets of mowers, and I'm going to get them out of the way. Let's hop out here. Yeah, let's get these washed off, and then we can kind of park them away for the winter. So 130,000 liters of hay off that one field. Another thing I'd like to do is I would like to try on our next round is to see if we leave it for one more day of growth cycle. So we harvested it on the first day that it said it was ready to harvest, but I want to see if you get a better yield if you wait to the second day. Like if we would have harvested it in October, I wonder if it would have been better. Okay. Nice. Still a little dirty in here. We'll just say that that's from our wet boots from pressure washing. It's not that big a deal. Okay, let's park this away. And yeah, we'll just back this in. At some point it would be nice to build a decent little shed here or something. Maybe one day in the future we'll get some of this garbage cleaned up and build something nice in there. But for now, that works just fine. Okay, I want to just pull over here real quick, shut this guy off. Let's jump out and let's go see. I want to look at contracts. Harvesting, no. Hoeing, see, these just keep coming up. This one's 8 grand. This is 2 grand. God, I hope we could get a set of these cheap on the sales, and then have them to go do contracts like that. Like this field, it really wouldn't be that bad. It's 11 acres, 12 acres, so it's basically the size of our big field. And with these things, 12.5 meters wide, going 15 miles an hour, you would make short work of that. That'd be a quick 8 grand. Plow for 2,000. Weeding. The thing though is I don't think you can weed. Those things are technically weeders, these hoeing units, but I don't think you can actually use them on a weeding contract. Um, Part of me just wants to accept this just to... You know what? I am going to accept this just because it's an extra 3 grand and we're going to need all the money that we can get because... All right, let's go through here and let's go. So now the Brown Swiss and the Holsteins, they will give us dairy. I don't think the Angus will, and I don't know limousine. Is that how you say it? Like a limousine? Limousin? I don't know. Don't make fun of me. I don't know. But I don't know if these will produce milk. I don't think so. These Angus are just so expensive. Okay, let's get... How much is 10 of these? It's 12 grand. If they're at 18 months, which means they can start producing. So if we got... Let's get 10 of these. Okay. And we'll get 10 of these. Okay. We'll get two calves of each as well. Get some little guys out there. Okay. Okay. There we go. We officially have cattle. Let's go take a look at them. Where are they at? There we go. Sleeping on the job. Yeah, come on now. How we doing? All right. No worries. You go off and explore. Some homies over here. What's up, partner? How you doing? Yeah. Just taking 5. Yeah, that's good. Take a serious 5. We'll get some fresh hay. What? Just kidding. We'll get some fresh hay in the barn. Where are the little ones at? I mean, we bought 20 of these things, did we not? All right, well, maybe they're in the barn. I mean, there is food in the barn. That's where I would be. All right, who knows? Who knows where they're at? It doesn't matter. Okay, so what do we got for food in here? 7,600 liters. Obviously, there's no milk. We don't have any straw. They haven't produced any slurry. Their health is 0%. But I think that's just because they were just in there. After a month, they'll probably be ready to go. So, okay, since we took that plowing contract, and I'm not really going to need both tractors around here, I think what I'm going to do is go hook onto the plow. And I might set a worker to do that field real quick, just to make some extra cash. And then we will go start baling. We'll go start baling. Okay, let's hook onto this. What field are we going to again? 17. Now, where's field 17? Okay, just up the road. You know what? We're right here. I know I'm weird about fueling up with, or getting fueled up, but I've run out of fuel before, and it sucks. It's always like when I'm like far away, and I don't know if I have any, like diesel can mods installed. Not too sure. Just don't want to run out of fuel. Definitely got to watch the maintenance as well on these tractors, so nothing breaks down on us. Yeah, like for buying 20 cattle, I really don't... Oh, there's some down over here. Okay, they're all out here. There's little calves. Nice. They're just giving her. Yeah, here's the team. They're out by the highway. Okay, off we go. Off we go. Whew. We got a lot of baling to do on that field. That's going to take a little while to do that baling, but I can't wait to see how many bales we get off there. Final guesses? No? Final guesses? You think we'll get around the 60 to 70? ish. I think we could probably be getting around 70, 80 bales maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm way out to lunch. That's probably more realistic. Okay, let's set the cruise here. Yeah, we're almost right where we need to be. This should go relatively quickly. I wonder what size of field this is. Well, it's got to be pretty small. It's definitely a weird shaped field. Oh yeah, this should go pretty quick. All right, set a worker on that. And let's go hook up to this baler and let's get baling. Actually, what I'm going to do quick here is I'm going to go grab the bale wrapper as well, and I'll bring it back over here just so it's here. So I'll do that quick. I'll be back in 1 sec. Okay, I grabbed the bale wrapper and I just brought it over here so I have it, so I don't have to run back over when the time comes. But I'm just kind of looking at everything, and I think probably what I'm going to do is end this episode here. Now, don't worry, I wouldn't bale this field without you guys, and I definitely wouldn't pick up any of the bales until we know exactly how many we got off there. But I think we'll have to leave that for next episode, just because this one's getting a little bit long, and this is going to take a while. This is going to be quite a chore by the time we bale, wrap, pull everything off, and just kind of get everything squared away. So I think that's what we'll do. I think for right now we'll just end the episode here, and we'll bale this field on the next episode. So thanks again for watching. You know, like always, I appreciate you guys sticking with me in these series, especially if you stuck with me till the end of this episode. Thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate it if you could hit the like button, hit the sub button, you know, all that stuff. It's the standard stuff, but it really does help quite a bit. Like the more people that I can get interacting, and that's why I always want you guys to comment. Let me know. You can comment anything. Let me know how your day was going. You know, even if you had a bad day, let me know what's going on. Let me know what you think of the series. Give me some tips and tricks in the comments section. I've played this game quite a bit, but I've still learn stuff all the time about it and figure stuff out, so I appreciate any tips and tricks that people have or insights to the game. And yeah, let me know what you think about the series. Anything, I don't mind feedback of it all. If you hate how long these episodes are, if you think they're a good length, if you hate the time lapses, if you like them, let me know everything. I'm open to all criticism, that's for sure. But thank you guys so much again for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next episode. We will get this field baled, we'll get it wrapped, and yeah, we've got animals now. Like, we literally have a dairy farm. Right? They got to produce some more. They got to produce some milk, but we got a dairy farm, so we're doing it. We are doing it. All right, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 5 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. We're trying to put together a massive dairy operation. I'm just getting finished doing a contract right now. I was actually plowing this field, and it's not going to let me finish it. But contract's done. Actually, I'm just going to go accept it right now so I don't forget. Where am I at here? Collect. Okay. Yeah, so this is our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. And again, I am the Ultra Farmer. This is episode 5. If you were with us from last episode, we've got some of our grass fields cut and windrowed. One of the fields we turned into hay and then filled our hay loft. We ended up buying some cattle last episode, so we have 20 brown Swiss cows and 20 Holstein. Or no, sorry, we have 10 of each. We have 20 in total, and then 2 calves of each. So sorry, 24 animals in total. 10 mature of the Holstein and the brown Swiss, and then 2 calves of each of them just for good luck. Now we could buy some more, which we might, but I'm just kind of waiting because there's no real rush. I wanted to wait to get cattle before we, had some food that we could actually feed them. So we needed the grass fields to get cut. This is one of our fields right now that has been cut and windrowed, and we're gonna bale this field and get it wrapped. We're gonna do silage bales, and here's our pasture. You can see our customers out there just now. Oh my God. Alright, I ran into that tree. Jeez. Okay, I'll drive. You guys look. Good lord. But yeah, I wanted to finish off that contract, and then I'm just heading back to the farm right now. We'll drop off these. We'll drop off these this set of plows, and then I've got my tractor, my other tractor, set up right there with the baler and the bale wrapper. But I want to drop off this set of plows, and then I think I'm even going to grab. I guess we don't need to grab it right just yet. I might just leave this tractor sitting over here, hanging out for a sec while we go bale. And we got a lot of baling to do, that's for sure. Let's shut this tractor down so we don't burn any fuel. Let's get this one fired up. Yes, we got a lot of baling to do. Just wondering if I want to. I kind of want to use that other tractor to bale. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to use the other tractor to bale. And the reason for that is more than likely I'm going to have to use this tractor to bring over more bale netting. And so I'm just going to hook this on right now. And let's go grab a pallet of bale netting and bring it over, because like I said, I'm gonna run out. I know I'm gonna run out, and I'm pretty sure I put it in the other barn over here. I have a pallet of it. And I've got my fancy mod installed so that I can see if my forks are level. See if this works out good. Let's jump in the cab here. So, theoretically, I should be able to go like that. That's telling me it's leveling right on the ground. This should scoop this pallet perfectly. I think it scooped it pretty good. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, not too bad. Give her some shakes. There we go. Let's bring this bale netting over. I mean, I could probably just bale with this sitting on the tractor. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll just bale and I'll just have it right with me, and that way if I gotta unhook and fill it, I can. Okay, let's get hooked onto this baler. Oh. Okay. All right, we have a bunch of baling to do. Final guesses for how many bales this is gonna pull? Do we have... I just want to open this real quick. This bale has, for some reason it already has 66 bales on it. We want to reset the bale counter. How do we always already have bales on this? Oh, that's right. We baled that big field. Oh, that's right. I'm like, how did we already have bales on this? We've never baled a field, but that's right. We did a contract where we baled that big field. Okay, and that gave us 66 bales, right? But that's straw bales. I bet you we'll get more bales off this field. I bet. Because we probably got... Yeah, who knows. I'm thinking around the 70 bale mark is what my guess is. But, yeah, that's just a guess. About 70 bales is what I'm thinking. Because we've already dropped 3 and we're not even done 1. And we probably got at least a dozen rows. So if we can get 5 to 6 per row, plus the bottoms of each headland, yeah, 12 times 5, 60, plus a couple more for good luck. I'm thinking 70-ish is going to be my guess. But we are going to be baling here for a minute, that's for sure. But we're going to get all these into silage bales. And then we are going to... I'll drop all of these at the bale storage area that we had set up we got set up in the last episode. And that's just going to be kind of like an outdoor storage setup that we have. The reason I went with that is, well, one, it was something that we could afford, but two, since the only thing I'm really going to store is going to be silage bales, I figure it's okay if they're outside since they're going to be wrapped. It's kind of my thought process behind it. But yeah, plus it's kind of all that we could afford, really. We're back to 45 grand. We could... There's not really any contracts that we are able to do right now. There's a couple hoeing ones, but we don't have that implement spraying. We don't have that. We don't have a set of weeders, and we can't do any of these harvesting contracts. But I'm hoping when we get done we get done this baling, and then we kind of sleep through into October. I'm hoping a bunch of cultivating contracts come up, and we can go cultivate some of those big fields that the contracts are out for harvesting. That would be pretty awesome if we could go do that. And pending if some of the, like, it's September right now, so there might be some fields that are getting planted with wheat. I think wheat can, not oats and not barley. I don't think barley plants in the fall, but wheat for sure. But what I'm getting at is we could potentially go do some fertilizing contracts if we get lucky and have to go fertilize one of the larger fields. You can make some pretty good money off fertilizing contracts. Just again, real quick, in case people are new, the reason, one kind of rule I have with contracts is I don't do the contracts unless I have the equipment to do it. I've kind of made part of the challenge that I'm not allowed to borrow any equipment to do contracts. So I can only use the equipment that I have. Also, I'm not allowed to take out any loans. That's another kind of thing that we have going. And the rest of it's just kind of pretty normal stuff. The rest of it doesn't really matter. But the main ones are the economic difficulties on normal. I'm not allowed to borrow any pieces of equipment, do contracts, and 0 loans. So let's hope we don't get into any shenanigans. I think what I'm going to do, so we want to build a dairy empire. And what I've been thinking about more and more is like what production facilities I'm going to kind of implement to help with that empire. And I think what I'm going to go with, my initial thing is I'm going to go with cheese. There's I found a mod for a cheese factory that I can place down, but it's not cheap. It's 230,000 for the production facility. So kind of that's my goal right now, is we need to save up like $250,000, which I don't know how much money we're going to make off these silage bales. This is going to kind of be a determining factor so that we can forecast through. But in a good season, like in a full year. So we started this series in July, and by September, it was by September I had like 80,000. And when we started, we had $5,000. Actually, we had $4,000 because we bought a chainsaw, and that was $1,000. But by the end of September, beginning of September rather, we had 80 grand, and that was just from doing some contracts. So in a full year, I could probably pay for that production facility with just doing contracts. I'm just gonna spin around. I just want to catch this first part that I missed. So that's kind of my plan, is I want to just save up money through doing contracts, and if possible, I'm going to use all the money that we make from silage to buy cattle. Is kind of my plan. And because I'd like to get up to the point where we got about 100 head of cattle, and then that way it's going to be a good gauge of just seeing how much it's going to cost, or how much resources we're going to have to use each month and each year to feed them, to make sure that these fields are going to be enough to feed them. Along with them eating meadow and stuff like that. But I want their efficiency to be as high as I can, and I think the best way to do that is feeding them either hay or TMR. I don't think feeding them straight silage is the way to go, but again, I'm not 100% on that. If anyone knows, make sure and throw it in the comment section below. Let me know what you guys have found is the best to feed cattle. If it matters, I think hay and TMR is going to be the best, rather than straight silage, I think. but I don't know. So yeah, any advice or any tips or tricks, that'd be great. Throw it in the comment section. I definitely appreciate that. If you're new to this series, you're new to this channel, welcome. I would really appreciate it if you could, hit that sub button for me, hit the like button, all that stuff. If you are new, throw it in the comment section. Tell me that you're new. Tell me that you're seeing this for the first time, and hopefully you'll stick with me to the rest of the series. Usually, I've kind of been trying to do around the 40 to 50 minute episodes, even kind of creeping on an hour for a few of them for this series. Trying to do a little bit longer of episodes. In the past, I've done series where they were about 30-minute episodes, 25-minute episodes, but I kind of wanted to do some longer ones. This is kind of my plan, but again, I've always say, like, if you have a preference, make sure to put it in the comments. I don't mind curating these series to the way that people like them. That's for sure. I want you to enjoy it and be able to kick back and relax and watch me bale some hay or bale some grass. But yeah, let me know. So we need a quarter of a mil, basically. We need. Oh, I missed a little bit there. We need 250. I know it's 230, but I'm just going to pretend we need 250,000, and then we can get some cheese being made, which I think will be good. I don't really know though. Maybe that'll change in the future, but that's kind of the main goal right now. So, contracts, save up as much money as we can, get as much silage done as we can, and hopefully make a good chunk of change from this silage. But I don't really know how prices and stuff will be with silage. I didn't really check. Like, I didn't go digging in and see if like silage is going to be the way to go. I just kind of based it on, this is what the farm has. Like, this is the farm that we bought. This was basically all the tools and implements that we had. We were set up to cut and bale hay and do silage. And so I thought, we'll just start there. If that's got to change in the future, obviously it will. But yeah, for right now, I'm just gonna stick to doing silage. We have the equipment for it. All the equipment that we have is like, we don't need massive horsepower equipment to get silage and grass cut and baled and wrapped and all that stuff. So that's a bonus, because I really don't want to spend money on anything else. There's not really anything we need. The biggest thing that we're going to need is to get a production facility going, because that's going to be the way that we can kind of make the most amount of money and keep expanding. And that barn or that cow shed that we have will hold 464 head of cattle. So that's basically the goal, is to fill that, and hopefully we'll have enough fields and stuff that we can fill that, and we're able to feed that many cattle relatively easily. Can't have our cattle going hungry. And I want us to have grass-fed beef as well. Now, since it is going to be predominantly a dairy farm, but I could see myself getting maybe some Angus cows, just to, because they seem to be more valuable. Like, they're almost double the cost when it's time to if I was to go to purchase one that's 18 months old, a year and a half old. So I wonder if they must have the highest value over the 3 to 4 year period. So that could be another way to kind of supplement the income and keep building the account. For some reason, I just had 10 million bucks in my head. I really wanted us to get to the 10 million mark. So that's just the rough goal, which might turn out to be way harder than I think, but also it's kind of just fun to at least have a goal at the end of it. And also, I continuously kind of just play it by ear with what comes through the sales. There's really nothing good in the stores right now. I'll let this bale get a little bit fuller here, and then we'll check it. Yeah, there's nothing really good in here. There's this unit, there's this, a set of cultivators, forage headers. That's just nothing that I need. But I'll always watch that, and if a cheap combine comes up, I might get it just so that we can do harvesting contracts. Because you see that one harvesting grain contract was like 40 grand. Um, that could be a good way for us to make some extra cash, but it would have to make sense. We would have to really kind of have the disposable income, and it would have to be a good deal. But it's just kind of something I always thinking about in the future. But okay, I think what I'm gonna do for the rest of this field, let's do a little bit of a time lapse of me baling the rest of this field, so you don't gotta sit here and listen to me chinwag about nothing. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of a time lapse. We'll get the rest of this field baled, and then we'll get the final count. See how many bales is on there. Let's. I'm not gonna show you. I'll wait to see. I was gonna just check and see how many we're at right now, but I'll wait. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of a time lapse here, and yeah, I'll see you guys when this field is baled. All right, folks, we did it. We baled a field. Look at that field. Jeez. I got a feeling I'm way off on my count, but okay, moment of truth. How many bales? Get your guesses in last second. 87. 87. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's about it. 87 though, that's not too bad. No, okay, just wait. Let's close that menu real quick. 3,500 liters of grass. Does that mean it's going to be the same for the silage? You know, will it be 3,500 liters? It must be, right? Okay, so let's head over to the farm and let's get some stuff put away. What I reckon we do, we'll pull on through and let's pressure wash this baler. Now that we got a pressure washer. Get the baler cleaned off. Shut this tractor down so it's not so noisy. You know, this thing isn't even really that dirty. Yep, that's pretty good. Nice and good. Might as well do the tractor while we're here real quick. Make sure too, whenever you're pressure washing, you really want to just jam this wand in as far as you can. Don't worry about any electrical or anything, it's fine. Just jam that wand in there. It'll do the trick. Yeah, that's my tip for pressure washing. I wonder if this is gonna come clean. Jeez, these forks got some mud on them. Okay, let's go park this baler. How many tries do you think it's gonna take me to back it in the shed? These short implements are always just the hardest to back up, even in real life. I don't know if like any of you have backed up stuff in real life. Like I had to back up air compressors that were about this size. They're like 185 CFM air compressors. We used them for pushing pigs and stuff. Anyways, picking them up was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Let's put this pallet down as well. There we go. There we go. Now we could probably go drop these forks off is what I'm thinking. Drop these forks off because I think I'm going to use... Yeah, we'll drop these forks off because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this tractor. I'm going to hook the bale wrapper onto this tractor and I'm going to connect the other tractor to our trailer so that we can pick up the bales. So let's go like this. Switch to that. Drop that off. And let's go start wrapping some bales. Now this is going to take a little bit of time. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be just as time consuming as the other one. Or as baling rather, but... Also, do I have enough bale wrap? Ooh. I might end up running out of this stuff too. I wonder how much is on here. Well, it's full. So my trick with this unit, I don't know if this is the correct way to do it, but this is how I do it. So I roll up, I grab one, and then I head up to the next bale. Then I kind of just sit beside it, let it do its thing. And then it'll drop, oh, if I put automatic drop on, it'll drop it off. Then I back up, grab the next one, then I head up to the other one. And that's kind of my routine with it. And then usually what I do is I'll have this tractor. I kind of just go back and forth between the tractors real quick. Like so. At this point, that bale's probably on the ground, yeah, so I drop that off. Let's grab this one. And then I found if I tab, it actually makes that tractor stop right where you, like it doesn't roll. It just like, for some reason, just stops, it's dead in its tracks. So it's probably still wrapping. Then I tab over, back up. Like I said, if you tab right at the right moment, it should stop it dead in its tracks. And by the time you start, you know, that one's probably just getting finished being wrapped right now. And I can pull it around here, tab back over. Yep, it's just getting set down. And then what I'll do is I'll follow behind with that trailer and I'll just pick the bales up and I just kind of run it like a little bit of a train like that. So let's turn this on. Now, real quick too, I'm going to drop this off. I had a rule. This was kind of another rule that I had. That since I was using a trailer that had an auto load feature, every time I used it, I was going to penalize myself 500 bucks. So, if I go to this, negative 500, there. That's my fee. I figured that would be my fee. Since we use store deliveries and we have to pay delivery fees rather than running back and forth from the store, that's going to be my my fee every time I use that trailer. Which I think will be fair because by the time we're done using it, I mean, definitely use it 10 times and that's 5 grand. Now I got to be careful. Yeah, I got to be careful I don't pick up a bale that's not wrapped. So this is my system. I just keep going and I'll pick up bales while this one's wrapping. And that's going to be it for the next little bit here. And then you can kind of see it off in the distance. Like I can see the wrapping is just getting finished. Yeah, it's just setting it down. There we go. That's the system. Not bad though. 87 bales? Is that what it was? 87 bales? Pretty not too bad. So, what we can do too, or as well, I'm just going to pull around this corner real quick here, tab over, let's back up. But what I can do is I can go and check and see what we're going to be getting. Let me just grab a calculator here real quick. So it's 3,500 liters per bale. Where's my calculator? I'm going to kind of do this as we wrap here. So 3,500 liters, which is the prices per silage is going to be per 1,000 liters. I'm almost certain that's what it was in FS22. Everything's usually per 1,000 liters. So if we have 3,500 liters, that's 3.5 charges, right? 3.5 times per 1,000. So if I go 3.5 times 87 bales, it gives us 304 and a half. So we'll say 304. And if we figure out what our max price of silage is, I'm just going to pick up this bale, head up to the next one. Let's go look at, it's not going to tell us silage in there, unfortunately. SSS, no? Where's silage? QRS. Peak is going to be 214. Is that what it's telling me? Let's pick up this guy. Okay, one sec here. Okay, did I read that correctly? Silage. The max silage is going to be through October to February, and it's going to be 214 bucks, and this must be per 2,000 or per 1,000 liters. Let me just grab this bale here, and then I'll run my calculator. So roughly speaking, we should get 65,000 bucks if we were to sell all this silage at peak time, 87 bales based on 3,500 liters per bale. Yeah, let me just double check this math. So if it is 214, so if you go 214, which is 1,000 liters times 3.5, which is 750 times 87 bales, yeah, 65,000. And so that's if we sell it at peak price. So roughly every time we harvest this field, bale and wrap it, it's about 65,000 in bales. Which isn't too bad. I mean, really, 65,000 per harvest, and you just got to wait a little bit. Like, there's no, if you did a field this size of like grain, like there's no way you're making 65 grand off this field. It's grain. It'd have to be grains of gold, you know what I'm saying? So that's actually not too bad. So let's say of our 1/4 that we need, right? Kind of always do that too. I always knock into it. Let's see if we can. There we go. So if we're 250 divided by 65. So 4 harvests. Basically, well, it says 3.8, but like, yeah, 4 harvests we could pay for that cheese factory. So that's not too bad, really. You know, that'd be like a couple years. That'd be like 2 seasons. Because I think you can get a cut off this every couple months. So, except for in the winter. So that's like not too bad. Like a year and a half we'd be able to buy that cheese factory if we did it just from silage. But I still want to just use the silage money for the cattle, and then hopefully we can just pay for that cheese factory with contracts. That would be ideal. But okay, so that's not too bad though, to know that 4 harvests. And in all honesty, if we have enough, like we had 130,000 liters of hay off that other, like off our first field, we're not going to have to do that every cut. Like if we filled the hayloft again, or if we put all that as hay and then put it in the hayloft, like in 2 cuts you fill that hayloft, and it's going to be a while before we're like actually going through 250,000 liters of hay, even in a season. Like we're going to need a lot of cattle to be going through that much hay, I think, at least. So what I'm getting at is I could always do that other field like once a year. I could do that in silage as well, silage bales. Okay, our wrap is empty. Now, I can't remember if I had some. Did I have some at the farm? I might have to buy some. Let's just go check though real quick. We'll go check real quick. But okay, 65,000 bucks. That's not too bad. If that's actually, you know, we probably won't get 214 per liter. Like maybe say we get like 212 or something like that. It's still not super bad. Super bad. Now that's a good movie. Super bad is unreal. Now, did I have wrap in this? Something's telling me. I thought I had some, unless that was just that net wrapping. That must have just been net wrapping that I'm thinking of. Unless there's a pallet sitting on the front side of these. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, we're gonna have to buy some, which is fine. So let's go into here, and we're gonna have to come down to consumables. Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't buy this because it was like 4 grand. Yeah, and we had no money. So there, we had to pay $100 delivery charge for this stuff, which is fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we might have to come back and forth here a couple times, but that's okay. That doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm just gonna head back over here and get set up. I want to keep wrapping. Well, I gotta wrap this whole field, obviously, but I want to keep wrapping, and then I want to go dump this this trailer full of bales into our new storage facility and just see how it all works, see how well it works. Let's grab this. $19. Okay, so we need, I think, 7 more bales. I'm pretty sure that trailer holds 26 bales. I'm pretty sure. 65,000 though. I mean, if that's accurate, then that's gonna be pretty good. Pretty good. And I mean, I'm just thinking out loud right now. Like, I mean, we could always buy another field too. If we make that much money off this field, like we could always buy another field let's just say, per chance, that we were to buy this field. How much is it? 50 grand? Okay. How much is this one? 26? That's like not that bad, you know? How much is this big one? 50. That one's 7. That one's 7. I mean, dang, we could buy those fields. We definitely have at least 7 grand chilling. What other fields? There's this one. This one's good, but it'd just be a bunch of work. We would have to clean up a bunch of this, and they got these things in the middle of the field. Like, it's kind of... It's not the most ideal field. The best would be that field 12. It's too bad we can't afford field 12. 50K. What's another one that's close? I mean, 5's pretty close. That's 12. That's like not that bad. Something to think about for sure. Something to think about, but that's also going to mean a lot more work. You know, when you start getting fields like that, not that we necessarily we need bigger tractors, but it'd be almost nice at that point to have one other tractor so that you can have, you know, like one tractor, say, cutting a field, another tractor either tedding or windrowing, and then one behind that doing the baling or picking stuff up with the forage wagon. So I think the best would be we just watch the stores, and if perchance is my new favorite word, a good deal on a tractor comes up, but it'd have to be a really good deal on a very specific tractor. Either another tractor like this 7810 or even a 3650 small tractor that we could get for a decent deal. But yeah, I don't know. That's the part of the series that you just gotta kind of like, you just play by ear and you just take advantage of whatever opportunity comes up. If a good deal on a tractor comes up, and who knows, maybe another baler or something like that, well then you take advantage of it and you go. Okay, let's wrap at least one more, and then I want to just take the bale trailer over. I'm slowly gonna take it back over to the farm, doing my little system here. So I can kind of see that tractor up in the distance. Looks like he's setting that bale down as we speak. Whew, this is a process though. But I mean, you can't enjoy the sweet without the sour, right? Like if you want to be making around that $60,000 mark every time you harvest a field, it's going to come with a bit of work, right? So no sense complaining. Let's just take this over. We won't worry about tabbing back over. I want to just see how this system works. I hope we put this in a good spot. Okay, so okay, there's all our bales stacked pretty nicely. Okay, let's head back over to the field. Yeah, I think that's in a pretty good spot there. I mean, worst case, we could always move it if need be, but yeah, I think it's in a pretty good spot. Let's leave this guy right here. Okay, well, I am going to keep going doing this. I'm going to keep plugging away here, wrapping bales, picking them up. I think probably what I'll do, maybe what I'll do is I'll kind of just go through and I'll bring you guys back in when I'm a little bit closer to finishing this up, rather than doing a time lapse of it. I don't want to have to put you through another time lapse. I'm going to just bring you back when I'm a little bit closer to being finished, and then we can go from there. We can kind of wrap up the episode as we're cleaning off this field, and maybe the final thing we'll do is just do a little bit of fertilizing. I think we're able to do I think we're able to fertilize the field after we after we're done harvesting it. So yeah, like I said, I'll keep going here. I'll keep plucking away at this, and I'll bring you guys back in a little bit here. All right, team. We are just, we're just wrapping the final bale here. This is the final bale. I had to kind of go back a few times to go load up with wrap and such like that. But we got just about all the bales off of the field, which is a good feeling. It took a while, but it didn't take that. Like, it's just, this is a pretty good little system I got here with just kind of going back and forth with it. So it's not too bad. Let's raise this up. Let's let's close this up and head on over. I'm going to head on over before I'll grab those last bales, but what I want to do real quick is I want to drop off this wrapper, and then what I want to do is maybe throw the forks on real quick and just move that pallet over. Actually, I'm just going to back out here. I think I'm just going to... I want to stick those pallets... Actually, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to stick this in. I'll put that wrap pallet somewhere else after. Let's drop this off. I want to hook up to the fertilizer spreader and see if I can get some fertilizer on kind of both of these fields, just kind of finish off the cut, and then I shouldn't have to worry about it. Until we do our next cut. I just got to double check that. But first things first, while I'm noticing it right now, I'm going to go put some fuel in this tractor. Yeah, we had to pay $4,000 for that bale wrap, but we barely used any of that pallet. Like, that pallet should really last us quite a while. So that's good. This fertilizer spreader isn't 100% full of fertilizer, so let's just pull over and see. We're probably slowly running out of fertilizer. Now, as much as I like using store deliveries, like it is handy, but I think I might get us a little trailer and, instead of paying that delivery fee every now and then, just run up to the store and get a good bunch of supplies. Again, that's going to kind of dictate what comes through the store, because I don't really want to waste any money right now on stuff we don't 100% need. Okay, let's just make sure no contracts up that we can really do. Spraying, stone picking. Yeah, there's nothing that we can do. Okay, perfect. Let's just see. Okay, perfect. Let's jump back over to this tractor and let's load up the last of these bales. And then let's head back over and drop these off in the kind of unload area, and then we'll stick this trailer. I think we'll just kind of park this trailer in the back 40. And then let's just check on the animals. Oh man, I'm kind of wondering if I should just get a few more. Okay, all the bales are good to go there. I'm going to turn that off. Spin around this tree here. I'm going to park this right here for now. And I just want to check something. So when we come to get bales out of here, where do I gotta go? There should be a trigger somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, and you can pull out 25 at a time. Okay. Okay. And they're grass bales right now, but they will become silage bales. Okay, let's go check on the animals. Now it seems that this just like has water already in it. It doesn't seem like we have to keep filling this with water, which seems good. We got a little bit of slurry now, and they have eaten a little bit of the food because we put 7,600 liters in here. Okay. Do we get 10 more? Do we get 10 more? Or are we going to regret it? Let's just wait. I'm just going to wait because it doesn't really matter. And I'd rather just have cash sitting into the next month just in case something good comes through the stores that we could potentially buy. Potentially. I just want to make sure we got a little bit of cash sitting right now, which is good. And I just want to make sure we have a little bit of extra just in case something good comes through the sales. Again, we have absolutely nothing in here that we need. This is the Vicon fast bale. This would be awesome if we could get this, but we don't need it. That other baler works just fine. To be honest, even if one of these balers came through, it would be great. And the only reason it would be great, like this one, if this for some reason came available, is because it'd do 180 centimeter bales, and you only need 100 horse to run this. That would be pretty skookum. Like this baler's great, but it only does 125, right? It only does 125. So if you could get one that would do bigger bales, because then there'd just be less of them to do, blah blah blah. And for tractor wise, this 3650, I mean, if we could get this on a good deal in the stores, like they're 40 or 45 brand new, but 116 horse, it would basically run all our implements. Oh, imagine we could get this 25 horse. What could we run with this? Oh yeah, this thing is unreal. Unbelievable. Nice. I don't really know what we could run. We could run with that. Can we even run the Tedders? Let's go down. Because we have these ones, 65 horse. We could run these Tedders. Yeah. Kind of not really what we're wanting. Oh, we have these windrowers. Oh, we could run these. 800 bucks? No. Maybe in a different game mode. Okay, let's see how we're doing over here. How's our worker doing? Let's go check our fields to see how much. Okay, they're just about done. Just about done. Okay, well, you know what? I think that's probably where we're going to end this episode. I think that's a good kind of spot to end it. The only thing I'll probably do, off camera is get that other field fertilized. And then when we come back in the next episode, we will be into October, and we'll see how the animals are doing. We'll see what kind of contracts. Probably what we'll be doing next episode is going to be a bunch of contracts. We're probably going to have to, maybe pull some hay and stuff out of the hayloft and feed the animals. I kind of want to just get the barn nice and full of hay for the animals for the winter. If we can do a good chunk of contracts next episode, I'm hoping some good cultivating ones come up. It's at the end of the year, a bunch of fields should be harvested, right? All these harvesting contracts, it'd be nice if we could get the cultivating contract for number 8. If we could get the cultivating contract for all of these, would be awesome. It'd be a bit of work, but those are big fields, and it could be good. Hopefully something pops through good on the stores. Maybe we could get lucky and an implement could come through that we could go do some other contracts, but not really focusing too much on that. If we can get some good contracts done in the next episode, we'll get stocked up for the winter with little things like fertilizer and such, and then we'll spend the rest of the money probably on cattle, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I really want to get to about 100 head of cattle and really get the milk production going. And then the goal after that is we got to save up a $250,000 to get a cheese factory. So 100 head of cattle, $250,000 for cheese factory, and maybe a dog somewhere in between. Not too sure. But again, okay. Thanks so much for watching this episode. Hopefully I'll see you guys on the next one. This is Ultra Farmer. If you haven't done so already, would you please hit that like, hit that sub button, would be greatly appreciated. I mean, if you are enjoying the series, make sure and let me know in the comments section. I'm just going to go right here. And yeah, let me know if there's any tips and tricks when it comes to dairy cows that I should know about. But thanks again, guys. Thanks for watching, and I will see you on the next episode. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 6 of our Tassi Farms. I think I'm saying that right. Tassi Farms? Tassi? Not too sure. But our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. We are trying to build kind of the biggest production and dairy, dairy facility that we can. The biggest dairy operation that we can. Actually, I got to fill this with some hay. I'm gonna fill this up with hay and I'm going to go dump it in the animal pen right now. And we've got kind of a bunch of stuff that we're going to do today. So if you were with me from last episode, what we did last episode is we've got our fields. So I guess kind of the last 2 episodes, but we got both of our fields cut, either tedded and windrowed or just windrowed. And then we baled the big field. And we wrapped all the bales and got them going in silage bales. As you'll see here right away, you can see all our silage bales over there. We have 87 of them tucked away that are fermenting. I wonder if we can actually go walk over and see how much they fermented in a month. I slept through a month. It is... Okay, it says grass bales. I wonder if I... No, it's over here. I just want to see... Say I brought one out. Grass, 42% fermented. Okay. All right, I'll just... Actually, here, I'm just going to use a little super strength here just to get this out of the way. I know that's cheating a little bit. I know. Leave me alone. Okay, so it's 42%. So it's basically half fermented. The cattle ate through about... Actually, let me see if I can jump out. 1,000. They ate through about 6,000 liters of food in a month. So actually quite a bit, to be honest. Like, they're growing boys out there, that's for sure. Well, not really, but so they ate through about 5,000, 6,000 liters of food, which isn't too bad. So I figured I would dump a little bit of hay in here for them. Let me just bring this up over here. But there's kind of a couple things that we got to do. I was just kind of looking, as I do before the episode starts. Let me just leave that there. And so, okay, first things first, let's go check out the contracts. Basically what we were hoping happened did happen. Look at all these cultivating contracts we could do. 38 grand. Remember all those? This field was worth 40 grand to harvest. Basically the exact same to cultivate it. And then also we've got 2 plowing contracts that we can go do as well. One's 13 grand, one's 20 grand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept this big one. Let's go back. I'm going to accept this cultivating contract for field 20. Boom. And, let's go back. I'm going to accept, I think, this plowing one. Just in case they go away, if that makes sense. Like they... I don't know, revert or they like refresh or something like that. I just want to make sure I kind of have the best ones, the most valuable ones. So I'm going to accept this one, but I want to do a bunch of cultivating contracts. Like I want to do all of them. I want to do that cultivating one and this plowing one as well. Another insane thing happened. This is where I swear the game is listening to me. Like I swear it's listening to me. Look what popped through on the stores. Literally the baler at the end of episode 5 that we were talking about. I'm like, oh, this would be so sweet if this came through the stores. 100 horse, and it does up to 180 centimeter bales. So I think we're going to buy this. It's 24 grand. We're going to sell our other baler, and we're going to buy this. So what I'm going to do, and I don't want to pay delivery fees or anything like that, so I'm going to go get it from the store. I'm going to take our baler up to the store, sell it, and then pick up that new one. 180 centimeter bales. That's going to be so much better when we have to bale that big field. I can't even... That's going to be so much better. I don't know how many liters we'll get per bale. I don't know if it'll be 5,000 or maybe 7,500. I can't remember exactly. But first things first, I want to go get started on some of these cultivating contracts. So I'm going to fuel this bad boy up. Yeah, I just knew those yeah, I was so lucky those cultivating contracts popped through. But I'm going to take this tractor up. Yeah, we got the weight on it. Let's hook onto these cultivators. And then we're going to head up. And I'm probably just going to start a worker on one of those fields because they're going to be quite big. There's going to be big fields. So we've got to cultivate field 8 and 20. I don't really know exactly. 8 and 20. Okay, I'm going to go get this tractor set up on field 20. Because that field looks like it's going to be... Like, it's a pretty kind of like good shaped field, if you will. I don't know if good shaped field is the right term, but it doesn't seem to have a bunch of power poles in it or weird jogs. I'm hoping that when I set the worker to it, the AI worker will be able to just kind of rock out, if that makes sense, with zero issues. Hopefully that is. And then what we'll do when we get we'll get a worker set on field 20 cultivating. Then we'll come back down and we will grab our baler that we already got hooked up there. We'll head up to the store. We'll swap those balers out. I can't believe that baler came through and it's only 24 grand. I'm glad. And then at the end of last episode too, I was like, gonna buy 10 more cattle. And I'm like, just wait. You don't really need to, just in case something good comes in the store. And boom, it did. It did. Very, very lucky. But again, this is where I think the game, it knows, it knows we're bailing, and it just decided to reward us, or at least help us out a little bit. Not too sure, but it just seems like the chances of that coming through with all the different implements, and if it was just to a random thing to throw stuff in there on sale, it's just crazy that ended up being it. Okay, let me just check here. Can I turn down? Yeah. I can turn down here. Oh, that's great. There's some good cultivating contracts. I mean, that's great. There's if we get all those contracts done, the one was 20, the one was 13, so that's 33,000. And then there was one for 40, or just about 40, 38,000. So that puts us at 70, another one for 90, and then another one for 10. So we got 100 grand in contracts. Jeez. It says needs plowing. I'm on the right field, aren't I? This field looks cultivated, does it not? I mean, I don't think it would let me set a worker on it if it wasn't... You're not allowed to work it. Obviously, it won't do it. Let's just see here, though. Let's see. Let's just make sure. Okay. I mean, we're cultivating. This field definitely already looks cultivated. Okay, well, let's do what we were going to do, and let's go swap out these balers real quick. So we'll head up to the store. Oh, so lucky. I can't believe we lucked out like that. It's freaking awesome. Absolutely awesome. So we'll grab that baler. Our fields are... Let me just jump out real quick here. Park in the middle of the road. That's okay. Grass is growing. We got 100% fertilized, basically 100% yield bonus, 97%, which is great. I mean, technically it probably would be ready next month to harvest. But I kind of want to leave it. Nah, if we can harvest it next month, I'm going to. And we're going to test out this new baler. Plus, now that I've kind of found the cows are eating quite a bit more food than I thought. I mean, there's only 22 of them in there, and they went through 6,000-ish liters of food in the month. I think we got to really be focusing on making sure the hayloft is full, because as we get more cattle, we're gonna need to make sure that thing is full. I don't really want to fill our bale like storage area with hay bales, because, well, you know, but now saying that, we're gonna have, because it'll store 250 bales. It didn't say that it mattered which size of bales. So now that we can make 180 centimeter bales, which again is just so awesome. Ooh, one thing though I gotta check. We'll check when we pull in here. This could be a little bit of an issue, but also might not. I don't know what size of bales that bale wrapper we have can wrap. Let's just check real quick. Ah, whatever. We're almost here. We'll check when we're at the store. Either way, we basically have to get this baler, because it's just too good of a deal to pass up. The fact that we can, it'll just save so much work. Like, you think we had 87 bales that came off that field. Having the ability to like cut that in half almost. I don't know if it actually will cut it in half doing 180 centimeter bales, but like, I mean, field 1 out here. Plowing field 6. I feel like field 1 needs to be cultivated, or at least plowed or something. Definitely seems like it to me. That looks like a dirty old field. Okay, let's drop this off. Probably just gonna drop it off right. Maybe we'll come over on this side, drop it off out back here. Let's cut that loose. We'll spin around. Spin around, and I'll back in here. Let's back in. Okay, actually, shut this tractor down. So I'm gonna run inside here, and I will sell our baler, and I'll let you know how much money we get for that, and I'll pick up that new one. Actually, before we go in real quick, let's see if we're gonna have to spend more money down the road here. Bale. Wrappers. Yeah, this will only do 150 centimeter. This will do up to 150. Dang. That'll wrap 125 to 180. Okay, wait a second here. Wait a second. Before, now I gotta really make sure. No, not square balers. 125 to 180 centimeters. Does that mean it'll do 150s? I bet you it'll do 150s. I bet you it'll do 150s. Real quick. This thing will wrap 150s. Well, if that's all that we can do, if all we can do is wrap 150s, then that's all that we can do. And it's still better than 125s. It really is. So I still think it's worth it in the end. And then that way, even if we have to do straw bales or hay bales, we can still just we can use the 180 setting. So okay, I'm gonna run into the store here. I'll get our baler sold, and then I'll buy this new one, and I'll kind of let you guys know how everything goes. Okay, we are back, folks. We are back. I just got to run around here. There's our baler sitting out there. If you look to the top right-hand screen, oh, it kind of popped away there. Let's just go into this, where finances. Sold vehicles. Okay, sold vehicles. So 71.45. That's what we got for our baler. We paid 25,208. That's so a little difference of 18,000. So it cost us about 18 grand for that new baler. Let's fire this bad boy up. The boys pulled it out, and it is out back. And let's grab it. I think that's going to be worth it in the end. In the long run, that's going to be worth it. Dang, though, I really wish I could wrap 180 centimeter bales. Okay, let's open the menu. Yeah, we can do 150s, which is great. Which is really, really, really great. Okay, so let's leave it set on 150s. Oh yeah. Yeah, this thing is sharp looking. Let's just go like this. That's a fine baler right there. Okay, let's head back to the farm. We'll head back to the farm. We'll park this bad boy. Hopefully we can pull it out next month and get a harvest done. Am I able to harvest grass in November? Grass, 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 grass. Yes. Jeez, you can really harvest grass all year round? Crazy. Won't it be like snowing and stuff in like January? I don't know if we'll be baling in January. I don't know if that's really the move. But okay, I'm glad we saved the cash that we did when we saved it. Yeah, we'll take this thing back up to the farm. And, oh, I'm so stoked on this thing. I really wish we could wrap 180 centimeter bales. Oh well. Oh well. 150s will still be pretty good. Hopefully that cuts down. Hopefully that cuts down the amount of bales we have to pull off that field, because doing 125s all the time was a little bit, ugh, a little bit blah. You know what I mean? That's great. Okay, I'm gonna head back. I'll head back to the farm, and then what we'll do is we should probably head up and check on our guy that's cultivating. Although no news is good news. What I'll probably end up doing is parking this tractor and then heading up and grabbing the plow and getting started on field number 7 to get that one plowed. I think will be the move. And I just want to think here real quick before we go. I fed the animals. I put food in for the animals. We swapped the balers out. I don't think there's anything else really that I have to do around the farm that I can think of. One thing though that I was kind of looking at was the cow barn itself. I'm pretty sure the cow barn itself self waters, and we have a water tank trailer just sitting there doing basically nothing. And I don't think that will hold. I don't think it'll haul milk. We already have one that'll haul milk, and I don't think that other one will. I think it'll just haul water. But since we don't need it, I might sell that just because it's literally sitting there doing nothing. I really don't know how much money we could get for it, but I mean, anything's better than nothing. Because let's just go into our vehicles. I think it's yeah, Abby. Yeah, see, it doesn't haul anything other than water, and we don't really need to haul. What is it worth? It's worth 11 grand. What? That's crazy. Okay, I think I'm gonna end up selling that. I don't want to do it just now. I don't want to shoot from the hip. I want to make sure. I just gotta triple check and make sure that that thing that we don't need it. Because if we don't need that and it can't haul milk, an extra 11 grand would really help us to get our cheese factory going. Okay, look at this thing. Nice. Oh, not really good at backing it up yet. I gotta chase it. Snake her in there. I don't know. 6.5, 7 out of 10 on that one, I'm thinking. Not great, but not too bad either. Okay. So, one last thing here. I just want to look real quick before I head off to plow a field. So what? Wrappers. Okay. This will only do up to 150 centimeter bales. This will do up to 150s as well. Looks like it just holds more of the wrappers. This will wrap up to 180 centimeter bales. Inline wrappers are used to wrap multiple bales together in one tube. That's not really what I want. This will only wrap up to 150 centimeter round balers. Okay, I don't know what this thing even is. We'll wrap multiple bales together to one tube. I don't know if that's really what we're looking for, right? Is that what we're looking for? I don't think that's what we're looking for. No. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm still very happy. I don't even know what that thing is. I'm still very happy that we got that baler because it's regular 70 grand and we basically got it for 25. So not too bad. Not too bad. Actually, we got it for like 18 grand because we sold that other baler. So, okay, I'm going to head up to field number 7 and I'll kind of bring you guys back when I'm up there and I've got this plow going to town. Okay, we are up at field 7. I've got an AI worker going to town. She's got a sweet jacket on. It's just like my jacket. Actually, I think it's better than my jacket. Is it the same as my jacket? Yeah, it's the same. Okay, yeah. Sweet jacket, lady. Sweet jacket. Alright. Not bad. Okay. Yeah, it's a sweet jacket. Alright. Let's head back over and check out our AI worker over here. He's still cultivating up a storm. Like I said, this field is kind of a little bit better. It's just kind of a nicer shape. A little bit easier for them to manage. Nothing, or I should say nothing. Not much for them to get jammed up on. But, okay, what I think I'm going to do, though, is I think I'm going to leave you with this AI worker just for now. I'm going to let these, a couple of these contracts just run out. I'll just do a little bit of a time lapse with this AI worker. We haven't done that yet. Let you guys kind of roll with one of the AI workers. But yeah, I think we'll do a little bit of a time lapse, just cultivating this field, getting it all done, and then I'll jump back in once this field's complete, and yeah, we'll head over and get another field started. Field 8 is going to take a while. It is definitely going to take a while. That one might actually have to be done off camera. Yeah, I don't know. Not 100% sure, but yeah, I'll stick you with the AI worker for right now, and I'll cultivate this field up. Okay, team, we finished that contract, and then I wheeled this tractor and cultivator unit down to field 8, and this is going to be the big dude. Actually, I wonder if we can go in here and it'll tell us how big this field is. 38 acres, 39 acres, basically 40. This is going to take a minute, so I'm going to set a worker to get going on this. And like I said, this is going to take a while. I'm probably not really going to look back on this field for a little bit. We're going to get the plowing done on field 7. So if we come over here, our lady in the sweet jacket is just giving her, and she is almost done on this field. So what I think I'm going to do, I just kind of wanted to bring you guys back in for a little bit of an update. I'm going to let these AI workers keep going, and she'll be done this pretty quick. Like, she's just working on the headlands, so she'll be done this pretty quick. And then I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back once she's done, and we're heading over to field 6, and maybe we'll do that field for a little bit. Maybe we'll get the headlands done and something like that, and then maybe set a worker to the rest. I'm not 100% sure just yet, but yeah. I just want to kind of bring you guys in as a little bit of an update. I didn't want to put you through a whole bunch of time lapses in this episode, but yeah, we just by chance ended up, it's kind of what we wanted, was to get these bigger fields to work, but it's going to be just kind of long, boring sessions. I don't want to make you guys just sit through a bunch of time lapses over and over again. So I'm kind of going to just let these guys do their thing, and then I'll bring you back when it's more kind of stuff that we can do together. All right, team, we're back here. We just got finished plowing field 6, and I collected the money for the contract, and we're just gonna head back to the farm now. We don't got any more plowing contracts, so I'm gonna head back to the farm. I'm gonna pressure wash off these plows. I might pressure wash this tractor, fuel it up, and I'll just actually, once we get out of this field, once we get back to the farm, I'll just tab over and check on our worker and see how they're doing. Cultivating field 8, which is 64% done. It's just over half done. The field is massive, but doing pretty good. I mean, we're at 66,000, which is great, and especially since we bought that new baler, which is, that was only really set us back about 18 grand. So we're up to 66, and the nice thing that I accepted the other cultivating contract. So after field 8 is done being cultivated, I'll be able to ship kind of that unit over. Actually, I might have to bring it back to the farm and fuel it up, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure. Let's make sure no one else is coming through here. But then we can go do field 8. And actually, let me just look here real quick. If I go into, so this field 20 or 10, I don't know, it's weird. Anyways, it needs to be harvested, so hopefully maybe like next month or something like that, I'll be able to do the harvesting or the cultivating contract on a field like that. Because if the harvesting one is worth 30, could be another good kind of juicy contract to help pad the bank account through the winter. Because like through December, January, and February, there's not gonna really be a lot of contracts that we can do. There's not really much farming that goes on, during those months. So whatever we can kind of scrape together now would be great. I'm still thinking we should sell this water tank. Like, if we can get 11 grand for it, that would be pretty awesome. But also, real quick here, what I was going to do is, once we get done these contracts, we'll have like another almost 50 grand coming our way. So, it'll be pretty good. We'll be able to, again, have some pretty good cash stacked away through the winter. But also, that being said, I really want to get more cattle. So I don't really know how long we'll have that cash just sitting. Because what I want to do right now, too, is I'm going to drop these plows off once we get them all cleaned up here. Which they're looking pretty not too bad already. How's the paint looking? Yeah, not too bad. Right, let's jump in this unit, and I'm going to actually unfold these real quick. And let's put these down. Also, real quick while I'm here, I'm just going to run over and take a look at this other field, make sure there's nothing. I haven't looked at it. I just wanted to make sure there's nothing like weird going on, which there shouldn't be. I don't really think weeds really grow in the grass fields. Like, to be honest, I can't really remember ever having to deal with weeds in a grass field. Oh, let's just jump out here. Let's run over. Yeah, 97%, 100%. Okay, yep. So, like I said, this field is good to go. We should be able to just cut and bale and fill up the hayloft and such next episode. But that's kind of what I want to do. I want to run over and grab the forage wagon while we're cultivating that other field. And, oh, let's grab fuel before I forget. Grab some fuel. And then I'm going to fill up the barn with food. Just to, I don't really know how much food this barn will take. Maybe it'll tell me. Or maybe it won't. Not too sure. Weird. But yeah, I want to fill up the barn with hay or food or however you want to look at it. Yeah, fill it up with hay. See how much we can get in there because we should have more than enough in our hay loft to fill this thing. And then we'll see how much room we got left in our hay loft because we might have to bale some hay if we run out of room in here. But I don't think so because this took 130,000 liters. We should definitely, yeah, only got 112,000 left in here. We should have more than enough room. Yeah, we'll definitely have more than enough room to fill this back up once we cut that other field, field 11. And also, too, if we do another cut off field 13, our big field, bale that, wrap it, get the silage bales put in there. I mean, that should be roughly another 60-ish K that we'll have for the springtime to go sell off. And even if we think we're going to run out of food in the future, like with the animals, once we get more, we could always just cut that full field and make hay bales. Again, I don't really want to feed the animals silage bales. I think the hay bales is going to be, like, I'm pretty sure total capacity effectiveness. Man, we've already almost got this thing full. Silage, grass, the meadow. Now the meadow is going down because it's in the fall, right? Slurry, I don't know. It'll be a bit of a learning curve with this barn, with the animals and all that stuff. So I don't really know how much more we're going to be able to put in there. Something tells me that thing will only hold like 40,000 liters, but let's just... We'll take a full trailer. Actually, it's not going to be able to take that much, so... Or I don't think it will, at least. But we'll throw it in and we'll see. We also have the ability to put grass and hay into this silage fermenter, which it's going to be just easier to deal with bales since we don't have a really big trailer. So I don't really want to use that silage fermenter too much. Okay, 33,000. That's what it'll take for hay. I wonder if I would be able to put... Because I bet you when we have like 100 cows and stuff in there, like if 22 ate up... Yeah, but we're not going to have fully matured and everything. I don't know. We're probably just going to have to go with the flow and just see what happens. Let's dump this back in the hayloft. We'll dump this and let's tab over and see how our worker's doing. Yep. Dang, that is a big field. Crazy. I mean, I guess technically for this field, that's kind of a small set of cultivators. Like, for a 40-acre field, it would probably be better to have something that's like, yeah, like 15 meters wide or something like that. But well, this is what we got. This is what we got. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to bring this tractor back over, fuel it up before we go to field 18. Where is field 18? Okay. Yep. I mean, like, there's not even that many fields on this map. You'd think I'd be able to just kind of remember, but... Okay, let's pull this around, and let's get it put back kind of in the slot here for time being. Okay, let's drop that off. And what I want to do is I want to connect onto this tanker real quick and pull some slurry out of here. We should be able to do that. Is that going to fill this thing? No. Okay, so this thing will hold about 8,000 liters. That's good to know. Roughly. And I'm going to pull it around to the other tanker here that is sitting by the kind of the milk trigger. This thing should probably hold a pretty good amount of milk, I'm thinking. Buffalo milk. Okay, so 20% is about 2,000, so yeah, maybe 10. Like, let's just go look. Why guess, right? Let's go to our vehicles. So this old 8,200, which is kind of what we thought, 8,000 crone. This thing will hold 8,000. Okay. Okay, not too shabby, not too shabby. It'll hold milk, buffalo milk, water. Okay, like, I mean, if this thing holds water, then I'm pretty sure we're going to sell that other one because we'll just be able to make it work. So let's sell this thing as we're really not going to need it, and we'll just take that extra cash. Yeah, we'll leave that right there. We've got our bales just chilling. And we're at 77,000. Since we sold that water trailer, what I'm thinking we should do is let's get some more animals. Let's go back in. What do we have right now? We've got 10, 10, 2, and 2. These are just a month old. Okay. Let's get 5 more of those. And we'll get 5 more of those. Okay, 34. Then let's do 3 of these. 3 of these. There we go. There we go. So we got 40 head of cattle right now. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Gestation period's 10 months. Puberty's 18 months. Okay, so we gotta wait a bit, you know. We're gonna have to wait a bit for some of these other ones. But let me just go to the output here. Okay, so age, 19 months, 19 months. I want to keep track of this. We gotta really be watching around the 36-month time zone. Between like, yeah, like 28 to 36, because I think is gonna be kind of like the best time to buy these animals or to sell them rather. I think. Again, that's gonna be just something I gotta kind of like play with and just kind of learn as I go. I would like to get some straw in here, but I actually don't know if this field or if this barn will produce manure, you know? I wonder if I can go into, or let's go like this. Animals. I mean, this looks... Just kind of going through to see if any of these will show manure. Not too sure. While I'm in here, real quick, I will show you the cheese factory that I want to get eventually. This is it. This is what it looks like. Not enough money, you're telling me. I don't know exactly where we'll put it. We kind of got a spot right here that we could utilize, sort of. So maybe that's where we'll put it, but that'll be it once we get it. Takes goods, transform them into different products. Yeah, that's kind of the plan with that. So let's get back in this tractor real quick here. Let's get back in this. We're gonna have to... I think what we'll do... I'm just gonna I'm gonna wait for that cultivating contract to finish off. Then I'll bring that tractor back over here and get some fuel put in it. And I'll kind of bring you guys back then, and then I'll take it over to get set up on field 18, and we'll kind of go from there. So I'll bring you guys back in just a sec. All right, team. We got that field done. Well, I say we. I didn't do anything. I pushed a button, and I'm thankful that I did because, good lord, that took a long time. And I'm just heading back to the farm now. I'm going to head back and fuel this tractor up, and then we're going to head over to field 18. I just got to get back out onto some sort of a road here. And yeah, we'll head back up to the farm. We will collect our paycheck, which should be about 38,000. Let's go do that right now. Collect. Look at us go, 99,000. That's the most money we've had so far, which is great. We're on our way. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think the other contract is about 10 grand. Was it 10 grand? I'm pretty sure. Could we not just look at it? Yeah. So that's not too bad. I should just check too. Sometimes these refresh. Yeah, see, this refreshed here. We're going to take this plowing contract as well. We're going to accept that one. Because like I said, we really got to stack up the cash for winter, because I did buy all that. Well, no, but we're going to get another cut of hay off. I was just going to say, I filled the barn, but I just want to make sure I have enough food to feed the animals. I keep saying this. I should wait before I buy more, but we'll see next month exactly like how much food all the animals ate, because we got our 40 head of cattle now. We're just giving her out there. And yeah, we should be able to see how much 40 will eat in a month. And then it'll be a little different though next year, because I'm pretty sure I don't exactly know how like the dynamic pastures work and all that stuff, and how much like of meadow they will eat. I don't really know all that stuff. It's going to be kind of something I kind of just like have to figure out as we go. Blah blah blah. That's good though. Wait, maybe I should just check once more. I kind of looked through that quick. Weeding, wood transport, harvesting again. Hopefully we can get some sort of cultivating contract on that field once that's done, maybe next month, but I don't know for sure. Okay, so let's take this tractor up to field 18. Where are we going? Yeah, I knew that. I knew that, I just can't seem to remember it. And then the other one is field 5, which, yeah, that's pretty close to us. That's not too bad at all. Okay. Good stuff. I kind of want to buy field 5 too. I can't decide. Oh, now that we got this money, actually, now that I'm thinking out loud a little bit more, we could buy some fields and potentially get them cultivated or whatever we need ourselves for the winter. And then let's just check real quick here if I can do this while we're driving, because we can plant grass in November, right? We could plant some grass, and then that means we would have it ready for the springtime. This could be an option. I think this is something I'm going to consider while we're working on these fields, because I'm going to set workers to do these fields and get this done. This is kind of a weird episode, to be honest, because like it's mostly just kind of the in-between stuff of me going field to field here. I don't know. I knew this would kind of be a weird one just because it's like the end of the year. We're trying to get all these contracts done. Chin wagon here, and this is where I need to pull into. Okay, let's open this up. This should be a pretty standard field. Like, we shouldn't have any issues. By issues, I mean like weird stuff where people are the AI workers are like running into stuff. But that's what we'll do. What we're gonna do here is we'll get an AR worker going plowing field 5 here. Let's get hooked onto this. This tractor's full of fuel. Yep, we're good to go. Maybe I'll fold this up just so we don't hook onto anything while we're heading over. We'll get an AI worker on this, and then we'll start planning out. We'll start planning out our next move of fields that we can buy. I kind of want to just stick up in this area where we are, because it's just easy with all the implements and stuff kind of close. But that being said, we only got a couple fields up here that we could kind of work on. I don't know. We'll see. We'll go through the map, and we'll just see like what kind of fields we could potentially buy. Which we can unfold this now. Yeah, see, like field 5's decent, but it's actually going to be kind of a bit of a nightmare because I'm going to have to like babysit. Like, we got the telephone poles that go through it. Like, I can already see this tractor's got this look in its eye that it wants to run into this pole. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. No? No? Okay. If you say so. Alright. I'm going to trust that this is going to work for a second, so don't let me down. Is it that chick with the sweet jacket on? Yeah, that's that chick with the sweet jacket. Our jacket. Yeah, she won't let us down. Or I hope she doesn't. Okay, let's go look at some farmland. Okay. What fields do we want to buy here? What's field 80? What? What is $2 here? This doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so this field is 26,000. This field's 50. What we need to do, let's go visit this real quick. Oh. Something's all jammed out here. Oh man, the game's jammed out for sure right now. That's weird. The game is jammed out there. Like all my hotkeys that were working aren't really working. Okay, so this is the only issue with this field is this is in the middle of it. Which, like, I really want to utilize AI workers, especially on bigger fields, but if this stuff's, like, jammed in the middle, it is constantly going to be just an issue. So our only other option are to get these smaller fields up here, which are still good, but it's only like a 2-acre field. Let's run up to field 16. No, we don't really need to run up to field 16. So basically our options are we could buy field 12, which is like 50 grand. This one's 50, and it's got a few trees and such on it. I think our only real option that makes sense is to get field 12. It's to get field 12. What's on it right now? Sugar beet. Well, we do not want to... Okay, yeah, we don't want to get it when there's sugar beet on it right now. It would be nice if it was something different, but even then, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just thinking out loud. I think I might as well wait and see, because this stuff is ready to be harvested. We might be able to get some sort of a contract on this. What is going on here? You see what I mean? Like, where are we right now? What? How is the tractor all the way over here? What? It's on field 19. Look where this is. What kind of Bermuda Triangle? What? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy, am I? We literally went to field 5. How is this tractor all the way over here? What? This map has a poltergeist on it. We're gonna need to get An exorcist or something. Am I tripping? Like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm gonna go back and watch. No. No, 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 no. We went to field 5. We literally went, we complained about the poles. What? Okay, well, I'm glad you guys were here for that. That is definitely the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me on this game, so. That's wild. That sucks, too. Now we gotta drive all the way back over there. Told you the game jammed out, though, a little bit there. That was weird. Everything was glitching out. Maybe there's like some sort of weird magnetic field on field 5. Okay, that doesn't really change anything, though. We're still just going to have to get field 12 when we can afford it. I don't really want to drop all of our money or half of our money on that field just yet. So I'll wait. I'll wait till that sugar beet gets pulled off it. Maybe we'll get lucky. I mean, it does need to be harvested for the winter here. Maybe we'll be able to get some sort of cultivating contract or plowing contract on that field. And then we might play a little gypsy trick of doing the contract and then buying the field right after. You know what I mean? Kind of, sort of. Maybe, maybe. Because if we do get a contract on that field, it's quite a large field, so it should be pretty decent cash. Let's just cut through the middle here. Yeah, like... I don't know. I don't know, team. I don't know. I really, really don't know on that one, to be completely honest. I really don't know. Okay, I think maybe what we'll do then, just for the sake of it, because if something keeps getting weird and I keep getting to pull this back and forth, I might just end this episode here, is kind of what I'm thinking. And then what I might do, well, I'll definitely bring you guys back. No, yeah, we'll be back next month. I was thinking maybe we'll skip a couple months to get into some different stuff, but we're gonna need to cut and bale and do another round of that next month. So I'll definitely bring you guys back for that, and we'll be able to, we'll be able to work the fields, and we'll be able to try out our new baler, which is pretty exciting. And we'll also get to see how much the animals eat over the month now that we got 40 head of cattle, and we can kind of go from there. So yeah, I think that's what I do. I think we'll just end the episode here. I'll just let these AI workers kind of run through and get these contracts done. And what I'll probably end up doing is just sleeping through till November. So the beginning of next episode, you'll see us will be in November. There'll be new sets of contracts out, and we'll go to the stores. We'll see if anything else really great or miraculous came through on some sort of a deal or a sale. And if not, maybe then we'll consider, spending the game. We'll just see how everything goes with Field 12. What's going to happen with it, if we can get a contract on it, all that stuff. I don't want to... We obviously can't deal with that sugar beet. We don't have anything to harvest it, so... I think, yeah, plan will be just wait. We'll see what comes through the stores. Maybe we'll get some more cattle. We'll just kind of play it by ear that way. But, thanks so much for watching this episode. I know this episode was kind of a weird one. We're just kind of jumping around, getting some... It's just kind of weird the way it all worked out with these, big field contracts that we had to do. But, thanks for everything. Like always, if you're new here... it'd be really great if you could smash that sub button. If you're not new here, always a like and a comment is great. Let me know what you guys are thinking of this series. Let me know what you think of the Bermuda Triangle and the fact that this tractor just teleports wherever it wants. And let me know what you think about this chick's jacket. I think it's pretty sweet, and that's why we're wearing it. But okay, thanks so much, guys. I'll see you on the next episode. Yeah, have a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 7 of our Dairy Farm Empire series. I am the Ultra Farmer, and this is Tassi Farms. So let's just do a quick recap. I'm just standing here, got the 7810 behind me, and I'm just gazing upon our grass field here that we're going to have to cut and pick up today. We're also going to cut and bale because we got a new baler. Actually, let's go hop in this tractor. Fire this up. We got a new baler that will go fly by. We want to test out. I'm excited to see how many 150 centimeter bales we get off the big field. And again, we're going to do that all in silage, and maybe we'll do some hay bales, just depending on how full we get the hay loft. So let's just, actually, let's pull in here. We're going to need tethers and stuff right away, so I might just leave this tractor. Actually, let's hook onto the tethers right now, and we'll pull back over to the field, and then we'll get our other tractor going. I'm just going to keep the mower on kind of the bigger tractor, the Dutzfahrer. Hope I'm saying that right. But let's do a quick recap of what happened last episode, in case any of you missed it. Basically, what we were doing last episode, like, we're in November right now, so this is kind of going to be the last cut that we're going to get off these fields. It's not going to be a super great cut. I'd almost like to get this thing to go into one more growth stage, but let's jump over to this tractor and fire it up. But I would like to get as many silage bales off these fields for the winter as we can. So I'm going to do one more cut. We'll get the silage bales off. We'll store them away. And maybe we'll buy some more cattle for the winter. I'm not too sure about that. We made some good money last episode doing the cultivating and the plowing contracts. We had just a couple of them pop up. I'm just going to fold this up. Oh no, let's go through there. Okay, that did fold. So I hit the key, but it didn't start to fold. I didn't know something weird was going on, but... Okay, let's set a worker to do this. Excuse me. I'm going to jump back in this tractor. I might actually... let's just leave these tethers here. Yeah, we made some decent money last episode. We finished a couple really good cultivating contracts and a couple good plowing contracts. We cultivated some big fields with our small set of cultivators. I mean, they're not super small, but for the fields we were doing, they're pretty big. Or pretty small for the big fields, rather. But that landed us some like decent cash compared to what we have. Okay, so we got 23,000 liters of food, almost 3,000 liters of milk. I'm going to hook on to this trailer real quick and just get the milk stored in it. But we made some good money, and I've just kind of been holding on to it just to kind of... Well, at first I wanted to see if anything would come through the stores. I'm just going to fill this. Okay, so this thing, you know, you'd think this thing would hold a little bit more... excuse me, milk than that, but geez. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's go hook onto the slurry container as well and just see if we can fill that. There's a couple things that I want to do. So I waited till we got to this month to check stores. There's nothing good in here. I mean, there's this slurry spreader, but yeah. We have no money. Also, I guess while we're in here, we check the contracts. There's nothing really for us to do contract-wise. Nothing really that we can do. I was always hoping a set of these would come through the stores that we could get for super cheap just to go do hoeing contracts, because they pay pretty good, and this implement's relatively cheap. I mean, it's only like 30 grand brand new, which, I mean, we could go buy it, but I don't know. I think it's best we just save our cash, or at least buy cattle. So let's see if we can fill this. Yeah, okay, so this thing is going to be right full. That's kind of what I want to do a bit. I don't know if it's going to be this episode. I've kind of just been toying around with it, is like something to store the slurry. The only kind of issue is there's no sell point for slurry. I don't think the store, like if we go to this main, like our main sell point down here, will take slurry. Obviously that's wood, but this other, I don't know if I click on it, storage bay, I don't think it takes slurry. Like I can't, when I go into our this one, let's hide those, or slurry, no selling points available. Like, not that we would make a ton of cash on it anyways, but I don't know. I've been trying to figure out something that we could do with slurry, or because we're just going to continuously have slurry for the rest of like this series, and it'd be nice if there was something we can do with it. Obviously we can fertilize fields, but it's only going to be able to kind of go so far, because let's jump over here real quick. Will it show me if I go into here? I wish it told you how much it held. Is there a way to figure out how much it can hold? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew how much it could hold, but whatever. So we got 40 head of cattle. I would like to get some more, but I just also kind of want to wait and see maybe what comes through the stores in December, January, and then like we'll just see. Pending on how the winter goes, maybe we'll be able to. If nothing good comes through the stores, then we'll just get a bunch of cattle in the springtime there, or just like the early spring, kind of late winter, whether it's like January or, well, January's winter for sure. Where I am, that's where it's winter. But we'll get some more cattle, but I'm just kind of holding on to some cash right now just in case something comes up. The other thing that I would like to do, that I would really like to do, is buy another field. I mean, I've kind of thought about it a lot, and the field that makes the most sense is going to be field 12. Like, we could get these fields here. Like, this is only 7 grand. I could get this field. This is only 7,500 as well. I could get this field, but I don't know. It just, maybe in the future we could just do something interesting on these fields, depending on how the series goes. But the main thing would be get this big field, like get this huge field, and either start doing something in grain, or I'm not too sure. But if I can stack up some like extra cash doing some contracts, we'll get this field, and then we'd really be able to make some silage bales for sure. But I'm looking forward to the springtime. I think we're gonna end up selling. If we go into here, where's our silage? Why is it not saying silage? Yeah, why is it not saying the silage in here? Wait a sec. Oh, maybe it still thinks we have grass. Okay, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Either way, I'm looking forward to sell the silage in the, I think it's going to be February, Marchish is going to be, actually, we can just go look real quick here while this guy is still cutting. So let's go down to silage. Nothing we can do with, yeah, see, there's no selling points for digestate. Hay. Milk is going to be the best time to sell in January. We'll just have to keep that in mind. I really want to buy that that milk facility, that dairy facility, so we can start making cheese. So that's just why I haven't really sold anything. Oh, November silage. Wow, this actually seems like it's peak time. Too bad those bales are still fermenting. Okay, well, whatever. We can put that on our January, February chore list, to go and get that. Slurry would be a good time. I mean, I guess you don't make that much money off slurry. So then the only other thing I would like to do is find somewhere to, or some way to store it. um, Not factories. That's going to be the cheapest one that we get. 65,000. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That's going to be something that's like low on the priority list. What's this? This will hold 100,000 liters. It's 32,000. Maybe. Right? Maybe. Low on the priority list. Very low on the priority list. But okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to let this guy finish mowing this, and once he's done, I'm going to get him set up on the other field over on our bigger field, and then we'll start tedding this field. We'll ted this field, then we'll windrow it, and then we'll end up picking this stuff up with the forage wagon and dumping it into the hayloft. If there's any excess, which I don't know if there will be, I can't really remember. Then we'll bale it, but our main thing will be baling the silage bales over there. So I'll bring you back in one sec once this field is mowed. Okay, I am just heading over to our large field here. I'm going to get a worker set to start mowing this field. Let's get them nice squared away there. Okay, let's head back over. We're going to grab our tedders and we'll ted this field. And then we'll get our windrowers and we will get everything put together so we can pick it up. Now, let's set... Yeah, let's set that. And let's get set on this one. Okay, and we're off. We are off. Pretty excited to use that new baler. I know it's like a weird little thing, but I'm excited to see what we get for bales off that big field. Because I think we had 87 last time of the small bales, which I just want to do less bales. Like it was, it's not too bad, but it was a long process to wrap all those bales. Like, oh god, that took a long time. By the time baling and wrapping, it was a long time. But I mean, it doesn't have to be quick. That's farming. But it'll be nice to just have a little bit bigger of a baler. That was a pretty good deal. Like I think with selling the other baler and stuff, it was like 18 grand. You know, that's not too bad. Like, get a good baler like that in real life, there's no way you're paying 18 grand. No way. So that's pretty awesome. Let's go. The only, I don't really want to buy anything too crazy in the stores. I just always am looking for kind of those upgrades. Like, these tedders are fine. They're perfectly fine. They work great. They don't owe us a darn thing. But if you could get a wider set in the stores, like, it would be nice. Less passes would be nice. I'm sure that's what every farmer thinks. If only I could have more horsepower and bigger tractors. But these are pretty good. But you never know. One nice thing to get in the stores would be a set of those hoeing implements. Because, man, you can do fields so quick. There's always those hoeing contracts that are up for like 7-8 grand. Just be an easy way to supplement the income. But the real main focus, even though, you know, buying implements is fun, but the main focus has got to be getting that cheese factory and getting more cattle. Because now we're set up, we're ahead. Once we get this cut and we get the hayloft filled, I guess anything else that we can't fill in the hayloft we can just put straight into the barn. I think the barn will hold 32,000 liters of food for the cattle. And I think from like the research and stuff I've done, it's better to feed them, like TMR is probably the best, but we just don't have straw or anything yet. We just don't have the ability to do TMR. But I don't think silage, straight silage, is the best. I think if we're gonna pick on anything, it should be just straight hay. We'll kind of give them the best efficiency or effectiveness, I believe. But we'll kind of just test that and see. But yeah, more cattle, more money so that we can buy that cheese factory. That would be ideal. All the other stuff with like slurry and all that, that's just kind of just like side quests really, where it would just be nice to be trying to supplement money. Let's do that. There we go. But yeah, those are side quests. Definitely side quests. The main thing, cattle, cheese. I really want to be able to afford more cattle that are able to give us milk, which I think is the 8-month mark. I'm pretty sure they'll start producing milk, which is kind of weird in a way if you think about it, like, because they don't hit a reproductive cycle till like 18 months or 16 months, I can't remember exactly, but they can produce milk. I don't know, just seems weird in my mind. It seems like they should be able to produce milk when they can reproduce, right? Because, like, I don't know, they'd have to be able to reproduce milk or produce milk for their offspring. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hit this. This is kind of a weird spot in the field. But yeah, more cattle, cheese factory, bigger fields down the road. because we're gonna need like a lot of food to feed all these. I can't remember exactly how much food we went through with 40 head of cattle. I really want to get to that 100 mark. The 100 mark is going to be a good kind of buffer. If we can get 100 almost predominantly mature cattle that are producing milk, that's really where I want to get to, and hopefully at that point we can also afford the cheese factory. Would be ideal. But okay, let's get this. What I'm gonna have to do here is spin around, get started on that other row. It's probably not good to drive over the freshly cut hay like this, but okay, there we go. Nice, nice. We are just cruising here. Just giving her. I'm just going to real quick tab over, see how everything's going over here. Yeah, our worker is just giving her. Let's head back over here and keep going. Okay, I'm going to just keep going along here. I'll get the rest of this field tedded, and then I'll bring you back in 1 sec, and we'll start windrowing. Okay, we got our field tedded up. I'm gonna head over with these windrowers, get it all, straightened away so we can pick it up with the forage wagon. I do like these windrowers though. Pretty good set. You know what I never do though? Or let's just check here. I don't usually use the steering assist with the windrowers. I just kind of, well, I just wing it. I just windrow it. I guess I could try. It's kind of weird though. I don't know. I kind of like just doing it just willy-nilly, if you will. Let's turn these on. Maybe I should use the assist, because I always miss a bunch too. So maybe it's better that I do. Steering assist is good. I just remember in FS22, like, oh, the amount I cut and baled, and like it was just big open grass areas. They weren't actually fields, so I never could use any type of AI worker at all. Just had to do it all. So I got so used to just windrowing and doing it all myself. But yeah, we'll get this good and windrowed, which I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing what the winter will hold for stuff in the store. But I'm really excited to sell off all the silage bales and just see how much cash we get off of two harvests. You know what I mean? And I would like to test next year to see if we get more yield letting the grass go one more day past its ready to harvest stage, because like this grass said it was ready to harvest, but I'm pretty sure you get a little bit more of a yield if you let it go one more month. So I'd kind of like to test that next year, like do it in the spring. Once it's like ready to harvest, we'll let it go one more month and just see if you do get more of a yield on it, because we should be able to tell through the bales how many bales we get, blah blah blah. Which is kind of my plan. Yeah, see, I kind of just like doing. Maybe we'll do 2 headlands. Maybe I will do 2. Get this stuff all windrowed up. Nice. Yeah, this is a good set of windrowers. There was an awesome implement in FS22 where you could get these mowers were like super expensive, and they required a ton of horsepower to run them. You had to get a tractor that I think had at least 300 horse, but they would mow and windrow at the same time, and I'm telling you, that was the cat's pajamas right there. Where did that saying come from, the cat's pajamas? That's a weird one. But that implement was awesome. It was truly awesome. You could just cut and windrow at the same time. I wonder if that's actually a real thing. Wouldn't be for hay, would it? Because you'd have to let the hay dry. You wouldn't want to windrow it immediately. I don't think, at least. I don't know. I uh, I had to go back to my hometown on the weekend. Uh, just it depends when you're watching this. It might not make sense, but regardless, I went back to visit my parents. My dad turned 70, so he's getting pretty old. And it was also kind of, it wasn't the exact date, but my parents' 40th anniversary is like a couple weeks after. Their anniversary is a couple weeks after his birthday, blah, blah, blah. So it was his 70th plus their 40th. So we went back. But I was just like, we were driving, and they live in like small town. They live in a small town, like there's like lots of farming community, like lots of farms around. It's not a big farming community, but it's just there are lots of farms around there. And as I was driving, I was just checking out all the farms, just checking out all the tractors, and I could just see people's balers and stuff, and these huge hay lofts. And I was like, oh man, I can't wait to get back and keep building our dairy farm here, our dairy empire, and get that new baler out. But yeah, some like big operations. And I seen on the highway the one of the big 9RX John Deere tractors being hauled, like those huge. Here, I'm gonna pause this real quick here. Where is it? Oh, that just popped through in the stores. Too bad we're not a potato farmer. But this tractor, seen that on the back of a lowboy, hauling it to some farm somewhere, who knows. It was massive. Like, actually in real life, it was massive. Like, I seen a lot of equipment on the back of trucks in my day, just where we live. Like, I grew up in oil patch country, so there was like there's always big equipment on trucks being hauled somewhere, excavators, dozers, stuff like that. I've seen a lot of D10s in my life. My dad's actually run a D11, which is crazy. But seeing that tractor on the back of a or a lowboy rather, man, oh yeah, see, I'm missing a bunch. That thing was massive. There's a massive tractor. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think the implements that thing would be pulling, or like how big it needs to be to pull those big pieces of tillage equipment, or tillage implements. It's just crazy. 40-foot discs, stuff like that. Massive, just massive. Plus, I think like in this game, it's $500,000. I think in real life, they're like $1 million. Those freaking tractors, like crazy, absolutely crazy. Yeah, I'm always missing a bunch here. I have to tighten up these asses a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going here. I'll get this windrowed, and I'll start pulling stuff off with the forage wagon, and I'll bring you guys back. You know, I'll get a little bit pulled off with the forage wagon. I'll maybe bring you back towards the tail end of it, just so we're not sitting here through all of it. But yeah, I'll bring you guys back once I got the forage wagon hooked up, and we're pulling some hay off this field. Okay, we are back here. I got most of this field cleared off. I've just kind of been doing the runs back and forth to the hayloft. You know, actually, I didn't check at the end of the last one. I think I'm just going to call this. Oh, it almost worked perfect. I didn't check and see what's in the hayloft, so let's go see how much we got sitting in there right now. I'll tell you one thing would be nice if it came through the stores, if this game is listening, would be a little bit bigger of a forage wagon for a good deal. That would be nice. That would be nice. Not needed, just nice. But let's dump this in and let's see how much hay we got in this loft. Our worker is done windrowing the big field, so it's just a sitting duck over there for a new baler to go, get some rows done, which I'm really looking forward to. Really looking forward to testing this thing out. Okay, let's hop out of here. Oh, it tells me right there. 208. Not bad. Not bad. So we won't quite fill this thing, but that's okay. Jeez, I'm starting to think now. Yeah, I wonder how much cattle or how much food 100 head will eat. Hopefully, well, no, we'll definitely have enough because even like this is our cut now, which means like technically we should probably be able to be getting a cut in like what, February, March-ish. Is that how the game will let us do it? Because I don't think it'll let us cut through January or December and January. I don't think you're allowed to harvest grass or hay or whatever. Grass, I guess, through that time period. So I guess the next would probably be February, maybe March. Let's just check real quick. Where's grass? March. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, so March, we could. Well, will it grow? I don't know. We'll see. I can't remember exactly if it'll grow through the winter. Like, it doesn't make sense that it would because it's winter. But maybe, let's say we could harvest April. Then it's usually 2 months from there. So it'd be May, June, we could potentially harvest. And then July, August, September, October. Yeah, maybe. So we'll be able to get some decent cuts to keep everything fed. Yeah, I don't think we'll be running out. I think we'll be able to get to 100, maybe even 200 head of cattle before we really have to either start baling hay along with picking it up forage style before the animals are eating kind of too much that we can't keep up with. But yeah, a little bit bigger of a forage wagon, not gonna lie, would be pretty not too bad. But I am, said it a million times, excited to use that new baler. I am excited to use that new baler. Wait, we should check the stores again real quick here. No. A potato. Was it a potato harvester that came through? I should check contracts as well. Sometimes they refresh. I have this refresh button down here, but like doesn't seem to do anything. So, not too sure. Not too sure. Alright. Got a little bit more. A little bit more to pull off, and then we are going baling. $109,000. That's not too bad. We were at like 110. It cost us like $1,000 to get both fields cut. To pay a worker to cut both fields, and then windrow the big field, which is pretty not too bad, really. Let's grab this last windrow. And what I might do, this is a big might, but I might go buy a spreader, a slurry spreader for that tank, and spread some fertilizer on this field. I don't know if we have enough slurry to do this whole field. I don't know. Okay, let's shut this thing off. But that's kind of something I was thinking about too, because I want to fertilize this field before the winter so that we get a good growth cycle on it. And I might buy a spreader for that slurry tank that we have to get that field done. But that's just a maybe. I'll kind of probably check into that maybe off camera and see if it's worth it. I think actually, if I can, I'm gonna dump this right here, or as much of it as we can. Should be able to fit all of this. Okay. And what I might do is just leave that trailer right there. Let's hop out. I was kind of thinking about this while I was doing it. Okay. Yeah, we bought a couple calves. That's right, we bought a couple calves. Okay, I think I want to buy. Let's see if we can get. Let's get 10 more. We'll just keep slowly picking away at this. Try and stay around 100K. Yeah, I'll try and get some spreader, some sort of slurry spreader for that. But let's go hook onto our new baler. bucks. And now we got 50 head of cattle. 50 head, which is pretty decent. We'll just slowly get our way up to 100. Keep a little bit of money in the bank in case something good comes through in the stores. And hopefully we make some decent coin off of these silage bales. If we could make some decent coin, it'd be nice to get that big field, to get that really big field, and then do all of that in silage. It'd be pretty awesome. Okay, so let's open this up real quick here. We're set on 150. We're gonna do 150s for right now because that's all our wrapper will wrap. Bale count is at 0. Okay, let's close this down. Let's turn this bad boy on. And we are off. Now I'm interested to see how much we get in 150 centimeter bale, because with the 125 centimeter bales we get 3,500 liters. Oh yeah. I gotta turn on automatic drop. Now, I just want to jump out and see. 5,500. Okay, not too bad. That's not too bad. That hopefully should tone it down quite a bit. That way we should probably be around maybe 60s, in the 60s for bales. Yeah, this thing's pimping. It's a pretty skip'em looking unit. Nice. Not too bad. Not too bad. At some point I'm probably gonna have to go get more oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go get more netting. I think what I should probably do, let's get this bale done. We'll drop this bale off, and I think that I know what I'm gonna have to do. I think this is gonna be the best, so I don't have to go do this after. But I'm gonna go throw the forks on real quick, go dig that pallet out of the shed, bring it over here so that we have it, and that way once I run out of net, because I'm definitely gonna run out of netting, we can just fill that baler real quick and then keep on keeping on. Life's a garden. Dig it. Oh. Oh my god. There we go. Jeez. Rough go. Okay, we gotta head over. Now we're probably gonna have to hook up to that wrapper and pull that out quick, because I think I kind of put these pallets in weird. Might have to come up with a better idea for this, but let's just... Ooh, am I gonna be able to make that? Nice, it just worked. Might as well just leave this right out. Heck, we might as well bring it right over. We're gonna need it over there. Okay. There we go. Okay. We are off. Yeah, we'll drop this wrapper off, I guess, right here. And I'll just keep this pallet on these forks like I did last time. Give her a couple shakes. There we go. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, we got a field to bale. Actually, what I'm gonna do real quick though is just get this guy out of our way. Let's hold this back up. Let's head on over. just drive over all the windrows, no big deal. That's probably not what you're supposed to do at all. Just squish it all down. Yeah, that's gonna help it dry and make everything good. I guess it's not hay, it doesn't have to dry out too much. Let's drop these. Back these bad boys in. Ooh. Call that good right there. Okay, let's go hook onto this baler and let's bale this field. Alright folks, we did her. We got this field baled. The new baler works exceptional, I would say. We didn't even really go through any netting, which was crazy. I carried this pallet around the whole time and we didn't even have to, but that's pretty good. Okay, final guesses before I check. What are you thinking? I'm thinking around 60, maybe 64. That's my guess. Ready? 55. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We chopped down our amount of bales that we have to wrap by like 32 less bales that we have to wrap, which is pretty nice. Oh, I guess I could have went that way. Oh, we'll take the long cruise over here. So 32 less bales. That's actually not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Okay, I'm actually going to, whatever, we'll watch. We'll leave this baler for now. It'll be just fine, I reckon. We got to put. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to back it up a little bit here. I'm going to spin around and put this pallet in first. run into the wall a little bit, no big deal. Okay. Whoa, run into the new baler, no big deal. Not bad though. 55 bales. Yeah, that tones it down quite a bit compared to what we had to do. So let's see if I can back this thing up. Not bad. Okay. Tuck the baler away for the winter. I'm going to go drop these forks off, I reckon, and then we'll get a hook onto the bale trailer. We got to pay our bale trailer fee, which I'm going to do this right now so you guys can see it. So we're going to use the bale trailer. I'm always going to charge myself $500 to use it just because it has an auto load feature on there, and I think that's pretty fair. Rather than having to pick up one each at the time, like each individual, we'll charge a little fee. We'll run into the side of the cow barn, no big deal. Let's put this down, let's put that. Okay, I'm gonna go hook the wrapper up, and then I will grab the bale trailer, and I'll bring you guys back when I'm kind of getting set up and ready to start our baling system. Okay, I've got our baling setup kind of ready to go here, or wrapping setup rather, I should say. Oh, I think I gotta drop this down. There we go. I think this wrapping setup works pretty good. I mean, yeah, I think it works pretty good. I gotta get in the groove here a little bit. Do that. I gotta make sure this thing is picking up correctly. Oh yeah, and this, I gotta turn auto drop on every single time. That's one thing, like, in the old game, once you turned auto drop on once, it just like worked. You didn't have to keep turning it on and on and on every time you connected to the implement. Okay, let's see. I wonder if we'll still be able to get the same amount of bales in this trailer. That doesn't really make sense. 4%, 10 would be 40%, 20 would be 80%. Yeah, man, you should be able to get that much. Okay, let's back this up. So let's talk a little bit about what I want to do through the winter. Because we're going to be getting to January and December, or December and January, where we're not going to be really doing too much, you know, farming. And what I want to kind of do is I want to get the farm a little bit kind of cleaned up and organized. I want to go through with the landscaping tool and kind of like get some gravel areas put in and just kind of clean everything up a little bit. Maybe we'll go through and clean up some of the piles of garbage that are just kicking around. Some of it I'll probably leave, but some of the stuff will probably get cleaned up just as I kind of organize and clean up the farm a little bit better. And then what I also want to do, I'm going to look into it. I don't know all the details of it. I'm going to kind of sit through the store once this episode's done and just make a game plan with it. But what I want to do is I want to rent a wood chipper and a trailer and go through and cut down some of the trees that are around kind of the farm. I kind of have an idea of where I want to expand the farm, if that makes sense. And so I want to clear out some trees, and through the winter will be kind of a good time to do that, since we're not going to be able to really be, cutting and doing anything with these fields. And then once the springtime comes, we'll be able to take all these silage bales in and get them sold off, which will be nice. And then that way we'll be able to see exactly exactly how much cash we can get per, say 100 silage bales, or however we want to kind of plan it out. I think the trailer holds 26, right? I think, is it 26 or 24? I can't really remember. But we'll just see how many loads and blah blah blah. Basically what a trailer load of silage bales is going to get us. I know these are 150 centimeter bales and it'll be a little bit different, but we'll be able to kind of figure it all out and go from there. The only thing that could kind of I still want to do, oh jeez, what's going on here? I still want to do that, and I want to clean the farm up, and that is definitely going to happen so that we can kind of just so we can plan the expansion of like where that cheese factory is going to go, or whatever production facility we end up putting in. I'm assuming it'll be that, but you just never know how things will change. So we'll see how I kind of want to, I have, like I said, I have an idea of where I want to clear trees out of and just kind of start organizing the farm a little bit better. Not that it's like super bad, but I would eventually like to build kind of some different sheds to like put the implements in and stuff like that. Just little stuff like that. The only thing that'll kind of change for next episode would be potentially if some contracts came up, because there is that one field that there was a harvesting contract on it. Let's go look at it real quick here. This one for 30K. So like, actually I haven't looked in here in a sec. Yeah, nothing's changed. Yeah, see, like I hit refresh contracts and nothing happens. So but I may, if for some reason a cultivating contract or something like that came up on that one, then I would go just set a worker on it. It won't really matter because we're only going to really need one tractor at the farm anyways, so it wouldn't really matter if we had to send the old Dutzfar up to do some cultivating contracts. I don't think that'll make or break anything. Oh, this is empty. Okay, let's set this down. I'll just rip up over to the farm real quick here. This really won't take too long. But yeah, that's kind of going to be the plan for next episode and potentially the episode after. I don't really know. We'll be into January. So yeah, it'll be farm cleanup and then getting ready to sell silage bales is going to be kind of the next like steps in the farm. Get some garbage cleaned up. I don't know, we'll have to rock, paper, scissors on who's going to clean out that outhouse, but maybe best of 3 on that one. But yeah, like I kind of, here, while we're over here filling this up, I'm kind of thinking like this area over here. I want to start knocking down some trees. Maybe we'll leave this big one for now. A couple of these we can leave, but I'd like to like get rid of this and just clear some of this back in here, because I think this is going to be a good area to kind of expand the farm into, right over to this tree line, which is kind of the fence line for the pasture anyways, so it'll be kind of nice to tuck a few things back up against this tree line, and yeah, that's the rough plan. Oh, jump back in this guy. Spin around and head over. I don't really know. I mean, I guess we could use this fermenter. We haven't even used that thing yet. Maybe we'll get to a point where we have too many bales or something in the like kind of storage area for all the bales, and then we would have to kind of use that for silage. We just don't have a trailer. Like we have the Forage wagon, but it's not going to be. I mean, I guess we could run trips with the Forage wagon. Yeah, maybe we'll end up using that fermenter a little bit to get some silage going that way. But I kind of just like doing the silage bales. We're super set up for that, and since we got our awesome new baler, it seems like that's just the just what we should be using. But yeah, I think what we'll probably end up doing is we'll just end the episode there. Like I said, I don't think I'll put you through a time lapse of me wrapping these bales. It's not going to be too super exciting. You're not going to miss out on much of me doing that. I think I'll just probably get that done real quick here, and then so when next episode starts, what I'm going to do is I'll sleep through a month and it'll be December, and we'll go in, we'll check our contracts, and then we'll head up to the store, maybe we're going to grab a wood chipper for sure. I'm going to just see which ones I can lease and how much it's going to cost, and I'll just kind of look into trailers. I don't know. I know there's some cheap trailers up there to lease, so it really won't cost us much money for what we got to do, but I'm gonna just kind of like poke through and see if we can get a bit of a bigger trailer, not super huge, but just somewhat a little bit bigger than a small utility trailer to help with the wood chips. It would kind of save a little bit of time, so we're not doing too many laps. I don't really know how much money we'll make off the wood chips. Probably nothing too crazy, but we should make enough money to, pay for the rental and maybe have a little bit of just extra cash for the weird consumable stuff like fuel and net wrap and rain wrap and all that stuff. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll just end this episode here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Like always, I truly appreciate it. And if you haven't done so already, I always appreciate if you can hit that like, hit that sub button for me. It would be greatly appreciated. But if not, no worries. This is Ultra Farmer. Like I said, thanks again. I'll catch you guys on the next episode. Have a good afternoon, morning, day, whatever time it is for you when you're watching this, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Alright folks, welcome back. Welcome to episode 8 of our Tassi Farms dairy farm empire build. We're back at her. It is a beautiful December morning here, and we've got a couple contracts. If you look up to the right hand screen, up by the heads up display by our cache, we've got 2 contracts we got to go get done. And I'm actually going to just hop in this tractor. Let's pull it around over here. Yes, welcome back. Welcome to episode 8, and what we're going to do through this winter, our plan for today is a couple things. I'm just going to hop here. Maybe we'll hop out, or shut this tractor down. There we go. Okay, so what are our plans for today? Well, I've got the Dude's Fire here. It's all fueled up, and I'm going to take it over to... Which field do we got here? So these are our 2 contracts. We've got a cultivating contract over on... Is it 20? Field 10. Field 10. I don't know why it says 28 there as well. Anyways, field 10, and then a plowing contract on field 12, which is right by our farm. This is our one grass field, and this is that big field just above that we kind of want to buy eventually. So a plowing contract and a cultivating contract, and I figured it would be good. We're going to get a worker going on these while we're doing some cleanup around the farm. That's what I kind of want to do through a bunch of this episode. Is we're going to do these contracts, and I'm going to go up to the store, and we're going to rent a wood chipper, and I think we're going to rent a trailer. Yeah, I think we'll just rent a trailer for now, because it'll just be, I don't want to buy one. Yeah, I just don't feel like buying one. Maybe after we sell all the silage bales and stuff. But what I want to do is I want to start taking out some of these trees and kind of expanding the farm so that we can get a plan going for where we're going to put that cheese factory. So let me go into build mode right here real quick. Spin around. So what I kind of was thinking, and this will probably change knowing me, but this is what my rough plan was, is this kind of like strip of trees here. I kind of like having a natural divide all the way back to maybe even this one right in this little area. And what I was thinking is we'll start clearing out these trees and just making like a nice turnaround area in here, so that if we do have a production facility and we have to dump material, we could just pull in with a tractor and trailer, pull around nice there. I was gonna leave this tree, kind of like a little nice design feature as like kind of the center part of the turnaround, and then take out this tree, this one here, this small one here, and then most of these big ones right here was kind of my plan. And then maybe these ones I might do as well, kind of towards the back part of this guy is kind of the rough plan. I don't know if maybe I'll end up taking out all these trees and kind of having 2 accesses to this field here, but I kind of liked this strip along the edge of the farm. It's kind of like this nice little tree wall, kind of separates everything. But yeah, that's my plan. I want to go through and get all those taken out. So let's jump back out of build mode here. Let's maybe get back into this Dude's Fire. Fire this guy up. But that's our plan. We're going to be doing, we're log farming today. And I don't really have a major expectation of like how much money we're going to get from the wood chips. We will go sell all the wood chips, but I don't really know. I mean, I don't really have a gauge on how much we're going to get. Like, I know I can go look at the price per like 1,000 liter, but I don't know how many you get per tree. I have no idea. No idea. Not really doing this for cash per se, but I just want to clean the farm up a little bit, get some trees down, and yeah. yeah, we'll get whatever money we get from it. It's just going to be bonus. Plus these contracts will be rolling in the background, and yeah, it'll be pretty good. We'll get those trees down, and then eventually I'll have to go rent a mulcher, which is probably what we'll do next episode, I'm thinking, by the time I get all these trees down. Get a mulcher to come back and deal with the stumps. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go run down, and I will get this cultivator going on field 10. I'll come back, I'll grab the John Deere tractor, and I'll bring you guys back when I'm heading up to the store, and we will go pick up a wood chipper and a trailer. All right, we're just pulling into the store here. I've got our worker going on field 10. I'm just gonna pull in. Maybe I won't park there. I don't want to be in the way. Park right there in the way. We'll shut the tractor off. Even though it is cold out. Okay, I'm going to head into the store here. And we'll talk to the crew. We'll see if we can get ourselves a decent wood chipper and a trailer. And yeah, I'll see you guys in just one sec. Okay, we got our wood chipper and our trailer. There they are, sitting right over there. Let's hop in this tractor, fire it back up. Nothing too fancy, but it'll work just fine for us. There are way bigger wood chippers in there, but they're like super expensive. So I think this one's going to work really good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook onto this wood chipper, and then we got to unfold it, I think, because the conveyor... Yeah, let's just get this unfolded. So it'll be pretty simple. We'll fire it up, we'll throw the wood in there, then it'll chip it, and it'll convey it back into the trailer. But what I gotta do is... There we go. We'll just lift it up like that for right now, but I'll be able to hook it onto the trailer. Just gonna bring it up like that for hauling back to the farm, so nothing gets hung up when I'm turning corners. But yeah, basically I'll just fold that down, and it'll convey all those wood chips right into this trailer. This trailer will hold 12 cubes, or 12,000. Yeah, 12 cubes, 12,000 liters, and yeah, it should be pretty good. I mean, you get way more expensive trailers, but this will be, like I said, this will be just fine. And I don't really know how to gauge, like, I don't know how many wood chips I'm going to get per tree. Like, do you get 500 liters of wood chips? Do you get 2,000? Like, I have no idea. I have no idea how to kind of, like, yeah, how to gauge it. So okay, but I'll take this back to the farm, and I'll meet you guys back up there, and we will start cutting down some trees. All right, we are home now. Just pulling back in. I tabbed over real quick just to check on our worker, and they seem to be doing just a heck of a job over at that other field, which is great. And let's hope that we can do something similar of a good job over here. Okay, how do I want to situate this? Actually, I think I'm just gonna go. Okay, so I'll set that up something like that. Yeah, that'll work just fine. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna fall this tree so it goes, I think, somewhere over there. So if you are falling trees and you want to kind of control the direction, if you didn't know, basically the way that you cut, the tree should fall. So if I was to cut like this, and then it goes from right to left, it's gonna fall directly towards the tractor. So if I kind of aim it a little bit more this way, and I'm gonna cut these stumps a little bit high just so I don't, so when we go to mulch them, I know exactly where they are. And it's not really going to matter. We're not really... Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So you see it should fall directly... Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so now comes the weird part, because I don't really know... I think I can only lift 200 kgs. Okay. Cut that guy off. This is going to be a bit of a time-consuming project. So can I lift this? 315. Nope. Can I lift this one? Yeah, 193. Okay, I can lift that. Uh, 226. No, you cannot. What if I cut... Wait, what if I cut that much off? Okay, so there we can lift that. That, dude. Okay. I gotta kind of keep it organized here. So let's pull this up so we're a little bit closer. But I think this is going to be a good spot for everything. And let's turn this on. There we go. Alright, let's start doing this. Oh god. Can we just... Got a feeder in the tube just right. Alright. Another one. Okay, so it seems like, I don't know for sure. 217. Okay, this one's just too big. So let's cut a little bit off it there. It seems like if I grab it right here, it doesn't want to go better. It's like it's better if I grab it towards the far left end if I'm going to put it in from the right. Never mind. So my theory's wrong right there. Okay, let's grab. Yeah, we can grab him. Nice. Okay, let's jump in and see. Okay, so that's 5,000 liters. 5,300, and we're not even close to done this tree. Oh my god. Can I grab... Oh no, that one's 315, that's right. So let's cut this. $225. Okay. This is gonna take some time. Because we got a lot of trees to go. But I wonder how much we'll get for the wood chips, because I mean, if we got like this trailer's gonna be full, and we're not even close to done this tree. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Okay, let's come to this side. How do I want to? Can I do that? Let's try and cut all these top branches off here. This is how it would be in real life, though. Like, a tree like this, oh my goodness, it would be hard to deal with. Like, if it was just spruce or pine, it wouldn't be as bad, but like, this tree is just... So you'd have to be careful, too. Like, watch, this tree's gonna rotate when I finish cutting these, like... Oh, maybe not. Okay, so that one's 230. Yeah. Let's get them going. Get them going. Just keep feeding the chipper. Full are we? 9,000. Oh, God. Maybe we will make, like, decent money off of these wood chips. Okay, I definitely won't be able to grab this guy. We know that. 495. That's 310 still. Okay. I mean, like, I wonder if I can sell. Oh, I wonder if I could sell, like, these logs. Like, I know if it was spruce, you'd be able to sell it really good. Like, I'd be able to actually, like, cut it into, you know, like, long logs and, Just gonna take all of it? Okay, so what we have to do now, yeah. But back to what I was saying, I don't know if I would actually be able to, like, sell this tree if I cut it up into actual logs, and like if I went and rented like a log trailer or something like that. I don't think I would. I don't know if I would, if it would take it. I guess I could try, but I've never tried to cut down. Like I think that was like a Japanese. I don't even know what it was, but I don't know if you can actually sell those like as like a log deck. I think it has to be spruce or pine or something. I could test it out though. Could test it out. Maybe I'll do that. Well, if I'm gonna test it, I probably should do it sooner rather than later. Let's see how much money we get for these wood chips. Like, I'm thinking I get like a couple grand for these. Max. 2,000 max is what I'm thinking. Maybe 3. But I really have no idea. Well, I guess I could check. Yeah. Okay, I'll make the drive up to the store here. I'll bring you guys back once we're at the store, and we'll figure out exactly how much cash we're doing. 21% done that cultivating contract, which is awesome. But yeah, I'll bring you back when we're at the store, and we'll see how much cash we're gonna get for this. Okay, team, we are just pulling in here. I'm actually excited to see how much cash we're gonna get for this. Hey, buddy, what do you think we're gonna get? Is this where I dump it? Must be. Haha. Oh, there we go. I'm like, why isn't the little thing coming up? Okay, so we dumped to the side. Didn't know that. Oh man, we got way more money than I thought we were gonna get. What? We got almost 11 grand for that? What? Is it like... Where's wood chips? Are we just at like the hot spot? Wood chips, basically. Dang. That's crazy good money. I can't believe we just got 11 grand for that. That took no time whatsoever. Or almost 11. I mean, 10,700. That's insane. I thought I would get like 2,500 bucks for that. Oh my god. Watch out, tree. Half a mind to wood chip you right now. Oh. If he talks crap again, we'll wood chip him. I'll buy this land and wood chip him first. Now that we're going to be wood chip millionaires. If we do all of those trees, I had no idea that's how much cash you could get for that. If we do all of those trees, there's probably like 100 grand sitting back there. We'll have that cheese factory in no time. By the time we make a spot for it, we're not even like half done that tree. And there's like 6 of them we have to do. Oh my god, I had no idea. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Very surprising. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. I'll save you guys the long drive back to the farm here, but I'll bring you back and we're gonna keep wood chipping. We are definitely gonna keep wood chipping. Absolutely. Okay. I'll see you guys in a sec. Alright, crew, we are back. We're back to the money tree. Money trees is the perfect place for shade. Look at that. Oh, it's stored in there. Ah, interesting. Interesting, because it didn't have room. Okay, cool. I didn't know it would do that. We're not even half done that tree. Not even half done that tree. That tree's probably worth like 40k. Ish. Okay, let me start this, Oh. Oh, we can raise it? Interesting. Do we want it raised? I guess it just depends on what trailer you have, maybe? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it up. Okay. We can grab that, dude. Jam him in there. See on the other side. How heavy is this one? 185. We can lift that. Not gonna lie, I wish I could. I guess I could probably change my FOV a little bit. Okay, how heavy is this guy? 229. Okay, he's just a little heavy. This one's good to go. Whoa. How heavy is this guy? 255. Okay, like, I swear that, like, doing the leveling thing, oh man, I think there's a button, though, to self-level. Can't remember. Pretty sure I seen a hotkey to level it out when you're holding something like that, because I can never really seem to get it down good. Okay. 229, yeah, you're just a little too big. Maybe not 40k in this tree, but like quite a bit. Oh, nice work. Sweet. Okay. The only thing is, like, we're really gonna have to like chew up this part. Like, this trunk is gonna be intense. Let's just grab this so I don't forget it. Oh, what's going on here? Weird. There we go. There we go. Are we looking for about just over half full? Okay, let's cut this guy off. Not bad. Now let's cut some of this. I still can't believe that's how much cash I got for one load. Wish I could just... I don't know if I'll be able to fit all of that in this wood chipper. I don't know. What we could always do too, though, now that I know that I'm getting like crazy amounts of cash for this, is like, if we have to rent a bigger wood chipper, I will. Like, I had no idea it was like that. I didn't even really check, to be honest. I had done some wood chipping when this game like first came out, because I just went through and I tested everything, like, just, you know, whatever, just for fun. And I must have just had like a small trailer or something, because I went and I sold some and I'm like, man, you make no money from wood chips, and I just kind of moved on. But I can't believe it's like 11 grand for that. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Okay. Alright, can we lift any of this? Not even kind of. So if I cut that off, and that's too big. Okay, we can lift that. Oh, don't do it to me. There we go. 255. Okay, we can lift this, but this would mean, like, is this gonna fit in there? Not really. We'll just do it in sections here. There you go. Just gotta be persistent. How heavy are you? 146? See you later. 255. That's still 214. Unbelievable. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Dropped it. Butterfinger. Okay. We're gonna be getting close to filling this thing up though. Yeah, I might have to rethink this a little bit and get just kind of like a bigger everything. Like rent a bigger, bigger wood chipper. How heavy is this? 197. Yeah, but how are you gonna, is the game even gonna, oh yeah, I kind of did it. Like get a bigger wood chipper, get a bigger trailer. Just got a jammer in there. Alright, let's see where we're at. That's it, we are full. Okay. Shut that dude off. Okay, I think I might do that. I think I might kind of just, when I take this down there, I'm just going to look through the store and I'm going to kind of just like rethink the situation here and see if I should get at least a bigger trailer so we don't gotta, because like this is filling up way too quick, right? And we're going to be up 20 grand. Like we'll be able to rent like almost the biggest trailer that this thing will haul. So I'm gonna head to the store. I'll dump this off. I'll kind of just look through and I'll figure out. I'll just figure out what our next plan of attack is going to be, because this is, I had no idea this was going to be like worth it this much. I thought this was going to be a little winter work, you know, clean up the farm a little bit, get ready for the cheese factory. But we're like literally going to be able to buy one. So I'll just kind of get that all sorted, and then I'll bring you back once we're back at the farm and I've got kind of a more hopped up setup for this. Okay team, we're back. What I did is I got rid of the old setup and I'm trying this new one. This trailer will hold 28,000 liters or 28 cubes, and this is the like big intense wood chipper. It's got like a bigger intake. I got the other one just sitting here just in case I want to still use it, because it doesn't really matter. I already paid for it for the month, but it's got like a bigger kind of intake. It might be easier to get everything in. I don't really know. The only thing I worry about is when this is full of wood chips, if it's going to be too heavy for this trailer to pull, but we'll kind of see. No. Okay, that worked pretty good there. I'm just thinking like with like stuff like this, because we're going to have a bunch of chunky stuff, kind of like this piece. There's going to be tons of that. And I'm hoping, yeah, that handled that pretty good. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so let's cut a little bit off this. That's 357. Yeah, that's way too heavy. Okay. Yeah, I think this setup will be better. I think. It's a little bit more expensive, but I mean, like I said, like one load of trees pays for it for the month, like times two. Because I think this wood chipper is 5,600 per month lease, which we're only going to lease it for this month, plus however many hours you put on it. But I think it's going to be worth it if it's less trips. And it's like a bit of a waste of money, but I'm kind of just seeing, since it's like this is kind of just like free money, I'm just seeing how much this tractor can haul. If we can get even a bigger trailer, I'll rent even a bigger one. Okay, we gotta cut. Do something like that. Yeah, I'll rent it. If it can pull this trailer full, I might get even a bigger one just so we have to do less trips. But, yeah, we'll just kind of see how all that goes. This intake being bigger is way better. So I'm definitely gonna keep this wood chipper. Okay. This thing's 3 tons. Okay, let's see if I cut like something like that off of it. Like, how much is this cookie gonna be? It's probably gonna be way too heavy still. $350. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have some cutting to do. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we can lift that guy. 206. Oh my god, we still can't lift that. Okay, I might just... You're gonna see me cheat a little bit there. I'm gonna use super strength just for 6 kgs. Oh man. Put it in like that, maybe? Oh no. Okay, we've hit a roadblock. Because these are going to be too big. That'll be fine. Okay, I don't really know. I guess I might just have to do that with all of these. That's gonna be super not fun. Okay, let me see what I can do here to maybe make this so that's not the case. I don't really know if I can just cut this like down the middle. And there's no other bigger wood chippers that I can see in there. Unless there's something in the other... Oh wait, that's too big. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Cut right there. Now I gotta look on the ground there. I gotta look and see if there's like a little wood chip on the ground there, because if you forget that and I try and set a building down, sometimes it just won't happen, and it can be something simple as like a little wood chip on the ground. It's very, very annoying. Jesus. Okay, I can go there. Have to look and see. Can't see nothing. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this big chunky dude, because it'd be different if we could just do this a whole bunch of times and that thing would take it, but it's not gonna. Although that being said, the tree obviously is biggest at the bottom, at the trunk, so maybe if I do enough of these cookies and it starts to kind of like get smaller, that it'll fit in that chipper a little bit better. We'll go test one of these right when I'm done with the cut. A Japanese Zilkova, that's what this tree is called. Okay, 130 kgs. Like, this is a bit smaller, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work. Jeez. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work too good. We're definitely having troubles here. Just jamming this machine up. And now I can't get it out of there. Okay. Let's go like that. Let's see if I can pull them out now. If I use super strength. Oh, we don't want that. Okay, well, we may have jammed up the unit here. I wonder if I... let's try and fold it up. That really did nothing. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. We gotta cut this a little bit high so we don't forget where these stumps are. Bring this over. I wonder if it'll just eventually unjam itself. Either that or we're gonna break this machine. Oh, there we go. Somehow I got that one out. Why wouldn't it let me take it out before? That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with those other big chunks because okay, do I have... yeah, we gotta turn that off. But like I said, though, these pieces are getting smaller, so it might... I don't know. I might just have to kind of deal with it a little bit. Cut a few more in half, and then hopefully that thing will just start... just to start accepting them. Because it took the one. Let's check. We'll check one of these, and then if I jam this thing out, I'll come up with a new plan for these guys. If I can lift it, 139. Might just have to cut these in half. I think that's what we just might have to do, unfortunately. Oh, don't tell me that one still gets stuck, too. Jeez, we are having troubles with this. that worked. Oh my goodness. Maybe if it just takes it itself. I think what I might have to do. Jeez, this is just a gong show. Okay. I'm gonna keep messing with this. I'm gonna try and get it sorted so this works a little bit better, because this just keeps getting jammed out. Like, I don't know what's going on here. But I'll get this sorted. I think that was just in there for good. It's all about the way that it goes in there. I'll get this sorted, and I'll bring you guys back when I got kind of like a little bit, maybe I'm a little bit further along here, and I'll make a plan for these big pieces so that it's not such a time-consuming thing. So I'll bring you back in just one second. Okay, I got that tree done. I didn't find any good trick for it, to be honest. I just suffered through cutting it up into tiny little chunks and jamming it in the chipper. And yeah, basically all I did. I don't know. I'm gonna try and like sit and think about how I could do it better, and or like maybe if I just like buck the trees down, right, and then just cut like the branches like I did in the beginning that were like a little bit easier to manage. They went in the chipper real good, no big deal, and then stockpile kind of like all the big trunk branch skitchiations. But I don't really know what to do with those. I don't really know. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. I gotta just sit and think about it a little bit, because it could be, it should be pretty good money. Like, this should be like over 20K, which is awesome. And then having these contracts going in the background is awesome as well. This tractor's basically maxed out with pulling this trailer though. Like, it doesn't really want to pull much more than this. I think too, when I dropped this stuff off, because I was like filling everything, but then I jammed a few more pieces in the wood chipper, and it's like it took it, but I don't know if it actually put it in the trailer. Like, I think the trailer had reached its max limit, but for some reason the wood chipper was still accepting the logs. So when we dump here, what I want to do is I just want to unfold the wood chipper real quick and just see if any more kind of spits out into the trailer before we leave. But yeah, I don't really know the trick with getting rid of those trees, or maybe it's not worth the hassle. Like, maybe I should just make a pile of them, and I don't really know. I don't really know what would be the best. I think this is the largest wood chipper intake. Like, there's another mod I have installed for a wood chipper, but I don't think it'll take any larger, like, diameter size logs, if that makes sense. Like, I think this one has the widest intake. So let's just yeah, I should be able to just dump right like this. So it should be pretty decent cash, even though it was a bit of a headache to do. It's super worth it while those contracts are going. Yeah, 25. Okay, so now let's just real quick. I'm just gonna open up and just see. Yeah, see, a little bit more. A little bit more, a lot of bit more. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. What I kind of want to do, just because I don't know, I'm sure people are probably, I'm sure if you're watching this and you already know what to do with those trees, you're probably like screaming at the computer or at your phone, like, oh, you just have to do this. But I've never done it, so I wonder if I can take those trees, like those trunks, because I have a front end loader and stuff. What I could probably do is, you know, cut down the trees, just cut off the easy branches, wood chip those, and then I wonder if I can load like that trunk situation up onto a trailer. I doubt like a sawmill or anything would take that, because like what, I don't know. Other trees you can just cut them down, cut them into lengths and then take them and sell them, but that's for sure with like the spruce or the pine. But for this like Japanese tree, I don't really know, so I might test a little bit of that, and then just see. I'm gonna head back up to the farm and I'll make like a little plan. I'll either cut down a tree and try that, or I'll just kind of do some brainstorming and see what I can do to kind of help the situation. So I'll bring you guys back once we're up at the farm and I've hopefully got a bit better of a plan on how we're going to attack the rest of those trees. Okay, folks, I am back here. I did some testing, and I think I got a pretty good plan. I don't know. I'm gonna roll with it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it here. I'll show you what I got going on here. Okay, so what I ended up doing. Here, let me back up so I'm not in the weeds here. Okay, so I went and I got us a weight on the back. Oh, why isn't my tractor on? What's going on? Anyways, okay, there. I got us a weight, and I threw it on the back of this tractor because it's just not torquey enough to lift the log, the trunk, because they're quite heavy. And then what I bought is this log lifter. It's a mod that you can get. I know it kind of looks weird, but this thing is awesome. There was something very similar to this in FS22. If you're doing any logging in this game, I don't know. I guess if you want to be like super real, well, I mean, this would be pretty realistic. You would have to get out of your tractor to hook up straps, but this would work really good. Basically, what it is it's this bar, and let me just get back right up here. Maybe everyone's super familiar with this, but you just get really close to the log, and then I push L on my keyboard, and straps go around the log. Oh, here at terribletutorials.com. Okay. I'm like out here promoting this thing. Oh god, let me get back to the tractor. The wrong key here. Okay, maybe I just gotta get over a little bit better. Go down, push L. There we go, there we go. Here we go. I'm like, I knew it worked because I tested this thing out. But I think this is what I'm gonna do is, because I cut down this other tree behind us over here, and then I just like went and let me just hop out of this tractor so I can see. I cut down and then I just basically cut off the part that's going to be kind of the hardest to deal with. Now I'll have to cut this stuff up a little bit, but most of this, if I do that, hopefully this will work. But like I'll be able to go and I'll be able to just like put that. I mean, I know this thing's 300 kg, so I'd have to do the same thing where I like cut it like here or something like that. But I'll be able to go through this tree much faster and just kind of like bucket apart that way is what I'm thinking I'm gonna do. So yeah, I bought this weight, and I bought this lifter thing. This thing was only 600 bucks. Again, it's a mod you can download it, but it's a really, really handy mod. I guess I'll go in. Let me go in. Let's see here. In case anyone wants to look at it, I can't remember exactly what it was called. But you can come up here into the front loader tools. It'll be right at the very bottom. It's just the liftwood mod. I think you could search that, but yeah. Painted her red, so she was 700 bucks. Not too bad. But I think I'm just gonna do that and then haul these up to the store rather than try and like mess around and wood chip it. So what I might do, just to know, I don't know exactly. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna take this one up to the store right now, and we'll see how much cash we get for it. And then what I think I'm gonna do is maybe in the future, maybe like off camera or something, I will just see like how much we get for it right now, and then how much opposed to wood chipping it. Like if wood chipping it's way more, maybe in the future I would just kind of tough it out and deal through it, you know. I probably wouldn't do it on camera too much, and maybe just off camera, chilling, and because it's a bit time consuming to cut all of those cookies up, unless I can find a better way to cut them. But I think this is what I'll do: is I'll just cut these and haul these up to the store. I could get a trailer or something. Like there is little log trailers that I could get, but these are so huge that I basically can only fit like one on the trailer. Because when I tested everything, I just kind of tested everything off camera real quick, and then I didn't save it. I just wanted to see how everything was going to work, and I had a little trailer rented, and it fit one of these. And then so I was like, this setup here, you know, it costs like just over $2,000, which I mean is a bit of a waste of money, but I think we'll end up using it in the future if we keep clearing out all those trees. It'll end up paying for itself, especially with how much money we get for the wood chips, which again, that still just blows my mind. I did not know. I did not know that you could get that much money for wood chips. No idea. This will definitely be our winter projects over the next year or two. Is we'll just keep clearing out land and keep going back in there. It makes me think, though, I'm going to check when we get up to the store here. Like, there's that whole plot of land that's right beside our farm that's, like, straight forestry. It's straight forestry. And I didn't really want to get into a whole bunch of forestry on this series, but it could be, like, in the future. Oh, man, I just smacked that sign. In the future, like, it could be a good way we invest in that field, and then if we have that much money just sitting there, maybe we could get a little log trailer and slowly take loads up and just stack some cash from it. Okay, so let's bring this over here. Drop this off. I can hit the right button. Get out. Try not to hit my head on that. 2,100 bucks. Okay. Again, I don't really know what would be better. If it's better to wood chip it. But like maybe it is better to wood chip it, because that's a lot of tree that we did there. But I'm not too sure. Nonetheless, I think this is just the plan that I'm going to roll with for now, just because I kind of don't feel like sitting and messing with all those trees. Also, real quick, I didn't even realize this. I'm such a dum-dum. I was gonna leave the one tree that we cut down, like the very first big tree that we cut down. I was gonna leave that one as like a nice little wraparound, and I don't know, just got tunnel visioned on cutting down trees and trying it out. I think after seeing how much cash you can get, it's just crazy. Anyways, yeah, I cut down the tree that I was gonna keep. So yeah. I don't know. Maybe in the future I'll plant one there. If I plant one, I won't ever cut it down and sell it for cash. I feel like that's a little cheaty. I just don't want to plant a bunch of trees, because it's probably like $1,000 or $2,000 to plant a tree, and then if we can get that much from wood chips, I mean, that's a little cheaty. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to plant trees and then just to cut them down and take them for wood chips. That's not what I'm going to do. But yeah, I'm going to keep going and keep clearing out that area. Since I already cut down the tree I wanted to keep, the rest of them are all going to come out. So I think I'm just going to slowly go through and keep wood chipping, and we'll just see exactly how much cash I get from it. I mean, probably be a pretty good chunk of change once I'm all said and done. I think I'm just going to keep plucking away on that, and then in January we got to sell a bunch of the silage bales, so we're going to be doing trips back and forth to doing that. And then once the silage bales are sold, we will rent a mulcher or some sort of a tool to deal with all these stumps that we're gonna have left over. So we'll deal with all the stumps, and that'll be pretty much what we're gonna focus on next episode. Maybe some more farm cleanup, go around, clean up some garbage, and maybe hopefully kind of get a better plan of where we're gonna have that cheese factory go, and also buy more cattle. That's going to be kind of the main focuses of the next episode, Dr. Dre. And yeah, that's all I know. I got to cut down this tree. Yeah, I was going to keep that tree. What a dum-dum. But yeah, okay, I'm still going to cut down all these trees, and maybe make just like a full path all the way through here. But I'll kind of work on that off camera, and then like I said, next episode we'll be stumping and buying some more cattle. and doing some more farm cleanup. Get these silage bales sold, and hopefully that'll be another flush of cash. And at that point, we can really start making plans for next year. Will be a good year at the farm. It'll be a really good year at the farm. But yeah, I think we're gonna end the episode there. So thanks so much for sticking with me this episode and, and watching through my frustrations with trying to cut that tree and get it wood chipped. But now we know. Now we know. And real quick before we end here, I just want to see, because like plot 24, it's 125,000. Okay, well, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. Also, while we're in here real quick, we finished that one contract we can collect some cash for. Boom. And we got a worker plowing that field. He's almost half done. Okay. Thanks again, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys on the next episode. This is Ultra Farmer. If you haven't already, I'd really appreciate it if you could smash that like, smash that subscription button. It'd be greatly appreciated. Don't ever feel like you have to. And yeah, we'll see you guys on the next episode. Thanks again. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 9 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire build. I am the Ultra Farmer, and we are back, and we got to do some stumping today. We went through, if you weren't with us on the last episode, what I did is I went through and I cleared out this area. You can see some stumps over there, or one stump rather. Just a couple stumps there. I basically cleared out all these trees, wood chipped them, which was it was quite of a process, but we actually made a ton of cash from wood chipping. If you look up at the top, we got like 380, just about 383,000, which was crazy because we started last episode at like 90 grand. Like we made like a lot of money off of wood chips, which was actually crazy. I did not realize that, and there's still more trees that we could take out, but to be honest, I was just, it was like a lot of process of like cutting and put them in the wood chipper and blah blah blah. But we ended up doing, it all in all, it took me another like 6 trips up to the store dumping wood chips. And I also found a little bit of a cheat, not really a cheat, but it was more just like a little bit of a loophole where you could kind of keep feeding trees into the wood chipper, and it would still take them even if your trailer was full. And then when I went up to dump, as long as the pipe was pointed at the trailer, whatever was like, it's like you could kind of fill the wood chipper as much as you want, no matter how full your trailer. It was like a little bit of a cheat, but I didn't do it too much. Like I guess I could have just did like one load and really exploited that, but I ended up doing 6 trips, and along with taking in the trailer full of like tree stumps that I had. But yeah, it is January. We've slept through a month. I'm actually going to hop in this tractor real quick here. Let's fire this bad boy up because I want to rip over, just before we get going, stumping and doing all of our stuff today. I want to go over and just check on the animals and see how much food they have. Oh, I guess I could have just tapped over to this tractor. Okay, let's go in here and see. They have no food, which is, they had a bunch of food, like they're fine. There was 12,000 liters in here of food. I checked right before I slept through the month, just to kind of see. So they went about through 12,000 liters of hay. So I'm just gonna rip around here. Actually, let's just hop out real quick here too. How much milk is in there? 5,000 liters, and that other thing is full. It's got 8,000 liters, and we got a bunch of slurry. So kind of the main reason that we pulled everything out with those trees is so I could get the cheese factory, which is still like main priority, because I want to get a production going with the milk that we have. Cheese factory is expensive though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna spin around there. There we go. Yeah, the cheese factory is expensive. It's like 230 grand. I wonder if I could finance it. Nah, probably not. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's spin around here and do this. But I want to get the cheese factory going so that we can have some sort of a production facility. Oh man, smashed into the barn. We're gonna have to do barn repairs. One thing I had to do is I had to repair the John Deere tractor. It just kept shutting off on me. It was a weird thing where I would like get out of the tractor and then I'd get back in it and it would be shut down. I'm like, what? I knew I didn't hit the button, and I forgot that I put a mod in that, like, as the tractor maintenance bar slowly goes down, like it'll start to have issues, and if you let it go right to zero, like the tractor won't run. You will have to repair it, which is just something I thought was kind of just fun, a little more realistic. But so what I want to do today is we got to rent a stump cutter to get those stumps out of there, which is not that hard to do. And then also what I want to do is take in the silage bales and sell them off. I think, let's see if we can get through here without crashing into anything. I'm pretty sure when I checked before, January was like the main month for doing that. Okay, let's dump this hay in here. So yeah, I kind of want to get the stumps all pulled out. Kind of go through and do any other like landscaping that we got to do in there. Maybe lay some gravel down or something like that. Just kind of really clear out that new area that we've got set up. I'm gonna fill this thing right full of hay so we don't gotta deal with it. Okay. Oh, gotta pull through a little bit more here. Is this thing filling up? What's going on here? There we go. Now, another thing that I want to do, that I've been thinking about doing, is getting another forage wagon. I would like to get a little bit bigger of a forage wagon now that we can afford it. So probably sell this one and get a forage wagon would be pretty awesome. It's nice to know how much we can make from wood chips. It's a little bit to rent that unit, but it's not really that much. Like, it was like 4 grand or something for the whole setup for like the tractor and the trailer. Okay, that's full. Or for the tractor and the trailer. For the wood chipper and the trailer, it was like, yeah, like 4 grand I think it cost me. But like one load of wood chips is like 25 grand. So it's super, super worth it. And there's a ton more trees that we can clear out of there. We just don't really need to right now. We don't really need the space. Also, like I said, it's a bit time consuming going through cutting each thing. The wood chipper's great, but it also like gets jammed up all the time. Oh, I'm like constantly messing with it, and like pieces won't really fit in, and then you gotta cut them into smaller pieces. It's just, yeah, it's you get a bunch of cash out of it, but you gotta work for it for sure. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'm going to rip up to the store. Which tractor do I want to use? Whatever, we can just use this tractor. Yeah, I'm gonna rip up to the store, grab a stumping unit, and then I'll meet you guys back here, and we will get going. We'll get going stumping some of these, or getting these stumps cleared out of here, and seeing where we're gonna put down this cheese factory. So I'll see you guys at the store. Actually, I'll run up to the store quick, and yeah, I'll meet you guys back here. Hey team, we are back here. I got this unit ready to go. I just swapped it over to the John Deere tractor here, and didn't feel like pulling the weight off that thing. I kind of wanted it on the front. So let's go through. There's kind of one that's hidden right here, so I want to make sure and do this guy right off the rip. I never used this thing before, so I don't know. Do you just... Jeez, that's it. Okay. Oh, we're probably gonna make short work of this, if that's the case here. Or do I gotta go? Oh, this stump might be too tall. I'm just gonna do this one real quick here. I'll check these other ones. If that stump's too tall, which is fine. Oh. Okay. I think I was too tall on it there. Maybe I gotta just that seems to work. It's a little finicky. It's a little weird. Unless I'm just, like, not using this right at all. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I think what I'm going to do to save you guys from trying to watch this struggle bus here, I'm just going to keep going and just try and get all these stumps out. I know eventually I'll hit the sweet spot on this one like all the other ones and it'll go, but I think I'll just keep going on this real quick, and I'll bring you guys back as soon as I get all these out, if I get all these out, and then we'll start pulling some bales off. I'm just gonna spin around and yeah, I'll bring you guys back in a sec. Hopefully I have this a little bit more figured out, and we'll go from there. We'll start loading up some bales. Okay, team, we're back. We're back. I dropped off that stump unit. I got these stumps out. I'm not gonna lie, it was ridiculously painful. And honestly, now that I'm driving around in here, I'm hoping I didn't miss one. I kind of just finished what I seen, and then I like just dipped to get rid of it. I don't think I missed any. We'll find out real quick. Yeah, that was painful. I really don't even know. I can't figure out the trick to it. I just can't figure it out. I don't know. Maybe someone in the comment section could tell me. If someone knows, you gotta tell me. Because, like, I don't really know what to do different. Maybe the stumps were cut too high? Is that, you know, it? That's one thing I didn't check, to be honest, but, okay. Phew, that was, yeah, that was really, really, really freaking difficult. Okay, so, round bale silage. I'm pretty sure this thing will hold, what, 24? Is that what we know it'll hold, 24? Okay, we gotta go. My rule is every time I use auto load, I charge myself 500 bucks. Okay, let's auto load these up. Oh, beautiful. Oh, just beautiful. Oh, yeah. Does it hold 26? Oh. It holds 26. Okay, now we know. Alright, off to the store. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Off to the store we go. We'll go sell off some silage bales, and maybe we'll just chinwag as we go and make some plans. So, yeah, I want to get the cheese factory rocking, and then I want to get I would like to get another forage wagon. That's kind of the only two things that I want to buy. Sorry, three things. The cheese factory, so we can get some cheese going. I don't really know if that's going to be the best route, but it's the route we're going to take. We're going to start with it, and we can adjust as we go, because I think that factory, it'll do other things too, I'm pretty sure. It's more like, I think the mod changed. It's not called Cheese Factory anymore. It's just like a dairy mod. I don't know. It's 230 grand. And it's not super massive, which is nice. Sometimes the production facilities can get like freaking huge, and yeah, I don't want it to take up too much space. But I also don't know, like, one thing with production facilities is they can bottleneck on you, where you're putting in too much product and each month it's not producing enough. Now, I know we're probably quite a ways from that because we don't have enough cattle. That's the third thing that I wanted to buy more of. I wanted to get a bigger forage wagon just so it's easier to kind of haul hay around when we cut and bale those fields. And, or not bale, but we cut and windrow, so we can get more dumped into that hay loft. And then I would like to, yeah, get a forage wagon. So bigger forage wagon, more cattle, and the production facility after we sell off all these bales. I don't really know how much money we're going to get for this. I think the chart told me that I would get around 60K, I think, but we'll see. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. I hope we can just pull right through here. We should be able to just pull right through here. Boys, how we doing? Should be able to just, yeah. Drag her on through. 20 grand. 20 grand for that load. Okay, not too bad. Not super. Oh, no. I was looking at, I was looking, not looking where I was going. Okay. Not super great, though. 20 grand for those bales. Those might have been the smaller bales, though. I think we have larger ones in there as well, too, so. But yeah, so if we can get another forage wagon, that would be good. I just want to make sure it's one that's not too big, so it'll still fit in the pen. I also got to just kind of be paying attention to the cattle because I want to be selling cattle at around the 36-month range, right around 3 years. I think that's when they're at their peak value. So we'll always make a little bit of money from that. Because I think also their production of like dairy and stuff goes down. Like it makes sense. Like as the animal ages, you know, old father time grabs a hold of all of us. But I definitely want to get more cattle. And another thing that I kind of would like to get, this is just kind of like side quest stuff, is but I actually don't think they're that expensive. We can kind of check maybe towards the end of this episode when we're doing our other shopping, but I'd like to get some sort of a spreader bar for that slurry tank that we have so that we can use it to fertilize the fields. That's kind of like another thing that I've been trying to think about how we could monetize the cattle a little bit more, is maybe doing something with the slurry. Like I'd like to use the slurry to fertilize our fields to make more of a regenerative farm if we can, you know, rather than the chemical fertilizer. But also I wonder if I could build some sort of a production facility for the slurry. Like the only thing is that there's no sell point for digestate and stuff on this map, which is a little bit weird. Now I could probably find some sort of a mod that we could put it in, but I don't know. Like where I could put in my own sell point. But it would be nice if we could create our own either digestate or methane or something like that. Would be pretty cool. So here's my thoughts in here. Like we cleared this out. Like I want to have a natural turnaround in here that's easy when we're coming in with trailers and stuff doing this. So what I'm getting at is I want to make sure that that cheese factory or the dairy mod or the dairy production facility isn't too close in here. Why isn't this? It's weird. It's not letting me interact with it. Maybe because that bale's in the way? Weird. I gotta crouch down. Weird. I don't know, I might have to reset the game here quick and just see. Might just be glitched out a little bit. I'll get it reset and then I'll bring you guys back in 1 second. Alright, we're back. I got it set, but I don't know. I'm wondering if it's gonna do it again, is the question. Oh, I kind of missed those ones. To do a little spin loop here. Yeah, I'm liking having this room over here, which is nice. Okay, what I think I'm gonna do, just to kind of make this, you know, I don't want to put a bunch of cuts in, but I figure I'll put it. We haven't did a time lapse in a little bit. We didn't do a time lapse last episode, so maybe I'll do a time lapse of me kind of going back and forth with these bales and such, and we'll get them all sold off, and then we'll go do some shopping. We'll go get a little bit shopping done. So I will yeah, let's put a little time lapse in here. I'll kind of get all these bales done, and then we'll go spend a bunch of money. It'll be fun. Okay, team, we are back here. These bales are not ready. They're 95% fermented. Yes, these marshmallows here are only 95% fermented, so we're gonna have to sell those next month, is what it is. I mean, I guess we could go sell them as grass bales, but I don't think he makes much money. Let's go check and see. Let's go check and see. It's alphabetical, isn't it? Is it up here? Grass. 90. Where's silage? Silage has got to be down here, yeah? How many times I've looked at this, you'd think a fella would just remember. Yeah, 217. Yeah, we're not. We'll sell it as silage. We'll make way more money. Okay, so we got 450K. So let's go into this mode here. Spin around here. Let's get sketchiated. I'm thinking I want this factory like right all up in here, and it's like basically at the bottom. It's this thing. Now the only thing that I was looking at is like, there's the drop off. It says like it overlaps. Want to get her nice and I'm thinking right there. I'm thinking right there, and we'll just roll with it for right now and see how it all goes down, because that gives us a nice turnaround. You can see my tracks in here, like where I turn around. It still gives us a nice turnaround, and then even if we were going to come in this way, we can pull through and just loop-de-doo around. So that's my plan. I'm sticking with it. But what I kind of want to do back here, first of all, to make sure this is all leveled out. Let's get it nice and leveled out. But I'm thinking, methinks, maybe we should put some gravel back here. For when we come in, because we like to do a nice turnaround here. So I can gravel all this, do some more here. Gives us a nice turnaround area there. Then we got this beautiful, and I mean beautiful, grass area in the middle. right? I mean, just look at it. There. There we go. Tell me that's not amazing. Look at that. 2,500 bucks for that tree, though. Beautiful. Maybe we'll even get some piles of garbage that we can put under here. Someone's still got a rock, paper, scissors to clean up that outhouse. Oh yeah, this is a good turnaround. Perfect. Okay, we've got a cheese factory. Cheesin'. Let's spin around here. I know this thing is full of milk. Yep. We're all hooked up. Whew. It's heavy for this tractor. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, is this where... Or do I bring it up here? Right there. Okay, so now we gotta go into our production facilities here. Dairy. Butter. Buttermilk. I think we want to make cheese, yeah? And we'll store the cheese for now. Okay. I think that's what we can do. Buffalo mozzarella? We can make mozzarella cheese? That's awesome. Maybe we'll have to start a pizza place. Okay, goat milk. We obviously don't have bottled milk. I think we'll just start with cheese. You know, we'll just start with cheese. And, because that was the plan. 480. That'll make 1,320 per month. We got 8,000 liters in there. Okay, but what we gotta do is we gotta spin about, because I know there's more cheese. I know there's more cheese. I know there's more milk all up in this barn over here. At least I think there is. Yep. Yep. Oh my god, we're milk farming big time now. Okay, so we've spent money. Jeez, we spent a lot of money. That's okay though. That's okay. Because this will make us money. This will end up making us money for sure, for shizzle. And then the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna go buy some more cattle. We're actually sitting pretty good because, I mean, really, if we had to make some more cash, we can still cut down all these trees all up in here if we want. Not this tree. Can't cut down this tree. But we can still cut down all those other trees, and it's not too much to rent that unit. Okay, so... Oh. Spin around over here. Slurry. Yeah, I wish we could do something with the slurry. Okay, so we got 50 cattle right now. We got 30,000 liters of food in there. No milk. There's 20,000 liters of slurry in there. Yeah, like, what can we do with the slurry? I'll figure that out. That's going to be the next plan. Okay. Let's go take a look at what we have. 22 months old, 22 months. That's our oldest ones. These are 21 months. So I'm just gonna... We will buy... Let's buy 20 more of these. Okay. And actually, we'll do 25 more. And then let's get, because these ones will do, this breed is used for dairy farming. Okay. Always forget. 25 more of those. Okay. And hopefully now, okay, we got 100 head of cattle. I don't know how much food they're gonna go through in a month. Probably like 20,000 liters of hay. Probably like 20,000 liters, which will be fine because we'll be able to get 2 cuts out of those fields per year, and yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, this tank, pretty sure, this slurry tank, I'm pretty sure is full. Yeah, it's full. Oh, it's really full. So, okay, the next thing that we're gonna do here is we're gonna go in. Let's go take a look at what we can get for new forage wagons. Where we at? Where we at? See the slurry tools just real quick while we're in here. I think this will spread. Yeah, this spreads 18 meters, 7,800 bucks, and I think it'll fit on that tank. I think it will. What's this one? Will spread 6 meters. Yeah, we could get something like that. I mean, that's really only 7,800 bucks, but okay, slurry transport. That'll hold 65,000 liters of it. Good lord. Forage wagon. Okay. This thing's 100 grand. Oh my god. We can't afford that. We just can't afford that. I know this is 50, but these ones are. I don't want to use these. These are kind of cheaty. Normal capacity. 26,000. Back. Dang. Well, we might just have to tough it out. I didn't realize these were that expensive because this will hold 16. Geez, that holds another 10,000 on top of it, but do we really want to spend 77,000? I think what we'll do, this one would be ideal. 150 horse. Either of these would be awesome. Nothing's for sale. This trailer, which we don't really use. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna wait on that because, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think we should be spending that kind of cash on a wagon just yet. I don't think, at least. Yeah, I don't think, at least. That's just a little bit too much cash. I mean, we could always just lease something when the time comes, if that's what we have to do in order to get grass off the fields a little bit faster, or hay off the fields a little bit faster. We could always do that, which might be just better. Or hopefully something will come on sale if it does, and if it doesn't, what we can always do is just rent the wood chipper in the future and do it. Also, but we got to sell all these other bales. Maybe if we get a good chunk of coin off these other bales, we'll buy ourselves a trailer, but we'll just wait on that for now. Now, the next thing I want to look at is if we go in here, let's just go to like, so what am I clicked on right now? Seeds. Yeah, no selling point available. If I go to where digestate, no selling points. That's the only thing with slurry. Manure. You can sell manure at the storage bay. What about something like, I don't even see methane on here. Definitely wouldn't be up here. So you can't sell methane. We could sell diesel. Okay, that's probably something I'll have to take a look at and see, like, if we can sell diesel. How do we make diesel? I don't even really know how we do that. Let's just go check the production facilities real quick. Okay, we can sell diesel. We can sell manure. Can you make diesel from the slurry? Can't sell the slurry. That'd be awesome if we could. You can obviously sell silage. Um, wood chips. I still can't believe wood chips. That's so crazy. Wood beam. Okay. So let's just go check real quick. So that won't create diesel. That doesn't create diesel. That doesn't. That's a sawmill. Potato. I don't even know if you can create diesel. Tailor shop, sawmill. There's nothing really we can do with the slurry. These are just mods, but I don't know if they do anything. They don't take slurry or anything like that. Multi-grain production. I really don't think this is gonna take in slurry and do anything with it. These are weird mods. What's this? Biomass. Converts digester digestate. Okay, what's this? What's this? Distribution point for slurry to digester. So it inputs slurry. That creates methane into electricity. Can we sell electricity? Like, yeah, like I think we're hooped with slurry. Like, there's nothing really that we can do with the slurry. I mean, we can't make diesel and we can't sell electricity or methane or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know what we could do with that slurry. If anyone knows, if anyone's got any tips, make sure to put it in the comment section below on like what we could be doing with slurry on this map, or if there's anything that we can do. Maybe there's just nothing that we can do. Not too sure. Not too sure. Okay. Well, I think what we're going to do for this episode is we'll probably end this episode here, just for now. Yeah, we'll probably end this episode here, and we'll come back in February, and what we'll end up doing in February is we'll sell off the rest of these grass bales that will then be silage, and then maybe we can start looking. It'll be February. We can start looking at these fields, and we'll also see how much food we go through in a month. So we're like rate full. We got 33,000 liters in here now, so we'll see how much food we go through with this new amount of cattle and how much milk they produce in a month, and we'll just keep feeding the factory. We'll see how much cheese we get, and the next one will be a pretty good one because, like I said, we'll have a good indication of how much food they go through, how much milk 100 head can produce. I know some of them are still young and they might not be in their production cycle or at the age where they can produce milk, but we will only time will tell, and maybe something new will come in the stores. But thanks again for watching. This is our dairy empire is really taking shape now. We've got 100 head of cattle. We've got a production facility. We've got basically all the equipment that we need. Everything else is side quests, and we're just giving her now. We've got this beautiful turnaround and our tree that I shouldn't have cut down. We spent 2,500 bucks to plant that new one. We'll never cut that one down. Okay, thanks again, guys. I appreciate it so much. If you haven't already done so, it'd be great if you could hit that like, hit that sub button for me. Leave a comment if you know if there's anything that I can do with the slurry other than spread it on the field. Like if we can make money from the slurry somehow, some way through those biomass plants, or I don't know. Any tips, tricks would be greatly appreciated. Like always, thanks again for watching, and I will see you guys on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 10. We made it to episode 10 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. We are just here. We are into February now. If you're following us since the last episode, basically what we did last episode is we tried to mulch. I don't know if we really consider that. Well, they got mulched. The stumps got mulched, so it was a success, but it was a bit of a struggle. We also hauled off some silage bales, and then we realized that these other bales, actually I'm going to hop into this other tractor, these other bales were only 95% fermented, so we couldn't haul them off to sell. Okay, there we go. But now these ones are good to go, so I'm going to hook onto this trailer, load these bad son of a guns up. If I can, is it gonna? No, we're gonna have to do another flyby, which is fine. We can go by the cheese factory or the dairy production facility. We put this in. We got 2 pallets of cheese sitting there. So I checked on that facility first thing when we got in here. Another thing that we did... Oh, there only fits 22 in here. I'm like, what is going on? Okay. Another thing, real quick while we're here. Let's go in here and check the animals. We ended up buying 50 more head of cattle. And they produced almost 9,000 liters of milk in the month. And they used about 30,000 liters worth of food. So we're gonna have to come back. We're gonna have to fill this up with food, which isn't that big of a deal. Which we will have enough food to feed them. So we're like about 30,000 liters a month, which means we're gonna have to really store, or really have to stock up our hayloft and such. Through next winter to make sure that we got enough food for them. We aren't going to be obviously cutting and baling any hay or grass this month with all this weather, but that's fine. I think for now, just the way that it's looking with how much food they're using and everything, I think I'm just going to hold off on buying any more cattle just for the time being. I think I'm just going to sit at 100. A couple reasons for that. One, obviously we don't... You know, I want to make sure that we have enough food to feed them throughout the full year, or at least through the winter, because we're not going to be, our last cut will be probably in like October/November-ish each year. So we basically need to have, you know, like 30,000 liters for like 5 months, which is 150,000 liters. Like we should definitely have enough within that hayloft to keep them fed, but I just want to make sure. The other thing that that is worrying me a little bit, not super worried, but just a little bit worried. Not super worried because I think I have a solution to the problem, but I looked like we didn't really make that much cheese. Like we have created way more milk than we did cheese. Like I bet you I can look real quick here while we're on the straight and narrow. Make sure we're not crashing into anything. But we still have like 9,000 liters in there, and then there's 9,000 liters in the pen itself. Now, we just have it set to make cheese right now, so I could also put it to make bottled milk and stuff like that. And I wonder if I could make anything else. Butter? I probably could set it to make butter as well, which is probably what I'm going to do. So, but I don't know if that... Yeah, I don't really know how that's all going to work really just yet. I don't have a plan for that. Basically what I'm getting at is I think the cows are producing more milk than we know what to do with, is the short and long of what I got going on there. I thought that production facility would do a little bit more per month. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping we haven't like bottlenecked already. I mentioned that last episode where So one thing with production facilities, you can bottleneck pretty quickly in some way or another, whether it's usually the production facility not doing enough cycles each month to keep up with what you're doing. Jeez, this weather is just brutal. Maybe we'll jump in the cab. It's a little loud. Um, yeah, so I don't really know. I don't really know the game plan as of yet on how to fix that. So that's going to be a kind of a little trial and error thing. That's why I think I'm just going to stick with 100 head of cattle for now, and we'll see how that production facility goes, and we'll just kind of play it by ear until then. I still would like to get another forge wagon, and I don't know, I have another kind of rough plan to do with some of the slurry. Again, I don't really know. So the slurry, I have a plan that it might work, but it might not work. I'm kind of leaning to it might not work. Basically, the problem I'm having with the slurry is that if I could put it in a production facility and I could create digest with it, or digestate rather, but there's no point on the map to sell it. So there's like two things that I could do basically. I could just put in a sell point and I could go and sell off the digestate. Um, but I would have to put that sell point somewhere at the farm, which isn't like the worst plan. I don't know. I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to just kind of use what was on the map. Like, I like that we have to take stuff down to the store. I don't really want to have something that's just like, oh, I can conveniently just sell slurry at the farm. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. The other thing that I could do potentially, and I don't know if this is going to work, but when you have a production facility, actually, I'm just going to get into where to where all our bales are hanging out, and then I'll just show you guys. Or I'll just explain it while I'm pulling around here. But like when you have a production facility, there's a bunch of settings. Oh, who parked that tractor anyway? A bunch of different settings that you can have as to what happens with the product that you develop. So, for example, we have our cheese that are sitting there, and it's because the cheese, when I click on it, is set to storing. You can see that right here. Now, if I was to push the space bar, it goes to selling, or if I go push the space bar again, or whatever your key is, it goes to distributing. Now, storing, obviously the pallet stores out by the production facility, and then you can take it off and sell it however you want. Distributing, usually what this means is if you have a chain of production facilities, it'll just kind of push it on to the next thing. So say we were going to use the cheese to make pizzas or something. Say we had a pizza production facility. Well, then it would just push it to the next production cycle in that facility. And selling is it automatically sells it for you. Now, the problem with selling, from what I've found, make sure I leave that on storing. And I think I'm going to have to activate these. Let's just do this right now. Butter and bottled milk. Let's just activate those and see if that works. The problem with selling is that when you set it to that, it sells the product, but for a very, very low price. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was when I tested it, but it was bad. It's like 40% of what you potentially could sell it for if you just did it the quote unquote normal way. The way that just like we're doing right now, hauling it off to a sell point on the map. It's a substantial amount. You don't just lose like a 5% hit. It's like a big hit. Like you're getting like half what you should. So I thought, since there isn't a sell point for digestate, what if I put down a production facility and just set it to selling? And I wonder if the game would just kind of sell it, even though there isn't a sell point. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? But again, at that point, you're just taking a massive hit on it. And I really wish I could do something. Yeah, I wish I could do something with the digestate other than that. So basically, I'm down to two options. I just put in some sort of a sell point ourselves, or I just try to put down a production facility and set it to selling and just get what I can get for the slurry. But you're going to get such a crappy price that it's like, it'll never, or not that it'll never will, but the production facility will take forever to pay for itself, rather than we're actually making money. So I don't know if it's worth it. Because we're creating so much slurry from those cattle that it would be nice to capitalize on that somehow, some way. Yeah. So I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't know what to do just yet. I'm still trying to figure it out, but it's definitely something that's on my list. There are some production facilities, but I just don't know. I just don't know. Not sure what I can do. I haven't really checked too much into any different mods. If there's something I can get to, to make the digest state into something else, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. Those are the farm problems as of right now. So not too many major ones. We'll know kind of next month. Like what I kind of want to do this stream is obviously we're going to sell off these bales. Let's just make sure I don't run into something here. Okay, we're selling off these bales. And then I want to go back and we got to get the animals fed. I want to fill the barn or their pen up with food again, so we're going to have to hook onto the forage wagon and do some rounds. And then I was kind of thinking we'll check contracts, which we could probably do when we're on the straight and narrow here. I don't know exactly what contracts are going to be available. Yeah, we don't really have anything that we can do. Absolutely nothing that we can do. Okay, so contracts are the thing. So what we might do is just kind of get everything squared away. Now that we have the production facility tweaked a little bit, I put on the bottled milk and the butter to see how much we're gonna go through this next month. That's probably what we'll do. We'll get all this stuff sold off, and then we'll sleep through into March. Hopefully the weather's better, and we might be able to cut one of those fields. I don't really know if we'll be able to harvest in March. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe before we do that, we'll just look at some of the sell points. I know I can put down a sell everything great and it costs like 5 grand or something, but maybe if we put in some sort of another facility or we created ourselves like a proper business maybe that we could put down like on the corner of our field here to make it a little more realistic. Maybe then we could figure out something to do with the digestate. I'm not too sure. We'll check once we're back here. Load up these bales. I just hope that we can... I hope that production facility works good. But I'm not thinking... I'm thinking it doesn't do enough cycles per month. I guess we won't know until next month. But, okay, let's grab one more load of these bales and head on back to the store. Jeez, the weather is not very nice for us at all. Okay, let's spin. Let's hop it while we're here. Just spin around here. Cows are yelling at us. But a couple pallets of cheese. I mean, at those pallets, I think we have like 8 grand worth of cheese right now in 2 pallets. Okay, there we go. That's good. I think. Not too bad though. We're over 200 grand. Oh, you know one thing I didn't check. We'll check when we're on the straight and narrow. I didn't check the stores to see if anything came through on sale, which would be super nice. Forage wagon would be nice. I guess I could always sell that other one. I wonder how much money we'll get for it. Maybe we get like 20 or 30 grand for it. Maybe. We'll have to check. Once we get on the straight stretch out here, we'll poke in and we'll see if there's anything that came for sale in the stores. Let's go with this. Nope. Womp womp womp. Okay, no big deal. Once we get around this little bend here, I'll pull it up. Actually, uh, we'll see. We'll see if we were to sell that forage wagon, how much cash we could get for it. I think it is a, yeah. Make sure we don't go head on with the vehicle. 18 grand. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. At least that's good to know. It should be nice if something would have came on sale. But that's not the end of the world. That's it's just kind of a bonus piece of equipment. If we can get a new, bigger one, that'd be great. If not, no worries. But probably not gonna be able. I don't think we'll do too much silage bales anymore. I don't think, because if we really want to, if we really want to get more animals, we definitely have to be able to feed them. And if 100 head takes about 30,000 liters a month, like 200 is going to take like 60,000 liters, right? Because math. So we're gonna really be able, we're gonna need to be stockpiling like a ton of food. I think too that that pen will hold 400 head of cattle. Okay, that's the last of our cash. So around like 66, 67,000 I think we made off of all of that, which isn't too bad. So let's head back up to the farm and we'll hook onto that forage wagon, and then we got to get the animals fed. Yeah, we'll get those animals fed. I will look into a couple sell points. I don't think I'll be able to do that while we're driving right now. We'll see if there's something we can do with that slurry, because that would be good to make extra cash from that slurry. I mean, I still want to use it for fertilizer to spread on the fields, but I really, yeah, it'd be really good. We got to build an empire here, so we got to have as much, we got to make as much money as we can so we can get more cattle and then potentially more land so we can feed them. I wonder if this trailer will fit in the, oof, it's pretty big. Because we're gonna have to load up a bunch of barrels or bales rather at one time when we get more cattle, and just drag it right through to fill those units, to fill the pen rather, cow barn. Another thing that we can do, since we know that we can make a ton of cash from wood chips, which is crazy, we could always buy another plot of land that has some trees on it, and we could always log that each winter as well to make some extra cash. Like that plot right beside us that is just full forest. There's a lot of cash just sitting in there. It'd be a lot of work, but it could be worth it. It could really be worth it if we need to make a bunch of cash. Okay, let's park this trailer. Actually, let's just see. I'll test it later. I was gonna see if we can fit this in the pen, but it might just turn into a gong show. Oh no, this should fit in there. Barely, but it does. Okay, so that's good to know. Hopefully we can fill this with bales later on, and then when we got to pull it through to feed the animals, it'll be just kind of a one quick thing. We'll be able to know exactly how many bales to pull through there. So that's good. Another thing too, if we're doing the hay bales, our baler I think will do, will it do two, or it'll do 180 centimeter bales. So we could make some pretty big hay bales, which will be super handy for feeding the animals. So okay, let's dock this off. Now let's just look real quick here at some production facilities or some selling points. Like, that's biomass. That takes in wood chips and stuff. Piano manufacturer. Not really what we're looking for. Farmers market. Does this sell everything? Usually it scrolls through and it'll show you. What's this? Selling point. Little market. Yeah, see, like I could put one of these grates down and then we could just put whatever we want in it, but that's not really what I wanted to do. Wholesale market. This is 45,000, but this I'm thinking probably doesn't sell. Or we can sell digestate too. Butter. Yeah, that doesn't look like digestate. Some chocolate. Okay. Well, we might just be hooped, not gonna lie. There might just be nothing that we can do excuse me, for the digestate. Okay. Let's hop out here. So I'm gonna head over to the house real quick, and I'm gonna sleep through and get us into March. And yeah, I'll bring us back in just 1 second, and yeah, we'll be in March, and we'll see. Or no, we gotta feed the animals. What am I talking about here? What am I talking about here? Yeah, let's feed these buggers real quick. They would have been hungry. So what do we got left in here? 190, not too bad. Feed these little buggers. We'll feed these guys. And then what we'll also do is we'll fill that production facility with milk, because there's 10,000 more liters of milk. Jeez, we might have to buy another production facility. But that's okay. Even if we have to buy another production facility, if it's for some reason better, we could probably sell that other one. But you take a hit on it. We'll have to take that hit, which kind of sucks. But cost of doing business, I suppose. Okay, let's take this. I think it should take almost... Or what we could do... Ooh, make that turn. Nice. Let's dump this in. Does it tell me in here how much food? 38,000 liters of food. We'll wait till this empties out. Okay, it's basically full. So let's, you know what, I'm just gonna dock this off right in here. And we'll grab our milk trailer. Fill her up. I think this thing holds 8,000 liters. Yep. Ooh. It's heavy for this tractor. Yeah, he's working. Good. Burn the carbon out of this one. And so if we go into this one, okay. Okay, so we're creating butter and bottled milk. Okay. I'm gonna go fill this. I'll fill this thing once more. Look at that. That turns around real good. We built a good little laydown area in here, I think, or a good little turnaround. There we go. Okay, Yeah, I'm gonna go head into the house. We'll have a quick little siesta, and then all right, team, we're back. It is March. Snow is not flying anymore, and we're gonna go get started on some field work. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that's on there. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're gonna pull the cultivators over. I want to actually. Spin around here because I screwed up and I dropped this front weight. There we go. Okay, we are gonna get these grass fields over here cultivated and ready to plant. We're finally into March when we can plant some grass in these, and yeah, we're gonna have to get these all cultivated up. I think you only get 3 growing cycles per grass field. I'm pretty sure. Because right now it's just giving me a harvested point, and I don't think that if I wait any longer it's going to tell me it's growing. I think we're gonna have to cultivate this. So I think what I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna set a worker to do that. Let them cultivate that field. I've got the planter just kind of sitting there. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin back over. There's a couple things I want to go through with you guys while that field's being cultivated. So we went through 32,000 liters of food. Basically, there's like 181 liters of food left in the cow barn here. Pretty sure that's what it was. Let's go take a look here. Cows. Where are we at? Food. 181. Yeah, this is like all food. Anyways, 181 liters chilling in there. So they go through two full containers or 2 full trailer loads. Oh, not quite on it there. In 1 month. So that's good to know. I think this thing holds 16. Jeez. Here we go. There we go. Oh, we got her. A couple tries, no big deal. 2 full trailer loads. This thing should hold 16,200 liters or 16,100. The production facility. The production facility didn't go through any more milk. So, not 100% sure what I'm going to do with that just yet. I don't know if I'll end up getting a different production facility because it's already bottlenecked, which kind of sucks. Because it was like 230 grand for that thing. But yeah, if we come into our production facilities, we went through, I don't know, 5,000, say, liters, 5,500 per month. We created a little bit of butter, a little bit of cheese, but nothing really to write home about. Because, like, I mean, this is only with 100 cows, right? Like, if we were to have 200 or 300 or 400, 500, I think that, like I said, that barn will hold 464, so that'd be what I was shooting for, is like 400 head of cattle, eventually. That's just not going to be enough. It's just going to not be enough for the production facility to handle each month. It's got to do more than that. It's got to pump out more than that, or we're never going to, we'll just have milk coming out of our ears, basically. We won't have anything that we can do with it. So that's something I'm going to have to figure out, maybe do some planning or some testing. If anyone knows any tips and tricks, or if they've built a big dairy empire, maybe they know of a better production facility that we can use, or maybe I should just, get some sort of tanks that I can just store the milk and just sell the milk. That's always another possibility. Let's just take a look here and see if it'll show. Yeah, we're basically full. I'm going to fill it right up just so it's right full. We're not going to be able to take much out of this. Maybe something like that. Still going to be too much, but that's okay. So yeah, I got to figure out what I'm going to do with the production facility. I don't really know. I'm kind of in a weird spot right now because I definitely thought the production facility would be something that we would be able to rock with for at least till next year. But at this point, I'm kind of trying to decide what I want to do. So I was looking on the map, and we can get, like, we got quite a bit of extra. Okay, I'm going to spin around here. We got enough extra cash now that, like, we could buy some more fields or plots of land. So let me just go show you right now, real quick here. Like, this plot of land here, it's all treed, which I don't know if I really want to deal with that. It's 125,000. Um, this 31 is 50 grand and it'd be full of trees. And then we could always have that as like our honey hole to just do wood chips on. Um I don't really know what that's all about, to be honest. But we have these fields here. This field we could also work, or this plot of land, which is right close down by where we would be selling wood chips. Anyways, we could always do that. Or I could get field 12. It's 50 grand. We definitely got the cash to sit and do that. But I just don't really know like if it really matters at this point because by the time the other fields that we have is enough to feed the animals and do everything that we need to do for the year, I think. And I don't really want to start getting into like buying any other like if we do some sort of a grain, we're gonna have to buy combines and a different trailer and stuff like that. It'll be more expensive than we think. We'd have to get a different planter probably because it would take just so long to plant that field with that little one. So I don't really know if that's something we should get into. Like I said, I'm at a bit of a crossroads here. We'll just leave that there for now. Because I just don't know what we should do. What's going to be the best move to do next. Let's take a look while we're in here, though. Let's go into this and let's see. This is telling us that the best time to sell our cheese is going to be in October. The max month for butter is going to be October. Diesel, which we're obviously not going to sell. Hay, which we're not going to sell. But it's going to be October. Okay. So let's go like this. If we have... What's this for? Hayloft trigger? No. Bale storage 800. These are for slurry. Yeah, that's not really what we were looking for. I was kind of looking to see if there's anything where we could store the milk. Bible, no, that's not what we need. Buying station, it's not what we want. Water tower, nope. Nope. Not really what we're looking for, so we can't really store the milk because it's going to be a while till we get till next October. Unless we had some sort of a different tanker. So let's go in and see what we can buy. That's for slurry. Animal transport, not really what we're looking for. Miscellaneous. Did I miss it at the top? Okay, so this will hold milk. This is what we have. 32,000 liters, but we would have to get a big truck. don't know. We might be a little bit hooped here for a little bit till I get some sort of a different production facility down as well. So let's go look at that. Factories, okay. Dairy. Okay, so this one's 210,000. And this would make cheese and stuff as well. These I don't think are the move. I really don't think are the move. I've watched videos and stuff on that before, and they're just not the move, I don't think. Multi-grain production. This is a mod. 55,000. I mean, we could put this down and try. There's not really... There's not really any harm in it. It'll take in milk. Yeah, I might have to just kind of see, do some testing and stuff. But we'll have to figure something out. I'm not 100% sure yet what we're gonna do. I'll have to do some testing and just kind of figure out what's gonna be the best move. All right, let's go back and let's check and see how this is going. Not bad. Now this is a 100% fertilized as well, so we'll be able to just plant and just give her. I want to go check real quick here. Okay, this needs plowing. That sucks. Weeds growing. Potatoes growing. Ooh. We don't want to deal with potatoes, that's for sure. Okay, I think we'll wait to buy this plot of land then. Sugar beet growing. Okay. Alright, well, I'm going to, I'll let our girl get going a little bit further here on this field. I'll bring you guys back in just one sec once we start planting on this field. Okay, team, we are back here. We got a worker going. They're, about half done seeding this field, getting some grass all planted for us. And then I sent our other homie over to the big field, and they're doing cultivating over there. Once this field's got all the seed on it, then we'll hook on, and we'll actually what I'll probably do is wait just a little bit until that other field is finished being cultivated, which should be roughly the same time. I'm thinking. I know it's a bigger field, but like this implement's much smaller. Blah blah blah. It should be roughly the same time. But what I did is I went and I found us a couple different. Let's just go into build mode here real quick. I went and I went to see if I could find some more production facilities for the milk. So let me go into our production facilities. I'll scroll all the way down here. Where are they? Just give me a sec. Let me try and find them. Usually it's at the very bottom. Definitely wasn't that one. Oh, look at this thing. Oh my god, I bet you this thing would make some cheese. Good lord. Multi-production. Yes, multi-dairy production facility. Just one sec here. Sorry, I just had a cough. I didn't want to do it in your ear. Okay, multi-dairy production facility. I don't know how well this thing will do, but it's one that I found, and it'll take the milk, it'll make it into the bottled milk or the cheese, or how do we get chocolate? Interesting. You probably gotta put like peppers or something in for chocolate. Okay, and then we look there. I thought I had found one more. Maybe it was that giant one down there, the butter factory. Yeah, the butter factory. So I don't really know. Jeez, this thing is legit. Land not owned by you. Okay. So yeah, like what I'm probably gonna end up doing is just like testing. I'll probably test one of these or something. I'm not too sure because I don't know which one's gonna be best. I think maybe what we could do. Just trying to think here. I don't know. I'll think about it a little off camera here. I'll just get it sorted. I'll make a plan, and even if I'll test them out or something a little quick and just see like which one's better. That's the only thing I kind of wish like in these when you're in this setting here and like say you want to do this. Okay, I'm gonna put this dairy factory down. Like it tells you, it takes in this and it does, but it should give you a better. Is there a way to find more information on the? Am I just like not pushing a button here or something? Like where it would tell you like look at this factory, this is how many cycles it does, this is what it does per day, per month, per hour, or whatever. I really wish that. Not too sure, but yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that and just show you that I think I have a plan, or at least I have some solutions to test, which is really the only thing that you can do. I still haven't really decided what else we're gonna do with our cash, because basically now we have to just wait and see. Oh, I never checked. See, look at these hoeing contracts. 25 grand, 12 grand for this. The hoeing contracts are actually pretty clutch. Weeding. The only thing is I sometimes with this implement it won't just weed. I don't think I can do weeding contracts with it. It's like a you can hoe or sorry, you can weed with the hoeing unit when it's your land, but sometimes when it's like a contract, it's like you need to use a set of weeders to do it. It's weird. I'm not too sure. But yeah, look at these hoeing contracts, 25 grand. This implement is 30,000. Maybe this would be a good time to buy it and just have it sitting somewhere. Because, let's just go look real quick. Where is it? Pretty sure that thing is 30K. Did I scroll right past it? Yes, I did. 36. 36. I don't want to just lease it. That seems a little cheaty. Just lease equipment. So then we technically own it. Yeah, I'm going to make a rule. We can't do that. We have to own the equipment. We can't lease it. Could be a good time. Could be a good time. What's this? Is this a hoeing unit as well? It's only 12 grand. 85 horse, 12 mile an hour. I mean, that's a pretty good one, but 6 meters wide. Just 6 meters is not that big for that one field. What field is that? 8? Yeah, that field is huge. Huge. Not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to do it just so we don't have to do it. I'm just not gonna. I don't think we'll worry about that right now, but because that field's huge. Even a 12-meter implement is gonna be pretty insane. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do real quick, just to get us sorted. I'm gonna let these guys finish. I'll let this guy finish seeding this field. Looks like he's just doing a little spot there. Oh, it's a lady. We'll let her finish. Okay, she's doing a great job. What do we got here? We're always just farming with the ladies. I love it. Okay. Well, she's almost done. She's just doing headlines. So once this field's done, I'll head over and probably grab a set of rollers or something, and we could roll that one field up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to test one of those production facilities and just see which one is better. And I'll set them down. If I've got to like sell them or whatever after, I will. But I just want to see what kind of cycles they'll go through, and I'll figure out which one we're going to use in the future. And yeah, then once we're back, we'll roll these fields, and they're already fertilized, so we just got to seed and roll, and then we're growing some grass. So okay, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, team, we're back. I did some testing, I did some figuring, and I came up with a new plan. So I'll kind of just, I did everything just kind of because I was like planning it as I go, blah blah blah. But I'll walk you through basically what I did and what I came up with. So I'm gonna shut this off. So this in front of us here is the new production facility. I sold the other one, the one that was like the OG one that we paid 230,000 for. I sold that and I ended up buying and placing this one down. What I did is I moved the pallets of stuff that we had produced out of it, just kind of over by that tree for now, and then sold the other one. So the original price of the other one was 230 grand. So I sold it and it was I only got 115 for it, which kind of sucks because it was full of milk as well. And so what I did to make it like fair, I didn't want to just sell it like even for 230. But what I did is I just added on 50 grand. So technically I sold the other one for 165. And then I bought this, and I figured that was fair considering we got a little bit of stuff, a few pallets out of it. I mean, there's a few grand worth of pallets sitting there. So the other one, I'm down like, I think when I worked it all out, I'm out about 70 grand, 60, I'm out about 70 grand plus about 10,000 liters worth of milk. So I figured that's about fair. I should take a bit of a hit on messing around, but this is the new production facility and it should work better. It should do more cycles per month. And then I think worst case scenario, if we start bottlenecking with this one, we can always add a second one down the road. So that's kind of how I did everything just to keep it, somewhat fair. Yeah, I'm out like 70 grand, which whatever. I figure that's whatever. You got to take a hit for part of a learning curve anyways. So it is what it is, but I think this will be the new production facility. I filled it up with milk. I'm just going to leave those pallets over there for now. I think what I'm going to do, because moving those pallets, I think I'm going to get a forklift because it's just going to be so much easier to move pallets around. The forklift is just a little bit better than than like the pallet forks on the front of that John Deere tractor. I mean, they work. It's fine. But we have the money. I think we're gonna have to do a couple things. We're gonna have to get a forklift to load trailers, and then honestly, I'm not even joking. I think I was already in here looking, like I was looking at these flat deck trailers, but we're gonna have so many pallets, like a disgusting amount of pallets, that we may have to get something like this, like an actual semi truck, with like an actual semi truck. Like this is 45,000, right? Um, I mean, this one's 110 and it'll have a sweet Jake brake. No, I'm just kidding. But like even like this is 62. Um, I don't know, whatever. Like say we got this, the Transtar 2 Eagle. I mean, it just sounds cool. No, just a day cab. Yeah, just a day cab. So that makes it cheaper right there. Whatever. We don't gotta go through and do this right now, but get that with like an actual trailer, like a big trailer, whether it's like a gooseneck or some sort of a. I went past it already, didn't I? Yeah. Trailers, flat deck trailers. I don't even know. Yeah, okay, here, semi trailers. Like something like this or like this. Probably this, just because it's cheaper and we'll be able to stack pallets to the high heavens in there. I think. Probably just stick with the crone. Maker tan. Oh, just like that truck. Yeah, this thing, this would actually be wicked. We could do brown like that truck. Oh yeah, something like that, and then potentially like a small forklift just to move the pallets around, because it would just be so much easier with this. with his forklift moving pallets rather than the other one. But yeah, that's just kind of my thoughts right now. But yeah, so we're out about 70 grand, which is fine. It doesn't really matter. And we will. I'm just gonna run the production facility. I'm just gonna start with bottled milk. That's what I got set up right now. And then I think we run that for a year, and we'll just see how much money we make, and then I'm just gonna go with this. Yeah, I think we just do that. We just go for a year, see how much money we make with bottled milk, and then we'll try cheese, and then we'll try butter, and we'll just see which one's the best. But I don't know if I'm going to get any more cattle just yet. I think I'm going to stick at 100 cattle for now, and just, at least for this year, and just kind of see. At least 100, yeah, I'm going to stick with just like 100 of the dairy cows for this year. And then maybe, oh yeah, this thing drifts around, I forgot. Gotta go slow. And then maybe like next year or something, try to get into some buffalo, because I was kind of looking, and the buffalo milk could be a good thing as well. I don't know. There's like a lot of learning curves with this this dairy stuff. I've never really went to town with dairy, so a lot of learning curves to figure out which one's going to be best. But I got this field planted, and we're gonna roll it out right now. Actually, what we're gonna do when I wrap this headland is we gotta set the John Deere tractor to seeding that other field. Actually, I don't know what the point of waiting is. Let's just go do this right now. This will take a minute with this little planter. But that's okay. That's okay. I figure we'll just we'll hang out for a little bit here and just chat while I roll this field. But I think I got the production facilities figured out now. Not gonna lie, like I took a bit of a break in between of our last cuts, and I tested a bunch of stuff I went through and checked a whole bunch of stuff just to see like what we can do. Yeah, the only crappy thing is I don't really know what we're gonna do with with the production stuff past bottled milk or past cheese. Like, I can always download some sort of a bakery, I can always place some sort of like a bakery or something, but I don't know. I'm just gonna do it like this. I find it's a little bit better than drifting this thing around. I could always put down some sort of a bakery, but with that, you don't just need bottled milk. You have to get like chocolate, you have to get like strawberries and like sugar and stuff like that to make cake or whatever it is that you're trying to make within the bakery. So I don't really know if that's the move. Oh, drift in. Yeah, I don't really know if that's the move just as of yet. I think probably what we'll just stick with, at least for the next year, is we'll just do bottled milk. I'll probably end up getting a forklift. I'll get a truck and a trailer so that we can haul stuff off, because we're going to have a lot of pallets with bottled milk. I think we're going to have quite a few pallets, especially since those cows right now are producing about 9,000 liters, 10,000 liters of milk per year, or per month. And that's what the production facility will eat up. And it's going to spit out a lot of bottled milk for us, so we're going to need some sort of a way to manage all of those pallets and yada yada yada. Okay, so I know I gotta go through here. But yeah, that's kind of the plan so far. I don't really have... We definitely won't buy any more cattle, because I don't think we'll be able to handle it. Just with everything, even with feeding them and such. I still would like to do something with the slurry, but that's just back burner right now. It's just gonna sit in there, even if it fills right full. I'll just worry about the slurry after. Once I really get the production facilities nailed down and there's kind of no questions, like we'll just know. I just want to know for sure each year what we're pulling out of that production facility, how much we have to put in, how much food it's going to take for 100 head, and all that jazz. And then once we get that sorted, then I can move on to drifting this roller around. Yeah, truck and a trailer I think is going to be a must, because if we just get like a little flat deck trailer, it's not going to be the move. It's really not going to be the move. We would have to make so many trips, and really like that chrome trailer's 30 grand. That's not too crazy. Truck's 50K. We can get set up to haul a lot of stuff for under 100 grand, and then even if we buy a forklift to make stuff a little bit easier, that could be good. What else was I thinking about? Potentially, I don't really know if this is something that we'll have to worry about. I don't know the exact storage capacity for that production facility. I think it's 175,000 liters of whatever produced bottled milk, or whether it's cheese or butter or blah, blah, blah. So we may have to get something that is like a pallet storage area, I think. Again, I don't know. Like if we start getting too many pallets in there, I might have to do something where I store them away. That's just something I was kind of considering, which again is pretty easy. We can tuck that in the back corner. And if we got to get a wood chipper through the winter to potentially clear out some more trees there, that's fine. We've got a lot of room to grow the farm, and that's pretty awesome. And I think we'll make pretty good money off of whether it's the bottled milk or the butter or anything like that. Like I think we're gonna make some pretty good money each year. So that's good. It's good, 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 good. I don't think we need any other tractors. I really don't think we're going pretty good with just these two, unless some sort of a really good deal came up. But we don't really need more than two tractors. The biggest thing will be getting forklift, because moving those pallets was like a bit. The forks work fine for like small little stuff when you got to do it once in a while, but if I was loading say like 20 or 30 of those pallets onto that chrome trailer, which is what would have to happen, the forklift is just gonna be the move. Or, nah, that'd be too expensive. I was gonna say maybe a skid steer, because when you're in the cab, that's the only thing about the forks with like this tractor or the other one, is when you're in the cab, you can't see what's going on. You can't see if you're drifting. But in a forklift, when you're in the cab, like you can see the forks right in front of you, and it's just so much easier to manage. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this guy over here. And then, you know what, I think we'll probably end the episode here for now. The only thing I'm going to do off camera is just let this guy finish seeding and get this field planted. And then at the beginning of next episode, what we'll do is we'll roll this field. Let's shut this tractor off and save some fuel. What we'll do at the beginning of next episode is we'll roll this field, and then we will do some we'll check our production facilities. We'll see what's going on with how much bottled milk we get in a month, because we'll roll this field, we'll sleep through into April, and we'll check the production facility to see how much bottled milk we made. We'll check on the cattle, we'll feed the cattle, we'll do all that stuff, and then we'll check the contracts, see if there's anything we can go do for contracts potentially. And and we will go shopping. We'll buy a truck, a trailer, and a forklift, and we'll start loading stuff up. These fields will have grown a little bit, which we still won't really be able to do anything. Hopefully we're able to get a cut in May. Maybe May. If not May, June for sure, we'll get our first cut. And then probably July, August, September, October-ish. It'd be nice if we could get a cut in May, but I don't know if that's enough time. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. So thank you again for watching. If you haven't done so already, I always appreciate it if you could hit that like, hit that sub button, leave me a comment, all that good stuff. Thanks so much for sticking with us this far. If you've been with us this far, or if you're just joining, we're building a dairy empire, and we're slowly figuring it out as we go. And yeah, thanks so much for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next episode.